This audiobook contains 24 censored sentences and 159 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Why you finally here? Just as Soren entertained such nefarious thoughts while nearing his tent, he suddenly heard a voice from ahead. For a moment, he stopped in his tracks as a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Elise? Only then did Soren see that the figure in front was actually Elise, wearing a dark cloak, hiding her tall figure in the shadows. Currently, she was looking at him with those beautiful, slightly moist amber eyes, filled with a hint of anxiety. No, is she really Elise? Soren quickly stopped himself from judging too hastily this time. Once bitten, twice shy, as he had no intention of making the same mistake again. Although logic told him that she definitely couldn't be Alara, who ran away from him. What if it was her sick joke? Asked Soren. Can we talk? Please? But his suspicion disappeared the moment he saw her squirming in front, speaking in a shaky, stuttering voice filled with anxiety and hesitation, completely unlike her sister. Especially that raw emotion of longing and deep love burning openly in her eyes told him there was no doubt she was Elise, the same one he spent quality time with in the C-rank dungeon before. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but feel that he was really stupid to mistake her for her sister. As Soren? Elise whispered again as she saw Soren standing in silence, looking blankly at her. Seeing him unresponsive, all of a sudden, a deep fear began to creep into her heart. Maybe my sister was right. Soren probably forgot about that incident. Am I too late? The longer the silence stretched, the more she began to feel deep despair. That's why she was against coming to find him. But after finally stealing her resolve due to her sister's words, all she got was silence. For a moment, Elise felt her heart sink as her eyes grew misty. She struggled to hold back her tears, biting her lip until, Elise, you came at the perfect time. Chapter 130, Passionate Soren and Elise, 18. Elise, you came at the perfect time. Soren suddenly smiled and pulled her directly into his arms, her soft body leaning against his chest. Soren? Shoo, we are outside, aren't we? Let us talk inside my tent. He did not let her respond. His gaze swept the surroundings once, confirming they were alone, before taking her quickly inside his tent. Only then did he look at Elise. So, what do you want to talk about? Is it about what happened in the dungeon? Soren directly asked, to which Elise quickly lowered her head, her cheeks getting red in shame. For a moment, words stuck in her throat as all the things she planned to tell him disappeared in a poof. All because she realized that she was alone with Soren in his small tent. Soren, about that time, did you? The more she tried to speak, the more she stuttered as her breathing began to quicken, her heartbeat growing louder and louder. Her gaze traveled up to Soren's handsome face, longing for him more and more. Maybe because they were now in a small enclosed space, Elise suddenly felt hot all over, just like in the dungeon. Her emotions, which she had kept in check all this time, began to loosen as she squirmed slightly. She didn't know why, but she felt Soren was too attractive. Attractive enough to pounce on him with abandon. The only reason she didn't do so was that she was afraid he would reject her. In the dungeon, she had a reason, but now, just as Elise was conflicted and unable to talk, Soren suddenly leaned towards her, placed his finger on her chin, lifting her head up. Hey, Elise, do you like me? It was so obvious that Soren couldn't help but tease, making her eyes widen before quickly dodging in panic. Her raw emotions were so obviously naked that Soren realized that he had underestimated the effect of the twin ring of lust. Look, even without the ring, she was already rubbing her thighs while breathing heavily in his presence. If she showed such a state to him, how could he control himself? He was already stressed due to her sister, and now he had to control his urges again. How is that even possible? Does your silence mean you don't like me? Since he was already thinking of getting one heroin today, Soren quickly decided it would be Elise. There was still a chance of something going wrong with Sylvia and Arya, but with Elise, what? No. Soren, of course I like you. She was far too gone with her emotions towards him. Rather, she might break down if he didn't do anything to her. In such a case, it was only natural for Soren to help her, right? Very well. Once Soren made a decision, he rarely hesitated. The moment Elise reflexively bared her feelings, he reached out and seized the dark robe covering her body. In one swift motion, he pulled it off, exposing her tall, elegant figure clad only in her long gown. What? Then, before she could react, he grabbed her by the waist and tossed her onto his soft bed. Elise let out a startled yelp as she landed roughly. Soren. But to her surprise, she saw Soren too quickly climb on top of her, his body pressing against her soft curves. He then leaned in close, face to face, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. His breathing was heavy as he whispered, then, "Prove it. If you like me, prove it with your body and mind together, Elise." He finally let out his true thoughts bare, making Elise widen her eyes. But the poor girl had no time to even react, as without waiting for a reply, Soren closed the remaining distance and captured her lips with his own. There was no hesitation, no request for permission, just raw, impulsive desire. Soren in an instant. Elise found herself pressed firmly against the soft mattress, her body sinking into it as Soren captured her lips in a strong, hungry kiss. His mouth moved against hers with raw urgency, sucking and claiming her as if he had been starving for her. Before she could even gasp, his tongue boldly slithered into her mouth, seeking her own and forcing it into a heated, passionate duel. Their tongues tangled wildly, wet and desperate, each stroke sending sparks of heat through her body. Slurp and mph, the entire tent quickly filled with their heavy, ragged breathing and the wet sounds of their deepening kiss. Soren devoured her lips voraciously, tilting his head to kiss her even harder, deeper, as if he wanted to consume every moan, every breath, every part of her. His hands roamed possessively over her sides, gripping her waist tightly while his body pressed down against hers, trapping her beneath his heat and weight. Elise's fingers instinctively clutched at his shoulders, her heart pounding wildly as the kiss grew more intense, more demanding. However, Soren was far from satisfied. Filled with mounting frustration, Soren moved toward Elise with sudden aggression. Without hesitation, he grabbed the collar of her long gown with raw force. Soren? He was so forceful that in one powerful pull, her gown was suddenly pulled down, the cool air rushing over her skin. Elise gasped as Soren's large hand closed firmly around her, the searing heat of his grip replacing the chill of the open air, his thumb brushing over the sensitive peak. Soren, what are you doing? Even for Elise, this was becoming too much. A wave of shyness washed over her, making her eyes turn moist with embarrassment. Unfortunately, she was pinned beneath his huge, powerful frame, unable to move even an inch. Not that she was entirely opposed in the first place. Still, wasn't this all happening too fast? Shoo, didn't I tell you before? You need to show me. Chapter 131. Taking the next step. Soren didn't let her speak much. He silenced her with another deep kiss, his voice coming out low and warm. Breathy whisper against her lips. His hand continued to hold her tenderly, tracing gentle circles along her side, making her entire body squirm restlessly beneath him. Besides, don't you want this too? He asked between kisses, pulling back just enough to gaze tenderly into her eyes. His look made it clear he was captivated by her tonight. He wanted to be close to her, and he could tell she felt the same, as Elise slowly nodded her head, a faint, beautiful blush spreading across her cheeks. She looked so vulnerable and seductive that Soren felt all the more restless than before. Soren, slow down, she whispered. Sensing her hesitation, Soren paused, pulling back to look into her eyes and give her a moment to decide what she truly wanted, ripping it completely open and leaving her entirely topless. In one swift motion, He pulled his own shirt over his head and tossed it aside, revealing his toned, muscular chest. Then, with hungry eyes, he dove down to her breasts. He kissed and sucked on her soft, supple flesh with fierce passion. He leaned close, his attention focused on her as the moment grew more intense. Ma. Elise shifted beneath him as the passion between them deepened, Soren's closeness overwhelming her senses. The sensation was overwhelming as Elise clutched Soren's head with both hands, holding him closer. Soren. Her moans were getting dangerously loud, so much so that Soren feared someone outside the tent might hear. Fortunately, before it could escalate further, he quickly threw out the veil array core. A faint shimmer spread through the air, instantly engulfing the entire tent in a powerful soundproof and privacy barrier. Now, nobody would know what was happening inside, even if Elise screamed in pleasure. System. Activate Elise's side quest. He also didn't forget to activate the quest he had been postponing. Only after doing all this did Soren finally ignore every prompt from his system and focus completely, genuinely, on the beautiful woman beneath him. He was not done yet. With a low growl, Soren suddenly released her breast with a wet sound and crashed his mouth back onto hers. Slurp, he kissed her roughly, his tongue pushing deep in her mouth and claiming her completely, letting her taste her own breath. All the while, Elise let out a muffled moan helplessly. Only when she almost lost her breath and was about to faint did he release her. Haha, but he didn't stop there. Rather, he began to kiss her body once more. His hot mouth trailed down from her neck, across her collarbone, and over her heaving breasts again. He sucked each nipple hard, making her body tremble. From there, he continued downward, pressing gentle kisses along her soft skin. Soren. NNGH. Elise gasped softly, her breathing unsteady as the tender attention left her momentarily speechless. She never imagined feeling this level of excitement in his presence. She felt a deep warmth spreading through her, and her thin undergarments clung closely to her skin. MPH, she breathed. As Soren continued to lean closer, he settled gently between her legs. Her gown had nearly slipped away, leaving Elise bare save for the last delicate layer still shielding her body. But Soren quickly reached for her and roughly shoved the thin fabric aside, catching Elise off guard. Soren don't despite being dazed. Elise still felt herself being exposed and hurriedly tried to cover herself with her hand, only to be shoved aside. Then, without any warning, Soren pulled her close and kissed her deeply, his lips moving against hers with growing urgency. He held her tighter as she pressed into him, completely losing herself in the moment. Soren, Elise cried out softly, breathless and overwhelmed. Her hips jerked as he held her close, his strong hands gripping her thighs as Elise gasped, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment between them. Her fingers yanked at his hair as her body shook uncontrollably. Poor girl finally lost it. Soren. The moment was so sudden and strong that Elise trembled, overwhelmed by the intensity of her emotions. Despite being someone of noble status. She let out a string of rough words as her eyes practically rolled over. Her thighs pressed against Soren's head, while she arched her whole body on the soft mattress, letting out a deep, breathless cry. With how much water she poured out, Soren was startled by the splash. He had to say that he was extremely satisfied with Elise's reaction. Well, then, it is my turn, isn't it? When Soren felt Elise finally settling down and adjusting her stance, he finally lifted his head and wiped his mouth, smirking lightly. Looking at the trembling figure of the girl beneath him, Soren, of course, couldn't hold back any longer. So in one swift motion, he pulled the last scraps of her ruined dress away from her body. Then he shoved his own pants and underwear down and kicked them away. He climbed back over Elise and pressed himself against her, making sure she was ready. Only when he felt that both of them were truly ready did he slowly draw her close. Elise let out a soft, trembling sound, even in her dizzy state. Her body tightened around him, trying to adjust to his size. The sensation was intense, almost too much, yet she welcomed him closer. Really, Soren wasn't joking. Today, it seemed she would give herself to him completely. However, she wasn't complaining. Chapter 132. Doing her good. 18. As Soren fastened her yes inside the narrow tent, two figures were seen entangled under the dim, flickering light of a mano lamp. While the girl below gasped repeatedly, the man, on the other hand, was relentless in his movements, holding her close as their shadows intertwined against the canvas walls, making soft, breathless sounds. Both of them were already sweating while lying close together in the small tent, clearly flustered. To be honest, Soren was a bit concerned that Elise might struggle since it was her first experience in a dangerous area, so he proceeded cautiously at first. But he forgot that this was a different world, and Elise was an S-rank hunter. There was no way she would be overwhelmed so easily. Rather, when Soren slowed down, she began urging him on with increasing intensity until, that felt so good, until she let out breathless sounds of pure delight. Currently, Elise lay sprawled beneath him on the soft mattress, her lithe body glistening with a light sheen of sweat under the soft, golden flicker of the lamp. Her long hair was messily fanned out around her head, strands sticking to her flushed cheeks and damp neck. Her chest rose and fell rapidly with each shaky breath. Her legs were apart, knees bent and trembling as she held onto Soren. Her delicate feet curled in the air as she moved against him with each breath. She held Soren close, her body warm and trembling against his, their rhythm steady and intimate. Each time they drew apart and came together again, the connection between them deepened, charged with emotion and shared intensity. Slowly drawing closer to her as she trembled against him, Soren watched her smile with abandon, her body pressed openly against his. "TCH, this is too much, but I can't just lose control already," Soren muttered, determined not to let the moment slip away too quickly. He still hadn't been able to focus fully on the moment yet. Not to mention the quest he just activated that he had to complete. Pa! Once he noticed Elise had reached another high point, he slowed his pace, shifting into deep, deliberate movements. His body moved in a steady, controlled rhythm, each motion drawing a soft, involuntary response from her as she clung tightly to him. The soft sound of their closeness filled the narrow tent as he drew her nearer with each unhurried movement. Elise trembled at the depth of their connection. Soren was intensely close to Elise, moving with her rhythmically. MMPH, but this time, Soren didn't only focus on their passionate encounter. Rather, he lightly tapped Elise's chest, making it bounce before placing his face right in between. He then began to lightly tease those sensitive spots. Soren pressed closer to Elise, holding her firmly while gently shifting his weight against her. Soren? Elise was a bit shocked by the pressure and looked at him dazedly, only to get ignored. Ding! Bold move detected. You gained 10 bold harem points. Congratulations. You completed a side quest with. You gained rewards. As Soren heard the prompt, he immediately changed his stance without even listening. This time, he gripped her cheek, tilting her face as he claimed her lips in a messy, lingering kiss, their breaths mingling before letting a thick string of saliva drip directly from his tongue into hers. Do it, he growled against her lips, his voice rough with desire. For a moment, they looked at each other until she complied in confusion, breathing heavily. She didn't know why, but looking at the raw desire in Soren's eyes, she suddenly had a bad feeling. And it seemed her feelings were correct, as this was just the start. Soren? Soren didn't stop once she caught her breath. Rather, he directly grabbed her neck, firmly holding her before pressing closer. All the while, his other hand took out a glob of honey from his inventory, pouring it onto the pastry she was holding. Then, without giving her a moment to react, he quickly spread it over the top and offered her a taste. He coated them thoroughly before tilting them up to her lips. Elise, he gently guided her, encouraging her to taste the sweet honey head spread on them. She hesitated, unsure about his sudden change in mood, but complied. She was more than happy to comply with any request of his. Without hesitation, Elise tilted her head and gave him a playful kiss on the cheek, beaming with delight. She knew it was bold and mischievous, but seeing how excited Soren was getting, she even began to laugh warmly along with him, all the while maintaining eye contact. "Slap him good, girl." Sure enough, Soren was getting crazier and crazier as Elise yielded to any demand of his. He couldn't help but slap her cheek lightly, caressing it before removing the choke on her neck, starting yet another play with her. Sometimes, he turned her whole body around, grabbing her hair forcefully and arching her back. Sometimes, he would ask her to sit on his lap, and they would move together closely, while he himself left hickeys everywhere on her body. Other times, he was rough and dominant with her, making her get on all fours. Sometimes he lifted her legs up and was very intense with her. Chapter 133. Conquering Elise Vans, 18. This chapter contains explicit sexual content and is not suitable for general audiences. He poured more honey all over her body and licked it off her skin. Whenever she got too loud, he muffled her and continued, lifted her hips high, and went so deep that her toes curled and her eyes rolled back. Every new move only made him want more, and Elise followed along without hesitation, as if she were caught up in the moment. Ding! Bold move detected. You gained 10 harem points. Congratulations! You completed a side quest with. You gained rewards. Perverted act detected. Congratulations! You completed a side quest with. The main quest with heroine Elise Vans. Elise Van's lust has increased by 100 congratulations. All the while, Soren heard one system notification after another. But he had finally reached his limit. No matter how much he wanted to keep playing with her, his emotions had grown completely overwhelming. His composure was thinning fast, slipping away with every ragged breath. While Elise was already lost in incoherent bliss, her mind had melted into pure pleasure as her eyes rolled back, completely dazed. She no longer knew how many overwhelming waves had washed over her today. Wave after wave of pure feeling had left her trembling, utterly spent, and completely undone in the most delicious way. Soren, while she gasped and cried out, Soren began to move against her faster and faster, his hips pressing into hers with raw hunger. Fuck! As Soren felt her body responding to him with every powerful movement, his control finally shattered. With a deep, guttural groan, he pulled her tightly against him. His entire body tensed as waves of release surged through him, flooding him in heavy, endless waves as he shuddered against her. And yet he kept moving with her, holding Elise close as the moment stretched on. Damn, that was intense. Soren breathed heavily while resting his whole body on Elise, his chest rising and falling against hers. He then couldn't help but look down at her completely sprawled and exhausted body. Elise looked utterly exhausted, eyes half-lidded, cheeks flushed deep red, and her soft lips slightly swollen. Red marks covered her neck and shoulders like a map of his desire. Damn, so lewd. The sight of her marked and exhausted bare form left Soren visibly stirred. Seeing this, Soren couldn't help but want to complete another twisted desire of his as he slowly stepped away from her, his hands still warm from the encounter. Then, with a wicked smirk, he brushed his hand against her face a few times. "Elise, do it," he ordered breathily, his voice low and commanding as he leaned close to her face. He moved slowly against her lips, getting riled up once more, the warmth teasing her. Feeling the firm pressure against her lips, Elise slowly turned her dazed eyes toward Soren, only to see his expectant eyes filled with raw desire. He stood very close, and the heavy tension in the air made her head spin even more. A strong, commanding presence filled her senses and sent a fresh shiver of nervous excitement through her tired body. So, without a word, Elise quietly nodded in agreement and leaned in closer to him. She moved slowly and deliberately, staying close and attentive to his comfort with gentle, careful motions. She moved with gentle, devoted care, following Soren's instructions without hesitation. She showed no disgust and offered no objection, quietly complying with everything he asked of her. It was as if she already fully trusted him with her heart and presence. "Shoo, you keep surprising me," Soren said softly, pleased as Elise stayed close and attentive, just as he had hoped. His hand gently rested in her hair as he looked at her face. Even after everything, the sight of her willingly tending to him with such eager obedience made his desire flare hot again. How desperately he wanted to claim that eager mouth of hers, just like he had claimed her below. But before he could do exactly that, he got stumped by the system prompt, unlike anything he had heard until now. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the main quest related to side heroine Elise Van's main quest. Conquer. Objective: conquer Elise Vans and recruit her into your harem. Quest progress: 100 congratulations. You got the reward. Free stat points. 50 critical hit stat. 1 point. Gain title: Harem King. Unique. Congratulations. Since you have conquered one of the heroines already, the new feature link has been activated. Current link: Elise Van's link effect. Skill resonance activated. You may now access all of Elise Van's class skills, provided your level, stat, and attributes meet the requirements. Congratulations. For completing the main quest, you have gained a rare memory crystal called Hidden Lore. Please note that you can no longer complete side quests related to Elise Vans to gain rewards. However, new perverted daily quests have now been unlocked based on risk and rewards. Chapter 134. Faint Guilt? Completed the main quest? Soren gazed at the prompt he just got from his system, a bit surprised. That's quite fast. After all, this was only the second time they met properly. He was already going too far with Elise by getting so close to her, but now this. Although it was a natural outcome considering how she was infatuated with him, Soren couldn't deny that it was a bit too easy. Maybe that's why the quest was only 2 stars in the first place. SHSS. Hey Elise, I didn't tell you to do that. Did I? Soren wanted to think more, but the sensation he was feeling below stopped him abruptly. After pulling back, Elise wiped her lips and glanced up at him. Though she was clearly an amateur, her enthusiasm was more than enough to leave him stunned in seconds. Especially the view from above was just too exciting to put into words. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but feel the tension rise as Elise remained close, breathing heavily. Plop. Unfortunately, Soren ultimately pulled back from her, not intending to go further today. Haha, as soon as he pulled away, Elise breathed in heavily, calming her breath. Then, she turned her head up and looked questioningly at Soren, her eyes confused as to why he had suddenly stopped. Soren? For once, she was ready to accompany him for the whole night today and do anything he wanted to do with her. Unfortunately, Soren couldn't indulge himself too much, at least not here. The time limit of the array he had thrown before was already over. Now, anyone might hear their tryst if she were loud enough, which he didn't want. If anyone from Sylvia, Arya, or Aurelia knew what he did with Elise here, he didn't know how they would react. For once, he was sure that it wouldn't just be them being jealous. Soren was risking it by exposing himself too early. And the next thing he had to be careful about was her sister, Ilara. Although she might be confused herself right now with what happened between them as a twin sister, she would definitely notice Elise's absence. If she came looking for her, that wouldn't be good. Elise, get up and change your dress. We need to talk. Soren reined in his increasingly restless emotion, gently brushed his thumb across her lips before getting out of his bed. He then waved his hand, pulling out a small blue orb and crushed it in his palm. Swish! The moment he did so, a small stream of water came out of nowhere before directly engulfing Soren's body from head to toe. It flowed over every inch of him, dissolving dirt and grime in seconds before thinning into mist and vanishing into the air. In an instant, Soren found himself completely clean as if he had taken a shower. Water Elemental Orb, a very specially designed item capable of summoning a controlled stream of elemental water to cleanse the user instantly, making it a perfect substitute for a shower. It was very useful for the remote place they were in, where no shower was available. Once Oren felt clean, he began to change into his new clothes when he saw Elise slowly getting up from the bed. Then, she too used the water elemental orb to clean her body just like him. Only, she also let the water rinse her mouth thoroughly, both the upper one and the one below, shamelessly showing Soren everything in the process. For a moment, he couldn't help but freeze as the scene was just too hot. This vixen, Soren couldn't help but roll his eyes at that amused smirk on Elise's lips. Only when she saw that he was really serious and was he going to pounce on her did she begin to wear her clothes, a bit slowly. Clearly, Elise wasn't satisfied yet. She really wanted to spend more time being intimate, it seems. Elise, can you hurry up already? Soren's patience finally ran thin when Elise slipped on a loose t-shirt for her upper half and a short skirt below. Both pieces were totally bare underneath, with no undergarments whatsoever. And now she was bending slightly forward, showing off her ample cleavage while slowly sliding the black stockings up her legs one at a time, seducing him with every curve. Okay, that's it. Elise, you went too far. How could he control himself if she kept enticing him like this? She was already beautiful enough, and now she had to do this to him. In the end, Soren did pounce on her just as she wanted. He pulled her into a rough hug, lifting her slightly off the ground before smacking her, but with a resounding slap, putting a bit too much force behind it. Pah! Ouch! And yet Elise only gave a loud, seductive yelp, looking up at him with infatuated eyes. In those beautiful eyes of hers, he saw not a single trace of complaint. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but gaze at her silently, reading the longing in her expression before letting out a loud sigh. Let me help you wear those. Soren didn't continue slapping her. Instead, he scooped up her soft body, carried her over to the only small chair in his modest tent, and sat down before placing her comfortably on his lap. Give me those. Then he directly snatched the black stockings from her hands and gently lifted her bare legs, sliding the thin fabric up her smooth skin. Soren. The moment his warm hands touched her legs, Elise let out a soft sigh. She nestled her face into the crook of his neck, shifting in his lap as her body relaxed. All the while, Soren continued rolling the stockings higher, all the way up to the soft edge of her thighs. Chapter 135. Elise's reaction. In the process, he gently lifted her short skirt just enough, glancing briefly before looking away, his breath catching as he noticed how damp she had become again. Soren hesitated, then lightly brushed his finger against her there, making Elise gasp in surprise. Ding! Unexpected action detected. You gained 10 relationship points. So good, Elise said, her cheeks flushed. Soren wasn't much better. Still, he didn't go any further. Instead, he gently adjusted her skirt, making sure she was comfortable once again. Of course, he didn't ask her to wear underwear, though. Rather, he lightly hugged her soft, squirming body with one hand, adjusting her in his lap before taking out the 2 ancient rings from his inventory, one engraved with a blazing phoenix and the other with a coiling dragon, their contrasting designs giving off a regal yet dangerous aura. Hey, Elise, can you scan this and look at its effect? Soren suddenly tapped Elise's shoulder, asking her to look at the 2 rings in his hand, the same ring that he used on her at the C-rank dungeon. Twin ring of Lustum? Elise was a bit confused. With how Soren had been touching her, she thought he was about to continue, but he suddenly stopped, leaving her frustrated. Although she was a bit dissatisfied, she still obediently lowered her head, focusing on the ring on Soren's hand. Oh, the ring that you let me wear at the dungeon before. Surprisingly, the moment Elise saw it, she recognized it immediately, making Soren look a bit awkward. Scan it. You should be able to see some information. As much as Soren wanted to hide it immediately, his heart was having this guilt from the moment he heard that system prompt. To be honest, he should be happy that he got one side heroine already. This was a good start after all. But he suddenly found that he really couldn't be silent. There was no doubt that he used an artifact to seduce her. Even now, he didn't know how much she was affected, nor what she would do if she knew about it. He had no clue how she would react. However, in the end, Soren finally decided to come clean. If he had to say the reason why, it must be because I'm not a character in a game, nor is she. There was no reason for him to think of Elise as a side heroine anymore when she was already his. She was his first in this world, and he was hers in return. Being honest was the least he could do for her after all. As Soren waited for Elise's reaction with bated breath, Elise looked at the artifact description. Since it was just a D rank, although she couldn't see everything, she could see its effect easily. As she read through the effect, though, Soren saw her face slowly getting solemn. For a moment, he thought she was about to lash out, only to see her exclaim in surprise, "Wow, is this only a D-rank artifact? How can it be this powerful?" Rather than getting angry, she seemed surprised as she took one of the rings and examined it in wonder. "Hey, Soren, although I don't know much about artifacts as a rogue class, I have some abilities to see through objects. And I can guarantee that these aren't just D-rank artifacts at all." Elise instead solemnly pointed at the unknown words engraved right below the blazing phoenix and coiling dragon in both rings. "See, they are clearly ancient letters. Just by this, they cannot be D-rank only." "Hey, where did you even get this?" she asked, turning her head up to look at Soren, only to see him looking at him confusedly with a face full of questions. For a moment, Soren and Elise couldn't help but look at each other until, "Aren't you angry?" Soren couldn't help but break the silence. He didn't even care to point out how Elise casually exposed her class just now. Instead, he was really confused. He thought Elise would at least show some resentment or at least question him about why he did such a thing. Just because the system said he conquered her didn't mean she was his slave, devoid of her own thoughts after all. But seeing how casually she ignored the effect, focusing on something else, Soren didn't know what to say. Was he really thinking too much? Angry? Why will I be angry? Looking at Elise's confused look, it seemed so. "Oh, were you perhaps thinking about its effect on me?" She finally seemed to have realized where Soren was getting at as she widened her beautiful eyes before breaking into a soft giggle. "PFFTTT. Soren, you were so naive. Did you think I was affected by this ring and fell for you because of this item?" She even lightly beat his chest while moving her whole body in soft laughter, appearing much more enchanting. Only, Soren was in no mood to enjoy her laugh as he looked at Elise, a bit annoyed. The heck was she laughing at me for? Isn't this serious? Soren thought, wondering if he should just lay her down across his lap and smack her bum as punishment. Fortunately, Elise controlled herself when she saw that Soren was annoyed. She then lightly coughed and explained, "Okay, that means the effect of this ring disappears the moment you take it away from my finger." She lightly explained, "So don't worry about its effect. No matter what, it is only a D-rank artifact right now. You have no idea how hard it is to alter someone's personality. Not to mention, I share twin resonance with Alara. It is nearly impossible for me to get affected unknowingly." Elise lightly revealed another secret of hers to Soren before giving him a cute pout. "Soren, are you doubting my feelings for you right now?" she asked as if offended. "Although I admit I might have been affected by this ring somehow at that time, my feelings for you are genuine, you know." She softly began pouring out her feelings while circling her arms around his waist, placing her head on his chest. "You are very naive if you think I will fall for you just because of an artifact. Feelings don't work that way. Can't you see I am genuine to you? Do I look like someone influenced?" Elise asked one question after another, making Soren feel awkward. He did this to ask for her forgiveness, but seemed to have offended her somehow. Although Soren still had doubts, he felt that since she already said so much, there was no point delving into it, was there? Thinking so, Soren placed his arm on her back and was about to console her when suddenly an impromptu voice directly transmitted into his mind out of nowhere. "Boy, I am Professor Lyra. Come on my place. Principal Logan wants to see you." Chapter 136. Mysterious Woman. "Isabella, so you're Soren Kingswell, the famous one from the new batch?" Professor Logan looked at the young boy standing before him, his eyebrow slightly raised in faint surprise. Like Professor Lyra, he could naturally see Soren's true level. But what surprised him more was that faint resonance he felt from his bloodline the moment he appeared inside the tent. He would have such a reaction only when the figure before him was also a bloodline holder, and it had to be of a high rank since he holds Titan's bloodline. Interesting. Is that why he changed so much in such a short time? Bloodline awakening? In an instant, Principal Logan made many inferences unknown to Lyra and Soren, smiling with faint amusement. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Well, I don't know about being famous, but yes, I'm Soren Kingswell. He still replied succinctly, though not feeling any pressure from the huge guy. He had to say, his passive, King-esque grace was very useful in many scenarios. Haha, young man. No need to be so humble. I know what you are capable of. Principal Logan laughed lightly before looking at Soren appreciatively. To be honest, even he was very surprised to hear that this student had managed to survive a C-rank dungeon when he was so low in level. Even with that bloodline awakening, it was a very impressive feat. Okay. As much as I want to have a discussion with an excellent student like you, the time isn't in my favor. Principal Logan immediately stopped praising Soren before turning a bit solemn, his eyes gazing at Soren lightly. First, I would like to apologize to you as the principal of the Elite Hunter Academy. To be honest, I am a bit ashamed that you were ambushed right outside the camp, right under our noses. He suddenly bowed with his head lowered, surprising both Lyra and Soren. Principal, Lyra was so surprised that she immediately tried to stop him, but Logan didn't care. Despite being a high-level figure, he seemed genuine in apologizing to the student who was far weaker than him. For a moment, Soren stood awkwardly, as he didn't know what to do. He couldn't just say, "You are forgiven," could he? Fortunately, Logan quickly lifted his head up, restoring his original dignity, sparing him from awkwardness. Principal, you don't have to do that. It was I. But Lyra felt quite bad as it was practically her duty after all. No need to feel bad, Professor Lyra. You already notified me of the danger. Logan stopped Lyra before mumbling with a frown. I just never thought that woman would be so crazy to send my student directly into a C-rank dungeon. She has some guts. Although he mumbled faintly, everyone was close. Of course, Soren heard him clearly. So he knows who is behind all of this? He was really caught off guard when he saw Logan's eyes meeting his own. Yeah, I know who is behind all the recent ambushes you have experienced. Logan nodded as if reading through his thoughts. She goes by the name Isabella. Well, although I cannot tell you more than that for some reason, I for sure know that she isn't after your life. Principal Logan assured before looking at Soren curiously. She just seemed extremely interested in you and hell-bent on testing you. I never thought she would throw you in a C-rank dungeon so lightly. Isabella? Why do I feel like I heard this name somewhere? While Principal Logan was still talking, Soren, on the other hand, was busy trying hard to remember the events in the game. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't pinpoint who that person was. He just felt that he had heard that name somewhere. Well, what happened had already happened, and I bet that woman also didn't expect you to encounter an ancient being in that dungeon. I have to say, you kid has some crazy luck on your side. Logan couldn't help but look at Soren, his curiosity getting bigger and bigger. How could it not when the student in front was layered with so many mysteries that even he couldn't see through? First, his unknown bloodline, then the mysterious interest of someone as powerful as him, and now his encounter with an ancient that even he dared not contend with in a mere C-rank dungeon, no less. What were the odds? For once, he bet that Soren must have gotten some benefit from that ancient being somehow. That is how they operated normally anyway. If someone said Soren wasn't lucky, he wouldn't believe it. Of course, he was also prone to accidents, but that's beside the point. Fortunately for Soren, Logan was merely curious and wasn't coveting or anything. Principal Logan, so what about that Isabella you just spoke of? What'll I do if she comes for me again? What the heck was he lucky for? Soren almost didn't roll his eyes speechlessly. From his talk, it seemed the person targeting him was somehow in equal ranking to the principal. And this musclehead was praising his luck? To be honest, Soren was a bit panicked. After all, this meant the person targeting him was above level 500. All because of that damn one mistake. Fuck. Soren cursed internally. Does snatching the protagonist's chance have such dire consequences? Isn't this butterfly effect a bit too much? All of this happened just because he tried increasing his class rank by 1 level. First, he encountered unusual events and got the next floor key, unlike Evan in the unique dungeon. And now someone too powerful got interested in him so suddenly. There was that Kingswell surname-related issue, too, when he was awakening the bloodline. Seeing how one after another mystery was beginning to shroud him from every direction, Soren couldn't help but frown. He thought that, with his perverted harem system, he would snatch the protagonist's heroine one by one along with some of his opportunities and live a lavish life as a king, but the situation was already derailing in just 2 weeks. Ha ha. Young man, I know what you were thinking. But don't worry, as I said. She isn't after your life, or even wants to hurt you. Rather, she seems pleased to see you all alive and well. Principal Logan saw the frown on his face and laughed. Then he slightly waved his hand, taking out 2 objects of unknown origin, one a dark orb and another a shiny, small prism. In fact, she seemed a bit too concerned about you, you see, Logan said before throwing a dark orb to Soren, who caught it reflexively. For a moment, he was puzzled and tried to scan it using his eye of insight, only to see no information whatsoever. There wasn't even a panel, as if the orb wasn't something important. It is a soul orb. Fortunately, Logan explained before Soren could ask. Only, what? Soul orb? Both Soren and Lyra were shocked the moment they heard him. In fact, Soren almost didn't lose his grip on it due to surprise. For a moment, he even thought Logan was joking, only to see his face totally serious. Yeah, soul orb. A genuine orb from the underworld, a product of the river Styx. Logan sighed, slightly before explaining. Well, to be honest, I was also surprised when Isabella asked me to give this to you. I was quite skeptical, but she said it is very important to you. Principal Logan looked at Soren and conveyed what Isabella had told him before. She also said that if you don't want to die on the next floor, you must strengthen your soul power at all costs. She told you not to enter that place until you reach at least level 99, and that she will meet you officially once you cross level 100. Logan informed Soren of everything that he promised Isabella. To be honest, he was very curious about what this was all about. From the information he was getting, he knew it seemed to be related to some kind of dungeon. However, he didn't have the habit of prying into others' secrets, just like he didn't like others snooping into his. Well, the main thing was that he really didn't want to irk that woman, who was an SS-rank necromancer. It was really not worth it. She must have known, hence he became the messenger. TCA, that woman. Damn. Fuck. So she indeed knew about the fallen king's cellar. And more importantly, she even knew there was a next floor? While Principal Logan was curiously looking at stunned Soren, he, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. The information that there was a next floor for that unique dungeon was something even he didn't know of. So, how did that unknown woman know about it? Just who is she? Soren really couldn't pinpoint any distinguishable figure in this game by the name Isabella, making him frown more and more. So, what do you think? Do you want to take it? Don't worry, I've thoroughly checked that orb for you, and I guarantee it is genuine with no tricks. Seeing Soren constantly frowning with nervousness, Logan spoke again. He also realized that this information seemed to be a heavy secret of Soren. If that is the case, it makes sense why that woman let me give this information and orb to him. If she came herself, Soren would surely be scared, and there was no way he would take anything from her willingly. Well, even if it was him, since this was their first meeting, he didn't know whether Soren would believe him. That's why he also asked Lyra to stay behind, just in case, to vouch for him. He was a man of his word and took every promise extremely seriously. Well, it also had something to do with his bloodline. I will take it. Thank you for the information, Principal. But it seemed his worry was unfounded as Soren surprisingly composed himself before storing the orb directly into his inventory. All that nervousness and uncertainty shrouding him seemed to have suddenly disappeared into thin air. Logan had to say his disposition was quite good. "Okay then, since you have decided. I have nothing to say." Logan nodded calmly and then finally gave the remaining prism he had taken out of his inventory before. "Besides telling you the news about Isabella, this is another thing that I wanted to give you." Chapter 137, Dimensional Anchor. Artifact, Dimensional Anchor Rank, S Origin. A condensed shard of a collapsed dimensional gate stabilized into a controllable teleportation system. Effect, allows the user to register up to 10 anchor points. The user can instantly teleport between them within a limited range. Tactical Recall, enables instant repositioning during combat, allowing escape, ambush resets, or rapid movement between safe zones. Emergency Escape, automatically triggers teleport to the nearest valid anchor point when a user is in a near-death state. Mobility Control, anchor points can be replaced or relocated, giving full control over battlefield positioning. Limitation, teleportation fails if the target anchor point is outside range, sealed, or destroyed. Cooldown applies after each use. Note, can work better with increased spatial affinity or by absorbing high-grade space crystals, which might expand anchor limit and reduce cooldown. This is so cool. Soren looked at the small, yet mesmerizing prism in his hand in wonder. He never thought that Principal Logan would give him an S-rank artifact out of nowhere. Even if he said he wanted my help with something, isn't this a bit much? An S-rank artifact was already rare, and one related to space and teleportation. Such an item was so scarce that even someone of high status, such as Principal Logan, would find it hard to obtain. Just because there were so many S-rank hunters in this academy didn't mean artifacts of the same rank were easily available in this world. So, don't you think it is awesome? Just as Soren was thinking randomly while playing with the S-rank artifact, Professor Lyra asked, pulling him out of his trance. Currently, both of them were walking along the makeshift path under the moonlight. After giving him the artifact, Principal Logan had already left, while Professor Lyra tagged along, saying she had something to tell him. Yeah, of course. It's an S-rank artifact, after all. Soren gave a faint smile at Lyra's remark before storing the prism in his inventory. To be honest, he was a bit surprised that it actually went through. I thought space-related items wouldn't be stored inside. Like that Void Gate amethyst. It operates on spatial folding principles. Noticing his confusion, Lyra gave a small, patient smile and continued. It doesn't occupy physical storage space in the conventional sense. Instead, it folds a thin layer of space around itself, allowing it to be indexed into your inventory without resistance. As an S-rank space mage, she knew many things that others didn't know about such items. Boy, you seem to be highly regarded by Principal Logan. For him to give such a rare artifact, he must have decided to invest in you, she lightly remarked, her curious gaze landing on Soren's tall figure. She was now getting more and more interested in this student of hers who had managed to garner two powerful figures' attention in such a short time. Yeah, he said in exchange. He wanted some help from me later. Soren shrugged lightly. Although he was blind regarding Isabella, he at least knew what help Principal Logan needed from him. In fact, the main reason why he insisted on conquering that E-rank dungeon before was to garner his attention. He just never thought of the subsequent change. TCH, don't shrug it off so lightly. The thing he wants your help with is also quite beneficial to you. Professor Lyra couldn't help but roll her eyes at seeing him so nonchalant. Didn't he know how great an artifact he just got out of nowhere? Forget it. The deal between you and Principal has nothing to do with me. Lyra came to an abrupt stop as she realized they were already nearing Soren's tent. Then she turned towards Soren, moonlight brushing across her beautiful face, and asked, "So, did you think of your wish? What do you want?" This was what she wanted to ask him. To be honest, she felt she was a bit impulsive when making that promise to Soren earlier. Maybe she should have given him an artifact as an apology instead. Well, now that she already said it, she couldn't take it back. Could she? She was a woman of her word. Oh, not really. Unfortunately for her, Soren was too busy these days and really hadn't thought of her offer. Well, considering his current state, he really didn't need anything, to be honest. Well, I thought of asking you later. Is that a problem, Professor? Soren asked, gazing at the tall figure of the woman in a long gown, who looked picturesque in the faint moonlight. The gown flowed smoothly along her slender frame, subtly outlining her graceful silhouette as she stood beneath the night sky. He had to admit, she was a very beautiful woman. Maybe because he had already been with Elise, he didn't focus only on her impressive bosoms this time, but saw her as a lady as a whole. Cough. No, not a problem. Take your time and ask me when you decide. As much as Professor Lyra wanted him to ask her already, she couldn't just force it. Could she? In the first place, she made that promise as an apology. So, although she felt a bit disappointed, she didn't show it. Rather, she looked at Soren again, this time a bit awkwardly, as if unsure whether to ask him the next thing. She wondered whether it would be too personal. Professor, do you have anything else to say to me? Soren, of course, saw her dilemma and asked, genuinely curious. What could someone who was called the Iron Lady hesitate to talk about with her student? From what he knew of her, she was someone who spoke her mind without hesitation. Sigh. Okay, student Soren, although I don't know if I'm crossing the boundary here, I cannot help but ask. In the end, Professor Lyra seemed to make up her mind, as she composed herself, met Soren's curious gaze with hers, before asking what had been on her mind all this time. Soren, are you a playboy? Chapter 138. Increasing luck stat. Lyra Vaymont wasn't the type to pry into others' private matters. She was a very professional teacher who focused only on teaching her students and nothing else. As long as they listened calmly and didn't do anything improper in her class, she didn't care what a student did in their personal life. That wasn't her concern, was it? Sigh. Okay, student Soren, although I don't know if I'm crossing a boundary here, I cannot help but ask. Soren, are you a playboy? And yet, she just couldn't help but ask Soren an odd question that had been lingering in her mind all this time. Well, at least from an hour ago, when she accidentally saw Soren with one of the twin daughters in his tent, sitting on his lap affectionately. To her defense, she wasn't peeping inside. She just caught them accidentally when she was conveying the principal's order, nothing else. But still, he didn't even leave the daughter of the director of the National Hunter Association alone. That was her thought at that time. She was already shocked by Soren's boldness in being intimate with Aurelia before. But now there was another one, and it seemed he also had two other girls in his team. From what she could tell, the most glaring part of this was that most of those girls had extraordinary backgrounds. Wasn't this guy afraid that someone would find out? As much as Lyra wanted to leave him be, thinking about his importance, she felt that she should at least try to warn him before it was too late. Playboy. Why am I a playboy all of a sudden? While Lyra was thinking about how she should go about putting sense into Soren, on the other hand, looked completely stunned. From all the guesses he had, he never thought this was what Lyra wanted to ask. Wait a minute, did she just... But then, he instantly understood something as he quickly straightened his body, narrowing his eyes at Lyra. Did she see us? He wasn't stupid. Of course, he quickly connected the dots. But that only made him sweat bullets. This is bad. Damn this peeking ghost. Doesn't she have any shame? Peeking into a man's tent in the dead of night? Soren couldn't help but curse, looking at Lyra annoyingly. His opinion of her was getting lower and lower. At first, she was just looking inside the dungeon, and now... Hey, what is with that look? Lyra saw Soren scrutinizing her with that judging look and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Boy, whatever you were thinking right now about me, I am not that kind of person. I just happened to see you two accidentally. Besides, how would I know you were being lovey-dovey with a girl so late in the night? Lyra seemed a bit annoyed at being judged by her student, the same one who would ogle at her breasts any chance he got. Soren didn't know how lucky he was that she hadn't punished him for that yet. Being lovey-dovey? Soren raised his eyebrow slightly after hearing her words. Does that mean she just saw us at last, and not while we were together? It seems so. Otherwise, she shouldn't be so calm. Although it was still bad that Lyra saw him with Elise, at least she didn't see worse. Soren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly before speaking lightly, his confidence returning in an instant. Okay, Professor, I am sorry for judging you. It seems it was my fault that I didn't care about setting up a privacy array in my tent. Yeah, he was really going to buy a good array or artifact that could prevent and detect external intrusion. In fact, Soren already thought of asking Owen for a small portable tent, if possible. At ISNT about the array, Soren. Can't you see what is wrong here? And you didn't even answer my question. Professor Lyra suddenly got serious as she crossed her arms right below her massive bosom, accentuating it even more, looking straight at Soren with a judging gaze. Look, I've already seen you being intimate with Aurelia. You also have an ambiguous relationship with those two girls from your team. And now, with that twin sister, Elise. She is Elise. She just came to meet me to thank me for saving her life in the dungeon. Soren shrugged at Professor Lyra, making her pout at his nonchalance. Okay, I don't care why she came to you. In fact, at normal times, I don't even care what you do with your personal life. Professor Lyra sounded a bit annoyed. I just want to ask, do you know that you are stepping on multiple mines right now? Do you know what background they have? If Elise found out that you were with Aurelia, she knows. This was the second time Lyra was interrupted. But this time, rather than being annoyed, she stood stunned, a bit confused. What do you mean? Lyra asked subconsciously when she saw him, giving her an awkward smile. Well, it means Elise knows about Aurelia. In fact, most of the girls around me know that I have others besides them. Soren said matter-of-factly, so, Professor, you don't have to worry about such a thing. I am not a playboy, and I am definitely not deceiving any of them. If you don't believe me, how about you go and ask Elise directly? He proposed, to which Lyra quickly shook her head. And no need. What the heck was she going to snoop in their relations for? She was just warning Soren out of her goodwill. It seems she kind of underestimated Soren's situation. Then, you don't have to worry about me, Professor. Although I thank you for your concern. Soren showed a slight, gentlemanly smile before looking towards his tent. Anyway, it is already late, and I am quite tired. So, let us separate? Don't worry, I will inform you of my wish after I make my decision. As much as he wanted to stay longer with her, he still had to check the reward he got from Elise. He didn't want to waste time if possible. Oh, okay. So the moment Professor Lyra nodded a bit woodenly, Soren left his position, quickly heading towards his tent. Of course, before reaching there, he didn't forget to give his system a quick order. System. Add 60 points to my luck stat. And the order was to directly increase his luck points to 100. This time, Soren was ruthless. With all the mystery beginning to surround his existence, Soren felt that he urgently needed to increase his luck more than anything else. Previously, he was a bit lax because of his omniscient viewpoint about this world. But with the appearance of Isabella, he felt a bit threatened. And the only thing that could save him from such an overhaul above level 500 was his luck. Ding! You have allocated 60 free stat points to luck. Your luck has increased from 40 to 100. Your luck has reached the threshold of 100. Congratulations! You have successfully awakened a new passive skill. Chapter 139, Skill, Fortune Sight. Ding! You have allocated 60 free stat points to luck. Your luck has increased from 40 to 100. Your luck has reached the threshold of 100. Congratulations! You have successfully awakened a new passive skill. Fortune Sight skill. Fortune Sight. Unique. Type. Active effect. Can show a faint aura over anything relevant to the user. The aura will appear golden when likely to bring benefit and dark when likely to bring trouble or loss. Note, only indicates tendency, not exact outcomes. Readings may fluctuate in unstable situations. Cannot be evolved via gap points. Luck, 100 remaining free stat points. 94 Fortune Sight, Soren wasn't too surprised that he got a skill after his luck stat reached 100 points. Rather, he was a bit intrigued by this new active skill he got. One that he couldn't even evolve using his overpowered gap stat. Let's see how it works. Since he was curious, Soren quickly thought of using the new skill, only to see his vision suddenly go gray. For a moment, he saw the world in black and white, devoid of color like in those 90s movies. Even when he looked at his tent, he saw nothing different, only a colorless world. Maybe I need a target? Soren thought, and quickly took out the dark orb he got from Principal Logan before, the one that was given to him by Isabella. Previously, he could see nothing with his eye of insight. But now, so golden. Does this mean it is a fortune? Soren saw that, unlike the world around, the orb in his hand was flowing with a golden aura. This really set his heart at ease. Although he knew that Logan was a very good person with a good personality in the game and wouldn't trick him, being able to confirm it on his own was a bonus, regardless. Okay, wasted too much time already. Let us look at the reward I got before now. As much as he was happy to get the new luck-based skill, Soren had other things to do. So, the moment he entered his tent, he gave an order, "System, show me what this Harem King title is about." First things first, Soren asked what mattered to him the most. It was fine and cool to get Elise, but it would be a nightmare if she was against him having a harem. As Lyra said, if she resorted to using her background, Soren would be caught in a quagmire he wouldn't easily escape. In fact, he went all the way with her only because he knew her feelings were deep enough for him, and she knew about him and Aurelia already. Otherwise, he would have to think 10 times before committing to any girl. It wasn't without reason, that he was going slow with others. The moment Soren gave the order, a panel appeared before his eyes. Title: Harem King Effect. Increases loyalty and synergy among harem members while reducing internal conflict. The higher their admiration, the more they become tolerant and understanding of each other under its effect. Just as I thought. Soren slowly digested the information in front, his face lighting up unconsciously. Really, this title was there to help him consolidate his harem. His system must have known his dilemma, too, as he was against using items like Twin Ring of Lust. Still, this title worked better only if his girl's admiration for him was high enough. Well, it seems I need to work a bit harder. Soren made a silent resolve before opening his status panel. Besides the whopping 94 free stat points remaining, he also got 1 extra point in his invariable stat before. Invariable stat, gap. 1 critical hit. 2 critical hit. Invariable stat, a luck-based stat that, when triggered, deals 4 times your total damage while partially ignoring the target's defense. Damn. ISNT this a bit OP? Although Soren could guess the effect already, seeing it with his own eyes was something else. 4 times the total damage. How powerful will that be? If he used his SS rank Helios Piercer and also activated this stat, wouldn't he pulverize even that Thornscale Drake now? Gulp? This is just too attractive a reward, and this is only the critical hit. If I got another point in the gap stat then? Soren couldn't imagine how powerful he would be in his SSS rank form. Well, he doubted he would even be able to activate it with his current self, but still, men could dream. Couldn't they? Even for this stat, increasing my luck points was totally worth it. Soren canceled his panel and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He still had another reward to check after all. System, how does this new link feature work? Can I really use all of Elise's S-class skills? This was what he wanted to know the most. In fact, he still couldn't believe it. If he really could gain access to Elise's S skills, then was he still an archer? Besides, could he still use gap stat on those borrowed skills? Just thinking about it made Soren nervous as he waited for the prompt to appear. Ding! The new feature link allows you to share your harem member S-class skills as long as your level, stat, and attributes meet the requirement. Since the skills are being borrowed, they're not your own skills yet, and gap cannot be used to evolve them 1 rank higher. Do you want to access Elise Van's class skills? Well, that was to be expected. Soren was a bit disappointed that he couldn't use gap on them, but thinking about it, it made sense. For once, Elise definitely had 1 or more SS rank skills. So if he could use gap on them, wouldn't that already mean access to SSS rank skills? Another issue was the evolution through gap itself. From his experience, gap didn't simply increase a skill from S to SS. It pushed it into an ultimate state tailored to his current condition. So whether he could even properly use that evolved form was questionable. And besides, even without relying on his invariable stat, having access to skills from a different class was already overpowering enough. System: access Elise Van's class skills immediately. Not to mention, this opened up countless possibilities. For once, it significantly increased Soren's chances of raiding a dungeon alone in the future. The possibility of acquiring multiple identities and the damn ability to snatch opportunities he wouldn't have even considered before. As a gamer who had played this game before, he obviously knew far more than just information about girls. He simply never cared before, because those paths were out of his reach and too dangerous to tackle with his class and identity. Now that Soren thought about it, he really had been held back by his class. Archer, wasn't he it? Ding. Chapter 140. Hidden Lore. Ding. Link feature activated. Accessing all skills of Elise Van's. Elise Van's S-Rank Rogue. Skills unlocked. Passive. Shadow Adaptation S-Rank. Fatal Instinct S-Rank active. Phantom Step SS Rank. Dagger Bloom S-Rank. Silent Extraction S-Rank. Backstab Chain SS Rank. Silent Veil S-Rank. The system didn't care about Soren's monologue and quickly showed him the plethora of skills belonging to Elise, leaving everything bare. Swoosh! At the same moment, Soren felt complex information flash through his mind, flooding his thoughts like a raging torrent. Countless symbols, names, and intricate details intertwined, forming a web of knowledge he could barely grasp. In no time at all, everything went silent, leaving only the faint headache causing Soren to rub his forehead with a frown. What was that? A bit confused, Soren tried to focus his mind, only to feel the presence of complex symbols etched into it. Although he couldn't see them, he could feel that each symbol represented the skills he had just seen. Curious, Soren tried to grasp one, only to suddenly feel his body twist unnaturally, as if he were phasing from one point to another in an instant. The sudden shift nearly sent him slamming straight into the tent. Fortunately, he stopped himself on time. Still, the feeling of phasing from one place to another like this wasn't pleasant at all. It was so unnatural that Soren breathed in deeply, trying not to retch. This was the first time he had felt like this when he used a skill. Previously, as long as he awakened a skill, he could naturally use it without much issue. Maybe because it doesn't truly belong to me? Soren guessed after finally feeling a bit better. He realized that although this SS rank Phantom Step was a good skill, he might need to practice a bit to use it perfectly. Then what about passive ones? How do they work? Suddenly, Soren thought of the passive skills of Elise. She only had two, both of which were etched in his mind in a similar manner. And when he tried to probe them with his mental power, he suddenly felt something within him change. Only, it was very minimal, so faint he might not have even noticed it if he wasn't paying attention. Unlike his active skills, however, it continued to operate on its own, consuming a trace amount of mana constantly. It seems it is now activated. Soren was sure, but he didn't stop the skill like the active one and let it operate constantly. It only consumed a very small amount of mana anyway. Rather, he once again came to his bed and sat cross-legged, finally taking out the last item he had gotten as a reward for conquering Elise. A transparent crystal, faintly glowing from within, as if something had been sealed inside it and persisted for a long time. Memory crystal. Hidden lore, do you want to use it? What is this? Soren fiddled with the crystal to see if he could see something, but found nothing. In the end, he stopped wasting time and gave the order, yes, use it. Swoosh. The moment he said so, the crystal in his hand shattered on its own, before everything dissolved into smoke that drifted upward and drilled directly into his head. Then Soren felt his consciousness being pulled somewhere, his body going rigid in place, completely still. A cold, unfamiliar sensation spread through his mind as everything around him faded out. Elise, were you this late at night? While Soren had gone into an unknown trance, Elise finally returned to her tent as stealthily as possible. As much as she wanted to spend the whole night with Soren, he was unfortunately summoned by Professor Lyra. In the end, she had to return to her tent on her own. And now, she was spotted by her sister, even though she had tried hard not to disturb her. "Hey, Lara. What are you doing in my tent?" Elise was a bit shocked by her sister's presence and stuttered, her face turning red all of a sudden. She thought she was caught red-handed. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm, as she saw her sister fidgeting in her place nervously, unlike her usual self. She didn't even realize she was wearing only a short skirt and a thin vest beneath her cloak. Elise, let us talk." Rather, she seemed to have been waiting for her all this time, something gnawing at her mind. For a moment, Elise was a bit stunned by her sister's unusual behavior. What happened to her? This was unlike her sister's style. As her twin, she could of course feel her unease and those dodging eyes, as if in guilt. She seemed deeply troubled. "Okay, then let us talk. What happened to you suddenly that you got so restless?" Elise was a bit tired and wanted to sleep, but Alara's weird behavior successfully caught her attention. So she immediately came and sat next to her, signaling her to continue. She was in a great mood tonight with how things had progressed with Soren, so she didn't mind helping her sister if needed. "Only, Elise, I met Soren today." The content her sister began to talk about was nothing she had ever guessed. It seemed that, after running away from Soren, Alara felt extreme guilt toward her twin sister. At first, she did think of hiding the incident or glossing over things. However, in the end, she realized that she really couldn't lie to her sister at all. Not when she already shared so many secrets with her. She felt that it would be unfair to Elise. Besides, what had happened was just an accident, and Alara had a faint hope that Elise might get excited about Soren's feelings toward her and even forget about their kiss. But, so, you two kissed each other? Her hope was quickly crushed into smithereens as Elise didn't react the way she had thought. She didn't even care about Soren's confession and directly asked the one thing she was ashamed of with that dead-cold glare in her eyes. Now, she felt that, maybe, she really should have lied. Chapter 141. Impending Chaos. "Are you sure she left?" A hoarse yet unclear voice echoed in a luxurious tent, reverberating from nowhere, lingering in the air like a stain that refused to fade. The only one who heard it was a middle-aged man, seated cross-legged on a mahogany chair, unbothered as he slowly sipped his tea. "Yeah, I'm 100 sure. Don't doubt Lord Lilith's skill in tracking a target, especially when it's a female." The middle-aged man was Professor Ruther Kane. Even inside his tent, he was wearing his usual suit, appearing elegant as usual. "Good. As long as that black which has left this place, our crucible can act without restraint." It was only Principal Logan who found Isabella's presence in this white-leaf forest. The same was the case for the hidden members of the Crucible. In fact, they were quite afraid that Isabella was also after the dungeon they were aiming at. Fortunately, from how she suddenly disappeared, it seemed she was just passing by. "Yeah, but how is planning going right now? Did you locate the thing you want?" Ruther didn't care and asked what he wanted to know the most instead. "Not yet, but we are close." The hoarse voice seemed a bit annoyed. "We already know that the Logan bastard is just diverting our attention by sending students to this place. The real location of that dungeon is near the academy. We just don't know where it is yet. But he can't hide it forever. The moment we discover its location, it will be the moment we clash directly. Elite Hunter Academy isn't so strong that it can gobble up everything." The voice harumphed, totally not taking the strongest academy in the entire Arden country seriously. Then again, looking at it objectively, the Crucible wasn't weaker than the academy. In fact, it was rumored that the 4 elders of Crucible had directly received power from demon gods, while their leader was said to be the incarnation of a demon himself. No matter whether it was true or not, considering they were surviving despite being hated by the world, nobody could deny that they were strong. What is with this dungeon anyway? What is it inside that both Logan and you bunch want so desperately? Ruther suddenly asked, as even he was unaware of this. From his sources, he only knew that Principal had found a dungeon. and he was training and testing the new students to find someone who could help him retrieve something from inside. That's why he was doing odd things, such as throwing students inside an E-rank dungeon or sending them to training abruptly, all to find a suitable student. But looking at how even high-level members of Crucible were targeting it, Ruther couldn't help but feel that whatever lay inside wasn't something a mere student should ever be involved with. It doesn't make sense. You don't need to know. Unfortunately, the hoarse voice refused to answer, leaving Ruther visibly frustrated. Okay, then what about my reward? When are you going to act? You do know I need sacrifices, right? Ruther knew that even if he insisted, the voice wouldn't tell him anything. After all, the demon he had contracted with, Lilith, was only a mid-ranking entity. In Crucible, a member's status and strength were determined by the rank of the demon they served. Of course, someone like him wouldn't be trusted with core secrets. So he asked about what mattered most. Being a servant meant fulfilling his end of the contract. And since his master was Lilith, she obviously demanded offerings from her servants. Unfortunately, even as a professor, targeting students from the elite Hunter Academy wasn't easy under normal circumstances. Only when something went wrong could he truly take advantage of it. Don't worry, I know. In fact, we have decided to forward our plan a bit due to that witch's appearance. Fortunately for him, this time the voice gave him some good news. Oh, plan? What kind of plan? Ruther asked, a bit intrigued. Well, it is nothing much. We just decided to open a demon gate in the forest, that's all. The voice replied, as if everything was natural. We know that Logan wants to train this new batch of students to find the one he needs. So, let's help him a bit, shall we? Kiki, don't you think a demon gate is a good training gift for his beloved students? For the first time ever, the voice let out a creepy laugh, as if amused. Only, this time Ruther didn't share his sentiment at all. Did him get? Are you sure? Rather, he unexpectedly let out a stutter, unbefitting of his usual elegance. But what could he do after hearing such an absurd term all of a sudden? A demon gate, as the name suggested, was a passage leading directly to the demonic realm. It was quite similar to the usual portals to dungeons. Only, unlike normal ones, a demon gate allowed two-way movement. Not only could humans enter that realm through it, but the demons within could also cross into this world freely, depending on the gate's level. That was why it was called a gate and not a portal. The moment it appeared, the chaos it would bring would no doubt surpass any ordinary gate. For a moment, despite being a demon's servant, even Ruther felt a chill, hoping the voice was merely joking. Of course, we are sure. Unfortunately, that hope was immediately crushed. Haha, no need to be afraid. The demon gate we are opening is only on the 10th floor of the abyss. Seeing his reaction, the voice explained lightly, though its laugh remained unsettling. Besides, it is only a random opening, not the act of a true demon. So there's no need to worry about an invasion or anything like that. Even the Crucible wasn't foolish enough to launch a full-scale demonic invasion right outside the capital of Arden. All they wanted was to show Principal Logan that they shouldn't be underestimated, and that he should stop hoarding exclusive control over that dungeon. In essence, to make their presence known. 10th floor? Sure enough, the moment Ruther heard it was only the 10th floor, he visibly relaxed. After all, the demonic realm had a total of 100 floors. If the connection led only to the 10th, then it was hardly a concern, at least for him. Besides, his power as a demon servant would increase significantly due to its appearance, allowing him to find more sacrifices. All of a sudden, he felt that the Crucible wasn't that unreasonable after all. All right, that's all for now. I'll inform you when it is opened. You're free to act as you wish at that time, but don't get caught. Otherwise, we won't save you. The hoarse voice warned before slowly fading away. Oh, and see if you can find any good seeds in this chaos. It would be even better if you capture the students that Logan favors most. Before it completely disappeared, it added one last remark, then vanished entirely, leaving Ruther alone in his tent to ponder. Hey, Soren, why do your eyes look like that? Didn't you sleep last night? Sylvia asked, clearly shocked to see the deep dark circles under Soren's eyes, not to mention his worn-out state, as if he had just returned from working in a field all night long. Seeing how tired he looked, not only she but Aurelia, Arya, and Evan looked at him curiously. After all, wasn't he this guy just fishing all day yesterday? They were the ones who fought the monsters, looking even more exhausted than before. Damn the hidden lore or whatever. Why the heck did it take so long? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he had known it would take this long to go through the lore, he would have waited for a better time before activating it. His system didn't even warn him. He was already exhausted from his encounter with Elise and Alara earlier, and now, having not slept a wink all night, he naturally felt completely drained. But I have to say that lore is really something else. Isn't it? Soren couldn't help but think. Surprisingly, unlike what he had expected, the memory crystal didn't contain the hidden lore of Elise Vance. Instead, it held lore related to him, or rather, the lineage he belonged to, the Kingswells. So, the Kingswells came here from outside this world, through a dungeon? Isn't that ironic? Chapter 142. Elise is a traitor? So, the Kingswells came here from outside this world, through a dungeon? Isn't that ironic? There were countless events recorded inside the crystal, but most were fragmented and cryptic, belonging to a shattered world he knew nothing about. To be honest, he still couldn't understand why his system had suddenly dumped such memories into his mind. Still, he had to admit he learned far more than he ever knew from that crystal. For one, he had already realized that the dungeons appearing across this world, Gaia, were actually remnants of many unknown, broken worlds, destroyed in some kind of war. And the Kingswell lineage he belonged to, they were humans who had come from that very world. How annoying. He was already an outsider in this world, and he now realized that even his lineage was the same. Wasn't he just a side character in the game? Labyrinth? Why did he suddenly have such a heavy background behind that rivaled the protagonist Evan? Forget it. Knowing them or not knowing them doesn't change anything. Soren forcefully pushed aside the heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. Then, he raised a hand to rub away the tears from his yawn, only to feel the soft touch of cloth against his face. Before he could react, he found Sylvia standing right in front of him, gently dabbing at his eyes with a clean napkin, her fingers brushing lightly against his skin. What the heck were you busy with all night that you didn't even sleep? Aren't you being a bit reckless? Ignoring Soren's surprised look, Sylvia simply frowned, unable to hide her concern as she took in how exhausted he was. And she wasn't alone in her concern. As Soren saw both Arya and Aurelia step forward at the same time, each pulling a potion from their inventory and offering it to him simultaneously. Soren, drink this. Both spoke at once, extending their soft hands, their voices laced with care. It was such a coincidence that, for a moment, everyone fell silent, exchanging confused glances. Well, it was mostly Sylvia and Arya looking toward Aurelia, as none of them had expected her to show this level of concern for Soren. As for Evan, he was already staring off into the distance, as if he hadn't witnessed anything at all, silently regretting why he hadn't left earlier. Oh, what is this? Energy potion? Thanks, I was actually planning to buy one just now. Fortunately, Soren quickly defused the awkwardness and accepted both potions from Arya and Aurelia, as if he hadn't noticed their expressions at all. He then promptly scanned the potions using his Eye of Insight. Name: Energy Potion Rank. E-Effect: restores physical energy and reduces fatigue, relieving exhaustion and sleep-deprived tiredness, while maintaining high alertness. Perfect. Just what I need. But why the heck do they even have a potion like this on them? Surprised, he turned his head toward the two girls, only to find them staring at him with rapt attention. Soren, drink it quickly. Arya even urged him lightly, clearly concerned about his condition, while Aurelia simply nodded from the side. But Soren quickly sensed something was definitely off. For once, Their eyes were too focused on his hands, as if waiting to see which potion he would choose. TCH, are they competing or what? Soren wasn't a fool. Of course, he noticed the faint scent of rivalry in the air. It seemed they were trying to see whose potion he would drink. Even Sylvia and Evan were watching him now with faintly amused expressions. Seeing them act so childishly, Soren rolled his eyes before abruptly pulling the corks off both bottles and gulping them down at the same time. Soren stopped. It happened too fast. Before anyone could react, he had already downed both potions given to him by Arya and Aurelia. Did they really think he'd be caught off guard by something this simple? Why choose one when he could just drink both? Though, this might be a bit much. Soren exhaled, feeling an immediate surge of energy flood his body, his fatigue disappearing in an instant. But since he had taken 2 potions instead of 1, his alertness was a bit too high, causing him a headache instead. Soren? Are you all right? Arya asked worriedly, never expecting him to drink both. For a moment, she felt it was her mistake. Yeah, don't worry. I'm feeling better now, thanks to you. Soren didn't let her feel bad, acting energetic as he gave Arya a faint smile. So, what is today's plan? I don't think there are any lectures today. He then quickly diverted the topic, not wanting to dwell on it too much. He still had many things to do today, after all. Hey, don't tell him it was me, all right? Act as if it were you all along. There's no need to complicate things here. Somewhere around the camp, outside a small tent, Elara spoke worriedly, her voice sounding tired. If someone looked at her, they would see the same dark circles around her eyes, similar to Soren, indicating that she also hadn't slept a wink last night. But how could she sleep when she was constantly being tormented by what happened yesterday? Okay, TSK, sister, you've already said 100 times. I'm not stupid. Why would I tell him this? Elise rolled her eyes at her sister's antics. To be honest, when she first heard that Elara kissed Soren, she was a bit angry. Angry that her sister took his kiss before her. Although it was a mistake, it was still the truth that they kissed each other. How could she bear it when Elara wasn't even in Soren's harem list? But after the initial anger, she quickly calmed down. All because she realized that Soren did more than kiss her, didn't he? In fact, he kissed her so intensely that she was still relishing the memory, eager to meet him again immediately. She was still flushed from it yesterday. She should be thankful that Elara was distracted. Otherwise, she would have immediately noticed her condition. Now, though, after some good sleep, she was up and ready for the next round. She even lied to her sister that she was going to meet Soren to sort out their feelings when in fact, I'm just stressed and embarrassed, okay? Can't you see it? Elara seemed genuinely worried that Soren would find out about what had happened earlier. So much so that she didn't even notice her sister was lying to her. Rather, she asked again tiredly, I just need you to promise me that you won't spill the beans. It isn't his fault that he mistook me for you. We are mirror twins. Even our parents cannot distinguish us if we try. She believed Elise would directly pour out her grievance the moment she met Soren. If that happened, then their relationship might get strained. Not to mention the embarrassment she would have to go through. Sigh. I really shouldn't have acted yesterday. Regret came too late, and Elara didn't know what to do. She could only hope that everything went well for her sister. Okay, Elara, you're thinking too much. I promise I won't tell him anything. Can you calm down now? Otherwise, let us go together and see for yourself. Elise was already annoyed by her sister and asked, only to see her quickly shake her head. And no need. You go a talk. I have other things to do. Like hell, she was going to meet Soren after he kissed her lips. Although she didn't have any such feelings for him, she was still shy. She didn't have the courage to face him at all. At least not yet. Okay, since you promised me, I am relieved. Now go and talk to your boyfriend. And don't forget to tell me everything later about what happens. Fearing that Elise might drag her along, Elara spoke before quickly turning around and walking away. She almost ran. TCH, so much for being tough before. Elise didn't stop her sister. She only clicked her tongue before heading toward a certain direction outside the camp. Since Soren was abruptly invited by Professor Lyra yesterday, Didn't T get to say a proper goodbye last night? Soren only asked her to meet him at the last location where they had found the Venom Coil Serpent. It was the place where they had been teleported to the C-rank dungeon before. He said he had something very important to give her. I don't know what he wants to give me. Or is he just making excuses? Elise wondered shyly, her cheeks turning red as she remembered the wild events of last night. For a moment, a faint anticipation lingered in her mind, a flutter of nervous excitement stirring beneath her long robe. By the way, I wondered whether he knew it was my sister he kissed before. Elise suddenly thought, feeling that Soren might already know. Still, she was a bit curious and decided to ask after meeting him. As for her promise to Alara, well, she already forgot about it. So much for being a twin sister. Elise was a traitor. Chapter 143, Crimson Bond. Mirror twins? What is that? Soren asked, frowning slightly at the unfamiliar term. Mirror twins are basically two individuals with almost completely identical mana and soul signatures, despite being separate beings. Elise replied, snuggling against his chest as he leaned back against the trunk of an ancient tree. They were at the exact same place where they once were transported into the C-rank dungeon. Now that Principal Logan had confirmed Isabella had left, Soren wasn't as cautious about leaving the campsite. Besides, meeting Elise inside the camp was far too risky. This place was close and hidden enough for a meeting like this. Same mana and soul signatures. Then, isn't that just a clone? Soren raised an eyebrow. As far as he knew, in this world, mana and soul signatures were unique to each individual, whether it was a human or a monster. The only time when they would be the same was when someone was a clone. But Elise and Alara were, of course, not. No, a clone comes from the same soul essence. Alara and I have our own unique soul essence. Just that we resemble each other so much that it is almost impossible to differentiate our mana and soul signature from each other. Elise shook her head quickly. In fact, this was also the reason why we can use twin resonance so seamlessly, and also the reason why you might have mistaken Alara for me. Elise explained, not suspecting whether Soren was lying to her at all. She found out that as long as she could be with Soren, she didn't care about anything else. Twin resonance? Does that skill allow you to share Alara's skills? By now, Elise already knew that Soren knew her real class was S-rank rogue. So, she was surprised and explained, yet kind of. She paused, thought cutely while placing her finger on her cheek before continuing. Well, I can share all of her skills as long as we are hand in hand and Alara activates that twin resonance. Even her passive skills are shareable. That's why I can be as good as her in fighting despite being a different class. Elise said, of course, the skill effect is just temporary and it won't last long. Maintaining our state is even harder if even one of us is injured. But still, with my true class hidden, fighting like this is the best method for us. As Elise explained her greatest secret without batting an eye, Soren, on the other hand, was busy musing over things. So, it means the skills are related to souls? Does System Link feature link her soul with mine? His condition was quite similar to Elise S. and Alara S. Only rather than sharing it, he directly copied those skills into his mind instead, which meant as long as his stats and levels were enough, he could easily use them as his own. Forget about these things. Soren, didn't you invite me here because you have some gift for me? What is it? Can you show me? Elise suddenly asked, taking him out of his trance, her beautiful gaze focused on his eyes. With those faint reddish cheeks, delicate eyebrows, and soft lips, she looked extremely enchanting. Not to mention that subtle glow she carried about her after that intimate night together. To be honest, Soren found her extremely attractive, and rightfully so. Feeling enamored, Soren slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Elise's red lips before whispering, "Yeah, I have one, although I don't know if it can be called a gift." He didn't lie, as he didn't know if Crimson Bond could give benefits to Elise. But looking at the description of his bloodline, he felt that it should at least have some effect on Elise. Bloodline, Crimson Sovereign, hidden, rank, mythic effect, regal allure. The charm of Sovereign is off the charts, so much so that at its top, even the goddess won't be spared. Those who admire you will naturally submit to you, regardless of gender and race. Crimson Bond, an authority insignia of the bloodline holder. The Sovereign can use it on his beloved, sharing a bond that transcends realms with unique benefits. Scarlet Dominion, bloodline state, temporary. Activating the state temporarily boosts all personal stats. Each active Crimson Bond can channel the essence of the connection, enhancing the Sovereign's power. The more bonds active, the greater the effect and the greater the strain on the body and mind. As for him, just the effect of the Scarlet Dominion was enough. Oh, what is it? But Elise didn't seem to care whether it would be beneficial to her or not. She was just happy that Soren was about to give her a gift. Looking at her expectant eyes, Soren felt that he should probably buy her a proper gift later. For now, he suddenly hugged Elise's waist, making her sit properly on his lap. Soren? Then, to her surprise, he suddenly lifted her t-shirt, exposing her smooth belly before placing his hand on top of it. Feeling the warmth on her belly, Elise couldn't help but let out an enticing moan, making Soren roll his eyes. As he thought, this girl really had some motive in wearing such clothes. Be quiet and relax. Let me give you an insignia of mine. Soren spoke, silencing the squirming Elise. After that, he suddenly took out a sharp needle from his inventory before directly piercing the tip of his ring finger. Soren? Elise was shocked as Soren let blood drip from his finger onto her belly, slowly drawing a circle. For a moment, she was completely confused and wanted to say something when suddenly she felt the blood sizzling slightly before directly sinking in her skin right above her belly button. What? The bravado of that blood was so sudden that Elise felt a sharp pain shoot through her body. But Soren firmly held her in place and continued to etch the sigil without hesitation. The circle he drew soon split into intricate patterns, thin crimson lines branching inward like veins, converging into a small, thorn-like emblem at the center. Around it, faint arc-like runes formed, each one pulsing as if alive. This is a Crimson Bond, Soren muttered softly. It is a mark that carries my authority and acknowledges you as mine. With this, we are now finally fully connected with each other. While the link feature did allow him to share Elise's skill, it wasn't a connection between them in the truest sense. But this insignia was a true bond that let him connect with Elise in a fundamental way. Soren could already feel Elise's emotions and feelings towards him, and he was sure she could feel the same. Swoosh! As the final line was completed, the entire sigil glowed brightly for a brief moment before dimming down, settling into her skin like a natural part of her body. MMPH. Elise trembled slightly as the pain finally faded, replaced by a strange warmth spreading through her core. Along with it, she felt a connection very similar to what she felt towards her sister. Only it was potent, active, and strangely soothing. Soren? Elise didn't know why, but she suddenly spoke, only this time in her mind, her gaze focusing on his eyes. And surprisingly, Soren did hear her and looked at her, only to realize that she seemed not to have let out any sound. Telepathy? Of course, Soren immediately understood it was the effect of his insignia. Surprisingly, after bonding with Elise, they could now share their thoughts effortlessly. And from how they didn't even use mana or mental power, it seemed it was quite advanced compared to telepathy. Not to mention Soren already realized that if he wanted, he could now easily use the mental resonance in Elise, shielding her mind from debuff. He didn't even need any artifact anymore. Soren felt that there must be some other benefits to this bond. But before he could explore them, he once again heard Elise's voice in his mind, this time a bit raspy. Soren, I feel different. It seemed the Crimson Bond had another effect as well. Soren suddenly noticed Elise shifting uncomfortably in his lap, her face flushed and unsettled. Soren, I don't feel right. Since it was mental communication, Elise showed no shyness at all. She spoke while leaning closely against him. Heck, she even turned around, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him into an embrace, whispering close to his ear. Then in a soft, urgent voice, she said, "Soren, don't hold back. I can't wait any longer." Elise had already been hoping for something to happen. Now, after absorbing his blood and forming this bond, her libido had surged to an unprecedented degree. How could she possibly control herself? In fact, she was already pressing herself against his lap while kissing his neck without waiting for his permission. Not to mention, Soren had just realized this girl wasn't wearing any underwear beneath her clothes. He could feel her moving against him shamelessly. This vixen, why is she more perverted than me? Soren was a bit speechless, but seeing how desperately she was in heat, he figured he should probably help calm her down. So, he stood up abruptly, lifting Elise into his arms before pressing her back firmly against the tree. He then kissed her lips in one swift motion, already preparing himself for what was about to happen. Since she wanted to go wild, why would he stop her? Besides, he still had a daily quest to complete with her after all. Of course, he would enjoy every second of it. Chapter 144. Daily Quest 18. She struggled to catch her breath, making muffled sounds as she tried to speak around the pressure in her throat. MMPH. Soren. Slowly, she tried to beg again, her words garbled as she pulled back slightly, her chest heaving beneath her loose t-shirt. But her plea only seemed to rile Soren as he increased his intensity even more. His hand tangled firmly in her ponytail, guiding her head as he moved with a steady, relentless rhythm, pushing further each time. In the end, Elise couldn't even mumble anymore. She tilted her head up. She looked up at Soren with a desperate, watery gaze, her hands clutching his muscular thighs as she tried to keep up with his movements. Damn it! Feeling her pleading gaze and the soft, eager touch of her presence, Soren finally felt he could no longer hold back. With a low growl, he increased his speed, pressing harder and deeper. Heavy, strained sounds filled their surroundings as he pushed forward without mercy. Soren drove forward with powerful, relentless thrusts. Soren finally felt the mounting tension as he growled loudly. Then, before Elise could even react, he surged forward with full force. Elise's eyes shot wide open as Soren groaned loudly and made a mess. Immediately, Elise gagged and choked, tears running down her cheeks. But she tried her best to take everything in. Some of the liquid still leaked out from the corners of her mouth and dripped down onto her chest. Despite that, Soren kept her head pressed firmly against him until he finished. Only then did he slowly pull away. "Ha ha!" Elise gasped for air, coughing weakly, her voice completely hoarse. "Ha, damn, that was intense." And she wasn't the only one gasping as Soren felt spent too when he suddenly heard the prompt from his system. "Ding! Congratulations! You have completed your daily quest with Elise Van's oral training. You gained rewards. Daily reward roll X1. Do you want to roll now? Please note that if you do not use your daily roll within the same day, it will not stack and will be lost." Soren was slightly stunned by the new prompt from his system. Daily roll? He had assumed that completing a daily quest would also reward charm boosts and stat points, but seemed that wasn't the case. For a moment, Soren felt conflicted about whether the disappearance of the side quests was actually a good thing. After all, with over 200 side quests available, he could have gained over 1,000 free stat points easily. Then again, it was nearly impossible to complete them all without fully conquering his girl. Not to mention whether they would allow him to do everything willingly was a question. He was a bit lucky that Elise seemed a wild type. If she were Alara, then she might not let him get this intimate with her, which was beneath her pride. Cough! The heck am I thinking? Soren felt he had drifted a bit off track and quickly dismissed the dangerous thought before ordering his system. Roll it. Ding. You have rolled for your daily rewards. Congratulations. You gained instant recovery, free stat points, 1 instant recovery. Fully restores stamina and mana immediately. The moment the prompt ended, Soren felt a sudden surge of energy out of nowhere, relieving all his fatigue in an instant. In fact, he even felt the side effects of the energy potion fade away, and his headache disappeared instantly. Even such a reward is possible. This was the first time Soren had seen the system give him such direct benefits, unlike stat rewards. And he was sure the daily roll wouldn't always give this alone. It seemed quite random. SHSSS. Just as Soren was musing over things, he felt someone suddenly grab his arm, sending an electric pleasure shooting through him. When he turned to look down, he saw Elise attending to him carefully, taking her time to clean every inch. Now that he looked properly, this girl had already cleaned all the mess that had landed on her clothing, too. Soren, look, you seem worked up again. Do you want to head out again? When Elise saw him looking at her, she smiled beautifully, pointing at him cutely. Only, with her shirt slipping loosely off her shoulder. Her legs spread wide as she squatted, skirt completely flipped up, and her lower body fully exposed. It was anything but cute. To be honest, Soren really wanted to push her against the tree once again and take what he wanted. No, it is enough already. I have work to do. As much as he wanted to indulge, he also needed to learn proportion. He didn't want to waste the recovered self on debauchery again. Oh, that's a bummer. But Elise seemed a bit reluctant as she looked at him cutely while trying to entice him to stay. She even rubbed one of her breasts and played with her pink nipple, accentuating her body to his vision. To be honest, she seemed addicted. Addicted to the pleasure she could get from Soren. After making that crimson bond, the pleasure she could feel had increased even more. Can you stop already? Aren't you satisfied yet? Seeing her trying to seduce him, Soren just rolled his eyes before gently pulling himself away from her grasp. He then helped Elise up and told her to clean herself and get dressed again. He didn't relent to any of her wishes and quickly got dressed too. TCH, why are you in such a hurry? I was almost at level 33, you know? Elise still couldn't help but mumble to Soren, clearly dissatisfied. Since seduction wasn't working, she thought of using the benefits of the Crimson Bond to lure him instead. Apparently, one of the major benefits of the Crimson Bond for her was that she could literally gain experience by being intimate with Soren. When she first suddenly leveled up while they were together, she was really shocked. In fact, even Soren was surprised and quickly checked his panel, only to see a small change in his own EXP. Maybe because of his high level, or maybe the benefit only worked for Elise. He didn't gain much as she did. Still, it was a nice bonus to an already pleasurable activity, regardless. Okay, can you stop treating me like an EXP farm? Chapter 145, Abyssal Soul Compass. Okay, can you stop treating me like an EXP farm? Soren rolled his eyes at Elise before flicking her glabella with his finger. Ouch, stop acting like a slut already. It isn't like we are separating for good. Well, since he would get a daily reward roll from her by completing the daily quest, of course. He would want to miss it. Let us meet here again tomorrow at the same time, okay? I will wait for you here. He had a few hours before the usual lecture. He could take that time to complete the daily quest with Elise. Maybe I should also put an anchor here to avoid getting caught by other girls. If he left early in the morning each time, he was bound to be found by them. Although he had no intention of hiding his relationship with Elise from anyone, he had to be cautious. At least, he had to further his relationship with Sylvia, Aurelia, and Arya first, more so than right now. Wait a minute. How about I use the dimension anchor for Aurelia, Arya, and Sylvia too, like Elise? Soren suddenly had a thought. The S-rank dimensional artifact given to him by Principal Logan could place 10-dimensional anchors after all, if he could quickly travel from one point to another. Spending quality time with his girls, all alone, he felt that he could definitely get them quickly. In fact, he might even be able to complete a few side quests each day. The main problem he had right now was that everyone was always together, getting jealous all the time. Like today, he had to gobble up 2 energy drinks just to satisfy their feelings, enduring a headache. He couldn't always do such things, could he? Damn, this is perfect. If he were currently in the academy, then Soren definitely couldn't do such a thing, as the academy was under an extended ward resisting any teleportation. But since he was outside in the wilderness, even sneaking into a girl's tent with a teleportation anchor wasn't so hard with his S-rank artifact. Just the thought of it made Soren feel thrilled. He wondered how Arya would react. Would she let him sleep with her? How about Sylvia? And Aurelia? Poor Principal Logan. He gave Soren an S-rank artifact in the hope that he would use it to save his life, and he was instead thinking of doing nefarious things. Tomorrow? While Soren thought about making a routine with the other girls, Elise, on the other hand, immediately beamed with delight. Feeling happy, she instantly lunged at Soren, hugging him tightly, her impressive bosom pressing firmly against his chest. Okay, then let's meet here tomorrow. Hee hee. Elise leaned in, letting out a soft, sultry whisper against his ear. Soren, we'll be waiting for you right here, eager to see you. She even shamelessly dragged her tongue along his earlobe in a slow, breathy lick, sending a shiver down his spine. Then, with a playful wink, she finally released him, and before Soren could utter a single word, she spun around and slipped away as if afraid that he would take back his words. This vixen. Soren didn't know what to say and just shook his head with a smile, before searching for a good place to place the anchor point. After that, he decided to wander through this forest a bit while training, since he still wanted to meet that little guy who had been following him all day yesterday. He was curious. Roar. Boom. KSSSHK. Somewhere inside the deep white leaf forest, a massive lizard-esque body jerked violently as a thick, dark bone pierced straight through its chest, driven by the skeletal figure wielding a sword. Scree! The creature let out a sharp, broken cry, its claws digging into the earth for a brief moment before all strength left its body. Thud! Its enormous frame collapsed onto the ground, lifeless, as the bone jutted out from its back, dark blood slowly pooling beneath it. If Soren were here, he would definitely recognize that it was a stoneback lizard he saw before. Only it was larger and higher in level. Unfortunately, no matter how high its level was, it couldn't even put up the faintest of resistance against the skinny skeleton in front, wielding a dark sword. Did you find it? Surprisingly, even though the skeleton was made up of only bones, it seemed conscious. It just turned its head slightly, hollow eye sockets fixed to the side as it let out an eerie sound. Sir Knight, I went inside the range of that camp. It was too slippery and strange. We were unable to locate its position in time. Yet its authority seemed extremely high as a group of people cloaked in red robes trembled beneath it, not daring to raise their heads. Only the leader spoke, stuttering, clearly terrified. To be honest, it looked almost comical how such high-level humans were prostrating themselves before a mere skeleton armed with nothing but bones and a useless sword. Then, what are you doing here? Why don't you just die? But when the skeleton simply spoke in an eerie tone and swung its sword, casually beheading them all, it no longer looked comical. Rather, the blood and gore painting the ground in an instant made the entire scene feel suffocatingly real, stripping away any remaining sense of absurdity. That simple sword was so fast that the poor men beneath didn't even realize they were already dead. Knight, do you want to go and retrieve that compass of yours? Just as the skeleton finished killing all the men, a brisk male voice echoed from seemingly nowhere. He didn't seem fazed by the death in front of him. No need. Just focus on the gate. We already located the weak point anyway. Going to the camp and getting on their radar might foul our plan. The skeleton didn't seem surprised by the voice, but simply shook its head before swiftly disappearing from its position, as if teleporting. In the end, only the silence of the forest and the multiple dead bodies remained, which too were strangely dissolving into nothing rapidly, as if they had been killed inside a dungeon. Chapter 146, Soren South First Close Battle. Name, Soren Kingswell Bloodline. Crimson Sovereign, Hidden. Mythic Rank Class. Archer, a Tempest Strider Level. 45, 9,247,000 Trait. Beastkin Resonance, a Hunter Rank. A Title. Harem King, Pathfinder, Limit Breaker, Lone Marksman, Novice Conqueror, Survivor, Falcon Slayer, Orc Slayer, Draken Slayer. Attributes, Strength, 106 Agility Dexterity, 206 Intelligence Mental Power, 137 Endurance, 105 Charm, 302 mana, 141 luck, 100 free stat points, 95 invariable stat gap, 1 critical hit, 2 skills passive, King S Grace S, Keen Sight A Windwalker A, Eagle Reflex A Focus Mind A Active, Artemis Grace S, Arcane Volley A, Ether Shot S Rank, Cyclone Strike A, Tempest Arrow A Runner, Unique Skill Core Infusion, Fortune Sight, Active Quest, Professor S Warm Hug, Sneaky Sisters, Status, Side Character, 10, Perverted Harem Points, for 20 Harem Member. Elise Vans, this is getting better and better. ISNT it? Soren almost gulped loudly, although most of his stats remained the same after exiting that C-rank dungeon. The free stat points alone reached 95, and this was the remaining amount after he used 60 points on his luck stat. Although it was far less than what he might have gained from completing side quests with Elise, it was still welcome. Now my charm stat has also increased over 300 points, although I got no skill after 100. Soren wondered what the use of such an overwhelmingly high charm value was. Maybe it worked in tandem with his bloodline skill, Regal Allure. Maybe it also played a hidden role in making Elise submit to him so quickly. After all, she said she was not affected by the twin ring of lust in any way. Perhaps she was influenced by his charm, along with his heroic deed of saving her life. Soren could only guess. However, he did notice that recently he was being watched by the girls everywhere. Even Alara and Professor Lyra gave him subtle glances without realizing it. But it only went this far. Of course, he did not want it to affect everyone, as getting perverted quests from random girls over and over would be a nightmare. Along with charm, my harem points have also reached 420, and this side character status. Soren suddenly paused as he noticed the change. If I remember correctly, it was at 1 before, wasn't it? Now, it had suddenly reached 10 out of nowhere. Because of conquering Elise? Soren thought, a deep frown on his face. It was not hard to guess. He was a side character who managed to completely win over a side heroine. It made sense for his status to change. Still, he wondered whether he would suddenly become a protagonist after reaching 100%. I hope not. Soren did not know what would happen to Evan if that happened. Would Evan suddenly awaken and try to cut him down with his SSS rank Sword Saint skill? Or would he become a nobody? Or maybe there would be 2 protagonists in this world. To be honest, Soren did not want his status to change into a protagonist at all. He had no intention of taking Evan's place. He would be satisfied with his girls, while Evan could go on his adventure peacefully, just like in a game. Sigh. Forget it. Thinking will get me nowhere. I would rather spend my time browsing the Arrow's treasury. He now had a whopping 420 PHP after all. He wondered what level of artifact he could get from the shop. But before that, let us try something else first. Soren suddenly stopped in place, his gaze fixed ahead. He had already left the outer edge of the Whiteleaf Forest and entered a deeper area. The monsters on the outskirts were only around level 30, at most level 40, which meant nothing to him. Even without effort, he could kill them easily, and that too without using any bow and arrow like usual. Elise SS rank skill, Backstab Chain, was really something else, to be honest. So when Soren felt no trace of that mysterious gaze on him, even after waiting for a long time, he decided to go deeper into the forest to search for a target to practice on. Found it. Soren's high luck seemed to work, as he immediately spotted a lone monster grazing in the distance with his keen sight. Only, it seemed somewhat familiar. Monster, Bloodhorn Boar level, 50 rank, D HP, 11600, 11600 special trait, Blood Rage, a berserk state that temporarily increases speed and attack power when enraged. Fortunately, ISNT the same boar. Then again, it was probably killed by Owen back then. Soren thought as he looked at the similar boar he had encountered while returning from Owen's test earlier. This one, however, was only level 50, perfect for him to use as a practice target. After all, he currently wanted to practice Elise's rogue skills, not his archer class. A monster 5 levels higher in rank than him was a perfect test subject, in his opinion. Once Soren made sure that the boar was all alone, he finally canceled the silent veil skill, appearing out in the open. Then he quickly took out a worn-out Durank bow from his inventory before knocking an arrow lightly. Swoosh! Then, without hesitation, he shot it directly toward the massive boar, twice his size, aiming at its torso. Boom! As the arrow shot toward the monster at extreme speed, the air around it exploded into white clouds as it directly broke the sound barrier. And yet, just as it was about to pierce the boar, a sudden burst of blood-red aura erupted from its body. Then the pressure condensed in an instant into a dense, shock-like barrier in front, while the arrow struck the unseen force and stopped dead in its tracks, unable to even graze the boar's hide. Roar! In the end, Soren's arrow dropped to the ground in pieces without even managing to touch it. Rather, what he got in return from the attack was an enraged boar roaring at him with murderous intent, its body slowly being shrouded in a blood-red aura. In an instant, its gaze met his own, locking onto his position instantly. There was not even a second of delay. Soren felt that even if he was hiding, the situation would be the same. Perfect. But that did not mean he was afraid. Rather, he was excited as he suddenly grinned at the bloodhorn boar before throwing his bow and arrow into his inventory. Then, he instead took out a dense, metal-infused fong, shimmering with a metallic aura instead. Item: Drake Fong rank. See effect: a dense, metal-infused fong with exceptional hardness. Enhances sharpness and durability when embedded into weapons. Slightly increases critical damage against armor targets. It was the item he got from the Thornscale Drake he killed before. Now, it was a perfect replacement to use Elise's skill in this fight. With its dagger-like shape, he should have no problem adapting to close combat. Of course, before going headlong, Soren still took out a small vial shimmering with crimson blood once again. Item: Metallic Dragon Blood rank. See effect: thick blood carrying a trace of draconic lineage. When consumed, it covers the body with a faint metallic sheen, greatly increasing defense and physical resistance for a short duration against any kind of attack. Gulp Soren did not waste any time and gulped down the dragon blood. The moment he did so, he felt his body heating up strangely before a faint metallic aura permeated his skin uniformly, making his entire body tougher than before. Now that the defense is taken care of, let us fight then, shall we? Soren thought while staring at the enraged boar in front of him, before suddenly disappearing from his spot with the Drakefang in hand. SS rank skill, Phantom Step. In an instant, he shifted from his position to right beside the boar, traversing the distance at extreme speed, far beyond what the naked eye could follow. It almost felt like instant teleportation, well, at least to an untrained eye. Roar. And yet the moment he appeared. Boom. Dagger bloom. So much so that the moment Soren attacked with his S-rank skill, his dagger met its mark on his horn instead of the neck he was aiming for. Fuck. The impact was so strong that Soren felt an explosive jolt run through his arm, his bones almost screaming under the force as his grip nearly broke. Swish. The situation went even more awry as he felt the horn vibrating violently, the force reverberating through his weapon and nearly tearing his stance apart, making his footing slip for a brief moment. Phantom Step. Fortunately, the Drakefang proved extremely durable and did not break. Otherwise, Soren would have been pierced right there and then by that horn. It would have been a very hard lesson for Soren. Chapter 147. Sudden appearance of albino lizard. A melee fight was not as easy as a ranged one, where his safety was mostly guaranteed. Fortunately, Soren was not someone who would take a simple failure to heart. Rather, he was someone who would do anything to turn the situation around and come out on top. Besides, he was just training right now. Backstab chain. When one skill failed, Soren immediately used another, this time an SS rank 1. Swish. In an instant, he agilely spun his entire body around the bloodhorn boar before reappearing at its back and unleashing a series of rapid, overlapping strikes. Compared to his attack before, it was multiple times more powerful in every way. But if it could not land, it was nothing after all. And looking at the inhuman reflex of the boar in front, already turning around rapidly despite its massive size, it seemed this attack would be futile, too. Not to mention, Soren might get attacked instead since he was in the air. Resonant threads. Fortunately, Soren was not as unprepared as before, as he immediately began to use his concept. This was training after all. He was in a fight with everything he had to hone his skill. SCHAR-KKK. The moment he condensed an invisible thread, he wrapped it directly around one of the monster S legs, instantly tightening it with precision. And sure enough, although the thread snapped under its sheer weight, the Bloodhorn Boar S footing still faltered ever so slightly. But in a fight at this level, that was everything. Shink! Finally, his Drake Fong found its mark, directly sinking into the Boar S back and piercing through its condensed force field before cutting into its hardened flesh. Cruaroa. The Drake Fong was so strong that, despite its tough hide, the boar was injured in an instant, its body bloodied and trembling as pain rippled through its frame. Roar! But the pain almost directly caused it to enter its berserk state as a blood-red aura exploded outward in all directions. Even Soren was caught off guard as he was swept away by the force, landing heavily against a tree. Fortunately, his body did not suffer much, with that metallic sheen protecting him. Roar! Boom! But this attack truly enraged the beast beyond anything. As before Soren could even react, he saw a massive boar charging toward him at the speed of sound, its blood-red horn aimed to pierce him. Its menacing aura was so strong that, without using a counter skill, it alone could induce fear in anyone. Fortunately, Soren was immune to anything related to aura. TCA, it seems to be healing its wound. Soren clicked his tongue at the behemoth charging in front and vanished again, weaving through the storm of rage as the boar began to rampage blindly, each strike becoming faster and heavier. Phantom Step, Dagger Bloom, Backstab Chain, and yet he shifted between steps, narrowly evading crushing charges while slipping in precise counterattacks, each opening lasting less than a heartbeat. A cut here, a stab there, never staying in one place long enough to be caught, always appearing at blind angles, always forcing the boar to turn too late. But every time he struck, the boar's fury only grew. The battlefield quickly turned into a blur of violence, with Soren darting like a shadow between lethal swings, landing one heavy blow after another, steadily carving into the Bloodhorn Boar while surviving by nothing but timing, instinct, and pure execution. As the fight progressed, Soren grew more and more adept, while a strange exhilaration began to take over his mind. Before, while he was acting as an archer, all he was doing was killing monsters from afar with absolute power. Although it was still an impressive feat, he had never truly experienced real combat before. A ranger had a very different fighting style than a rogue, after all. Although a rogue was still not a true melee fighter, Soren found that it suited him more. At least for now. Roar. At least for now, when he could appear and disappear rapidly with extreme agility, inflicting one damage after another on the behemoth, while dodging one fatal strike after another smoothly. Not to mention the continuous notifications ringing in his ears as the fight progressed. Ding! An incredible luck applies. Congratulations! Your invariable stat, critical hit, has been activated. The damage dealt to the Bloodhorn Boar will be quadrupled. Soren now truly knew how high his luck was, as every other attack of his began to activate critical hit. In fact, it was so frequent that in no time at all, the Berserk Boar found itself extremely injured and covered in blood. The gash in its body was so deep that one could see bone, and it was only alive because Soren was showing mercy, or rather, playing with it like a toy. What should have been a ruthless battle of power quickly turned into monster's agony as Soren's cheat activated again and again, until, roar, thud. The boar could take no more and sprawled on the ground, injured beyond what it could tolerate. After giving an angry and desperate roar towards Soren, it finally died after just 2 minutes of fighting. The poor guy did not even get to touch Soren once. Damn, that was fun. Soren breathed heavily while slowly landing on the ground, his hand holding the drake fang smeared with crimson blood dripping onto the ground. But despite looking so tired, his face held that handsome smile of someone who truly enjoyed the fight for the first time. As much as he enjoyed decimating his opponent in a single strike, he also seemed to like letting loose like this. It felt quite fulfilling. Okay, enough of this. Let us collect the loot and leave. The commotion might attract other beasts. Soren quickly calmed himself down. After fighting head-on like this, he already realized the pros and cons of using Elise's skill. For one, he already knew that his strength seemed a bit low to use melee attacks effectively. Although he did pierce the boar's hide and injure it, it was mainly because of the high rank of the Drake Fang, not his strength. In fact, if not for the consecutive critical hits just now, Soren was sure he would take far longer to kill it. Well, it is to be expected. The rogue class is not especially known for serious damage after all. In fact, I might not even be using it to the level of Elise right now. Maybe I should ask her to show her stats next time. Soren randomly thought and stepped closer to the boar, intending to collect his loot, when suddenly he felt a piercing gaze from behind. It was so familiar yet so close that Soren immediately used Phantom Step to distance himself, then turned around only to see a small white lizard below, looking at him cutely, with a black object of sorts in its mouth. Albino lizard? Soren was immediately shocked to see the figure in front. However, before he could react, a loud howl echoed through the forest, reverberating through the trees, followed by the heavy footsteps of multiple monsters rushing straight toward him. In an instant, he found that he was surrounded. Chapter 148, Lucky Encounter. The hunting field, Whiteleaf Forest, was formed by the explosion of a C-rank dungeon, Labyrinth Hollow. And the reason any C-rank dungeon turned into a gate was that nobody was able to conquer it in time. A C-rank dungeon meant hunters from level 51 to 100 could enter and attempt to clear it, yet no one succeeded. Clearly, it wasn't normal by any means, and Soren already knew the reason from the game, as it was because of a tier breach. Monster, albino lizard race, beast level, 60 rank, HP, 15,515, 500 special traits, phantom white escape, an evasion trait that erases presence for brief moments, nullifying tracking and enabling short burst movements in distorted intervals. Lightless camouflage, a concealment-type trait that bends light around the body, rendering it nearly invisible in most environments. Ghost instinct, sixth sense that picks up subtle shifts in the environment, steering it away from danger and toward hidden opportunities and valuable finds. Unlike humans, a dungeon generally followed a strict tier hierarchy, meaning an E-rank dungeon contained E-rank monsters, and a D-rank dungeon contained D-rank ones. Even if a D-rank dungeon had other monsters, they would only be E-rank, never higher. However, there were always exceptions where a lower-ranking dungeon contained higher-tier beings. Generally, such cases were mostly seen in higher-tier dungeons from A rank and above. It was because as the dungeon rank increased, so did the nature of the monsters inside. For example, if it were a dragon, even a hatchling that appeared in an A-rank dungeon could still be S-rank. It didn't need to cross level 200. In fact, even in the C-rank dungeon Ember Rift, where Soren had been before, the Earth Drake that scoffed at him in disdain and did not attack was a B-rank monster. When such an oddity happened, hunters described it as a tier breach, meaning the dungeon had deviated from its normal structure, making its conquest significantly harder. The albino lizards residing within that C-rank dungeon, Labyrinth Hollow, were the same as the one in front, tilting its head cutely. Damn, I didn't know it was an albino lizard at level 60. Soren slowly distanced himself, putting up a safe distance while paying attention to the lizard in front. He had already noticed this guy before by using his evolved Artemis S sight before. He just didn't know its level was so high, not to mention its B rank. But Soren also knew that this guy wasn't actually hostile to him. If he noticed anything yesterday, it seemed rather curious. right now. It was staring at him with those oddly cute reptilian eyes, tilting its head slightly as it chewed on a black object of unknown origin. Its snow-white body made the whole scene even more disarming. Strangely enough, instead of looking dangerous, it came off as almost adorable. Little guy, what the heck are you trying to do? But Soren didn't only have this guy to worry about, after all. Currently, he was already being surrounded by a large pack of wolves howling in anger. To be honest, Soren should probably run away using his dimensional anchor, as those wolves were clearly at a higher level than the boar he just killed. But he didn't because his unique skill, Fortune Sight, was telling him not to. Golden Aura, and there are two of them. Soren had already made a habit of scanning everything he came across with his unique skill recently. It was a luck-based skill, after all, that could predict omens and good fortune. And it seemed his persistence had already paid off, as he could see two golden auras spewing out in front, one from the lizard and the other from the black object in its mouth. Of course, there was also that dark omen he could see from the deep forest, coming rapidly in his direction. He had to hurry up. Chick chick. As soon as Soren asked, the albino lizard suddenly chirped a bit weakly, before slowly coming closer to Soren, its eyes wary. But when it saw that Soren didn't move and was only looking intently, it quickly came a bit closer before throwing the dark object directly below Soren's leg. For a moment, Soren glanced at the object, realizing it was a compass. Only it was rusted and black, with faint engravings along its rim that were barely visible, as if they had been worn down by years of use and neglect. Just as Soren was about to use his keen sight to scan it, though, he suddenly saw the albino lizard lowering its head and prostrating in front. The movement was stiff and awkward, but unmistakably deliberate, like a human attempting to bow before a king. And yet, its eyes never left his face, locked on him with an almost unsettling focus, as if waiting for judgment. What is it doing? Soren was completely bewildered by the strange display. To be honest, he had a guess, but that only made him more surprised. After all, wasn't he this beast at level 60? It was higher in level than him, for heaven's sake, not to mention its uniqueness of having B-rank status. Such a monster was lowering itself in front of him, as if in submission. That too, when he did nothing at all. Is it tricking me? Or is this the effect of my 100 luck points? Soren was speechless when, suddenly, a system prompt rang out. Ding! A heavily injured B-rank albino lizard has sent a request to form a beast pact with you. Do you want to accept it? Please note that forming a pact with a soul-damaged entity might have a negative effect on your own soul. Only, the prompt gave him another surprise out of the blue. Injured? For a moment, Soren was confused and scanned the guy below, but saw no injury whatsoever. Its pristine white body was as flawless as always, with not even a speck of dirt. There was no indication that it was injured, let alone heavily. Just as Soren was confused by the system's prompt, he noticed the albino lizard's eyes trembling. It was very faint, and the little guy tried hard to hide it, but he caught it immediately. Roar! But as the wolves' howls grew louder and a dark aura began to seep through the surroundings, the lizard started to tremble more openly, this time with its whole body shaking. Chick chick! And yet, it didn't run away in fear. Instead, it let out another sound, almost urging Soren to make a decision, as if it refused to leave until he accepted it. So it is indeed injured. Is it trying to make a pact with me to save itself? If so, then it made perfect sense. In fact, that black compass might be its bribe for this. Quite intelligent, Soren thought, when suddenly he felt the atmosphere around him shift abruptly, followed by an imperceptible seismic wave. Watch out! Fortunately, he had been paying attention to his surroundings from the beginning. So, the moment he felt something wrong, he directly lunged at the trembling lizard, grabbing it by the neck before abruptly jumping high into the sky. Of course, he didn't forget to take that black compass with him too. Boom! Sure enough, the instant his figure left the position he had been standing in, jagged shadow spikes erupted from the ground, tearing through the air with a foul, suffocating presence. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been pierced without a doubt. Even the metallic sheen on his skin might not have been enough to save him. Roar. Chapter 149. Professor Lysandra's Quest for Sylvia. Roar. Seeing that Soren had jumped away, a massive dark wolf suddenly emerged from the dense trees, its murderous intent spilling outward as if it had been born from the shadows themselves. But it wasn't he alone. Its arrival marked the beginning of the pack. Soren watched as 2, then 3, then more dark wolves slowly stepped out from the shadows of the surrounding trees, circling him from every direction. In an instant, a heavy, suffocating aura filled the entire area, swallowing the sunlight and plunging the surroundings into an oppressive gloom, as if daylight itself had been devoured. Monster. Nightfang Terrawolf Race. Beast Level. 72 Rank. CHP. 21,400 Special Traits. Shadow Spike Eruption. A darkness-type offensive ability that generates jagged shadow spikes from beneath the ground to impale targets. Dark Subsoil Meld. A darkness ability that allows the user to burrow into the ground and move unseen beneath the surface for a short time. Level 72, huh? Soren looked at the large number of wolves surrounding him carefully, only to find that each one was above level 70. Considering the depth he was in, such a strong pack should not be here. But they seem to have come here specially for this little guy, as even now, most of their eyes were focused on the lizard in his hand, their eyes murderous. Just what the heck did it do to them? Soren was puzzled and looked at his hand, only to see that the little guy had gone unconscious. While he was not affected by the darkness around in any way, the same could not be said for the lizard. Not to mention, it was already heavily injured before. Sigh. Okay, let me help you this time then, little guy. In the end, Soren sighed heavily before deciding to leave. Fortunately, he was careful enough not to go outside the range of his anchor, saving him from a life-and-death struggle. Still, he decided to quickly retrieve the bow he had asked Isolde to make for him before. Teleport. The moment Soren made his decision, he activated Dimensional Anchor and vanished from his position in an instant. From start to finish, he didn't even spare a glance at the wolves surrounding him, nor the hidden shadow spikes already closing in on his location. All the wolves could register was a sudden flash of light before their target simply disappeared right in front of them. Roar. In the end, they could only unleash furious roars into the empty space, their attacks tearing through nothing but air as the forest fell back into a tense, suffocating silence. Soren? Yeah, I know him, Professor, but why are you asking about him? Sylvia asked while looking at Professor Lysandra, sitting casually with crossed legs on a chair, reading a book covered by a thick, dark cover. To be honest, she was very excited that she got invited by the professor, as her main motive in joining this club was to receive her teaching. But she never thought that the first thing she would ask her about was Soren. Why? I don't know. He seemed to be a cool guy. Why don't you invite him to our club? But Professor Lysandra seemed unaware of her surprise as she casually spoke while paying attention to the book, her face frowning in distress. It seemed she had reached an unpleasant turn in the story. Invite him to our club? But he is an archer, not a healer. Sylvia really didn't know how the professor's mind worked. What the heck did you mean by a cool guy? For a moment, Sylvia's face went a bit dark when suddenly Lysandra closed the book a bit loudly. Clearly, her mood was ruined by the story, as she had no interest in reading further. Rather, she looked at Sylvia, continuing from where she left off. Yeah, you might be right. He isn't a healer after all. He might not agree to join. She agreed with a nod, placed her well-manicured finger on her chin as if thinking. Then, suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked at Sylvia and asked, Hey, why don't you ask him to join? Tell him that you're being harassed by that senior of yours recently. What was his name? Lysandra thought hard to remember Chiron's name, but gave up after a while. Instead, she looked at Sylvia, who was giving her an odd look, and spoke unconcerned. Whatever, his name doesn't matter. I have something to do, she said before intending to leave directly, when Sylvia quickly stopped her. Wait, wait, what do you mean I can go? Did you invite me just to tell me this? Sylvia asked, exasperated at the professor's nonchalant behavior. Wasn't she going to teach her, or at least give her some guidance? Yes. Why else will I invite you then? But it seemed she thought wrong as she saw Lysandra looking at her oddly all of a sudden, as if confused. For a moment, Sylvia felt speechless as she didn't know what to say when she saw Lysandra giggling all of a sudden. PFFDT. All right, I was just joking. I know what you want. But complete the quest I gave you first, okay? I will then teach you everything you want, don't worry. She reassured her and patted Sylvia's head lightly before swiftly leaving the tent for somewhere unknown, her robe fluttering. In an instant, only Sylvia remained alone in the professor's tent, filled with doubts and confusion. She still didn't understand why Soren had to join her club just for the professor to teach her. Wasn't this a form of manipulation? Chapter 150, New Stat. Soul. TCH, this guy is still unconscious. How are you going to form a beast contract if you can't even wake up? Soren couldn't help but mutter as he stared down at the sprawled lizard, its eyes shut tight. At a glance, it looked like it was simply sleeping, but the faint, uneven beat of its heart told a different story. It was already so weak that it felt like it could stop at any moment. You are lucky I awakened Fortune Sight recently. Otherwise, Soren frowned, placed the albino lizard down, and took out a dark orb from his inventory. This was the soul orb given to him by Isabella through Principal Logan's hand. To be honest, he should have absorbed it yesterday, but that hidden lore kept him busy all night. Now it seemed useful to revive this weak guy instead. Really lucky indeed. Hope you won't take much otherwise. This was related to his unique dungeon after all. If not for that golden aura around it, Soren would never give it to anyone else. Soren quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. Currently, he was inside a hidden cave near the location where he met Elise earlier. It was remote enough to absorb the soul orb and help the little guy too. After sitting cross-legged, Soren gripped the soul orb in his hand before closing his eyes. Then he extended his faint mental power, directly engulfing the dark orb completely, just as advised by Professor Logan last night. Swoosh! The moment his mental power made contact with the orb, it shook violently in his hand before stopping abruptly. Then, in an instant, Soren felt a rich energy seep directly into his body and soul. It was warm, yet overwhelming. His mind blurred for a second, as if something vast had pressed into it. But at the same time, a strange clarity rose from within. His heartbeat stuttered as his senses dulled, then sharpened sharply, as if his entire being was being reshaped from the inside out. To be honest, the clarity he felt was so refreshing that he almost forgot about the lizard and absorbed all the energy inside the orb. Sigh, little guy, you better be worth the investment. This was the third time Soren felt the lizard was luckier as he slowly guided a faint transparent energy into the albino lizard, letting it absorb. Then, he used the evolved Artemis S sight to carefully monitor its body. Although he couldn't see its soul state, he could feel its changes. He wasn't going to waste more soul energy than necessary. Now, the moment Soren felt the albino lizard's heartbeat stabilize and its condition improve, he immediately cut off the supply before absorbing everything for himself. In an instant, the dark orb in his hand turned crystal clear before shattering on its own, its fragments dissolving into the air. Damn, that was refreshing. But its work was already done, as evident by the bright glow settling across Soren's face. How could it not? When Soren could clearly feel something within him growing stronger, and it wasn't physical attributes like agility or strength. It was his soul, something completely invisible to his senses before. Now, though faint, he could sense it. Let us see my status. Did it change? Soren suddenly thought, a bit nervously. To be honest, he had a strange suspicion about his variable attributes after he became able to use Elise's skill before. After all, if he could use her skill through Link, Then could he also gain stats unrelated to the archer class? More importantly, could he increase them with his free stat points, just like other normal stats? Otherwise, how is he going to use Arya, Sylvia, and even Aurelia-S skills later? System, show me my status panel. This question was so important to Soren that he quickly ordered his system, only to see a transparent panel appear in front. But he immediately ignored everything else, focusing on the specific part he cared about. Attributes: Strength, 106 Agility Dexterity, 206 Intelligence Mental Power, 137 Endurance, 105 Charm, 302 Mana, 141 Luck, 100 Soul, 10 free stat points, 95 It really appeared. Soren S. Hart skipped a beat the moment he saw another attribute in his status panel. More importantly, it was placed above the invariable stat. Gulp. System used 10 points on soul stat. But he didn't immediately rejoice. Instead, he ordered his system and immediately noticed his free stat points had decreased by 10, while his soul stat increased to 20. Damn. So is indeed possible? Only then did Soren S. expression brighten. However, just as he was about to rejoice, though, he found that his entire body suddenly stiffened. All because he felt a sudden surge of soul power rush through him all at once. Far too fast for his body to adjust, making his limbs feel heavy and strangely unresponsive. It was as if his soul had taken a step forward while his body was left behind, creating an uncomfortable pressure from within. Ding! Warning. Severe soul-body imbalance detected. Host is recommended to increase his endurance stat immediately. Do you want to use your free stat points? Fortunately, his system gave him the solution on time, making Soren breathe a sigh of relief. Use it. What else could he do? To be honest, Soren was already thinking about increasing his strength and endurance before, as they were needed for his S-rank class state, and also while using Link. He delayed it until now in case something happened. It seemed he was right, as something did happen, although it was more due to his stupidity and his excitement. Ding! You have used 85 points of free stats on your endurance. Your endurance has been increased to 190. What? Only. Soren never thought that the system would directly use all his free stats, not leaving a drop behind. Ugh. But he quickly realized why it did, so as he felt his body change rapidly. His muscles tightened, and his breathing steadied as his body adapted to the sudden strain. His frame grew more resilient under the pressure, easing the overwhelming sensation building within him and gradually reducing the sense of being overfilled until it finally stabilized. Really, increasing the endurance stat by a whopping 85 points at once changed his body far more than he expected. And even then, this stuffed feeling isn't gone completely. No wonder system used everything I had. He really made a mistake in treating soul as simple as other stats, didn't he? Still, he wasn't regretting it. Though, not when he found that his soul sensibility had gone further. Now, not only could he feel his soul inside clearly, but he could even feel the soul of the little guy below, who is still unconscious. It seems to have completely recovered. But why is it still down? Soren frowned and didn't know what to do. He couldn't use a healing potion for a soul injury. Could he? Maybe it will wake up soon. In the end, he just shrugged and decided to wait for a while. In the meantime, he took out the dark compass that this guy had given him before from his inventory. It also had the golden aura surrounding it, meaning it was a good fortune. Let us see what it is then. Soren thought with glee before using Eye of Insight. Artifact. Abyssal Soul Compass Rank. A origin. A relic forged from a crystallized fragment of abyssal essence, shaped by unknown forces to track distortions between realms. Effect. Allows the user to detect and locate areas where the boundary between the world and the abyss is weakened, including active, forming, or dormant demon gates. Abyss detection. Automatically points toward the nearest abyssal disturbance or demon gate. Hidden breach sense. Reveals concealed or inactive abyss gate locations that are not yet visible. Limitation. Accuracy decreases in areas with multiple overlapping distortions or strong interference. Note: the compass resonates with abyssal energy. Higher affinity with dark or void attributes may improve precision and expand detection range. Why is this here? Soren suddenly froze, shock written all over his face. His hope for another great find vanished the moment he saw the name of the compass. In fact, he was so shocked that he abruptly stood up, as if deeply shaken. ISNT this, the thing the knight used in the game to open the demon gate a month later? And his shock was justified. All because this compass was an event item, one that was destined to be found by Evan later, after the brief invasion of the demons. This is bad, but somehow, Soren got it ahead of time, out of nowhere. To be honest, it was an A-rank item, a very valuable find. But Soren couldn't feel happy. After all, the appearance of this item here meant the invasion is about to happen. Gulp. Soren visibly gulped, looking down at the albino lizard, finally realizing why that golden aura might have surrounded both of them. No, I cannot stay here any longer. Let us go find Professor Lyra immediately. Soren forcefully calmed himself down and grabbed the lizard by the neck once again before using the dimensional anchor once more. Swoosh! In an instant, he was teleported to his tent inside the camp of the Elite Hunter Academy. Then he quickly left his tent, intending to find Professor Lyra. After all, the appearance of the Abyssal Soul Compass meant the invasion was about to happen. He didn't know why it got pulled forward so much, catching him off guard, but he had to warn them somehow. Otherwise, things could get bloody pretty quickly. Damn, just when I was about to relax, this had to happen suddenly. What bad luck. He couldn't help but curse, feeling a bit wry. Sometimes luck and bad luck seemed separated by a thin line, didn't they? Chapter 151. Meeting Lysandra again. Not inside. Where did she go? As soon as Soren teleported to the camp, he made a beeline towards Professor Lyra's tent, only to see no one. Not only her, but even other professors like Kale weren't in the camp. It seemed they were busy with their own things. As for the principal, he had no idea where to even find him. I did send a message to Professor Lyra, but I don't know when she will look at it. Since the Abyssal Soul Compass had appeared here, it meant the knight had already found a suitable place to open a demon gate. It almost meant that it wouldn't be long before that happened. To be honest, if possible, Soren wanted to stop this invasion completely, as he didn't want to clash with Crucible so early on. After all, the knight who was in charge of this invasion was an S-rank lich. His name was Knight because it was rumored that he was a real knight before he submitted to the demon. Isabella? It didn't take long for him to notice the link, though. After all, who else besides her was an unknown factor in these events? He bet Crucible already knew of her presence and changed their plan accordingly. Sigh. Is this what a butterfly effect is about? Soren sighed, not liking the flow of events. Soren? What are you doing here? Just as Soren was thinking where to find Lyra, he heard a soft voice in front. Sylvia? Surprisingly, it was Sylvia, wandering near the teacher's camping grounds just like him. What are you doing here? Soren asked, ignoring that she was the one who asked him first. Me? I was just invited by Professor Lysandra for something. What are you doing here, though? Sylvia seemed a bit lively the moment she saw Soren, as she quickly replied before coming close, with a face filled with a beautiful smile. All the confusion she felt from Lysandra was completely forgotten. As for inviting Soren to her club, she didn't even consider it. Asking Soren to join her just so she could learn a thing or two from the professor didn't sit well with her style. Oh, Professor Lysandra is here? Good. But it seemed Soren had other thoughts, as the moment he heard her, he beamed in surprise, before grabbing her hand. Then, let us go meet her. I have something to ask of her. As far as he knew, Lysandra had a good relationship with Lyra. Besides, although crazy in some ways, she wasn't a demon's servant like Ruther. She should have some way to contact Lyra, or even the principal for him. Why, hey, Soren. Wait. Sylvia was shocked by Soren's sudden shift as he grabbed her hand, dragging her forcefully. She never thought he would react so strongly after hearing the professor's name. So, they didn't know each other. What does he have to ask her of anyway? Sylvia couldn't help but pout after stabilizing her figure, letting Soren drag her hand in hand. Professor Lysandra said Soren is a cool guy, and he got excited the moment he heard her name. Just when did they get so close? Why don't I know? Sylvia slightly bit her red lips, looking at Soren, realizing how anxious he seemed to meet her. And why does Lysandra want him to join our healer club all of a sudden? So many questions, and Sylvia didn't have a single answer. She wanted to ask Soren, but seeing how anxious he seemed, she first told him the truth. Professor Lysandra said she has something to do. She isn't inside right now. At least, when she left, she was already gone. So, Soren's visit might be wasted. Soren Kingswell, right? Come inside. However, just as Soren paused his steps, hearing Sylvia, a soft yet crisp voice echoed from the tent he was standing before. And it belonged to Professor Lysandra, no doubt. For a moment, Sylvia was shocked, while Soren looked at her questioningly. Didn't she just say that Lysandra wasn't inside? Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Soren didn't think much, and quickly replied to the professor before entering the tent. Sylvia also quickly tagged along, although her cheeks were a bit red, embarrassed. She wasn't lying to Soren, really. So you already asked him to join our club? This is quite fast. I am really surprised, student Sylvia. Maybe I underestimated your charm a little. But the moment she followed Soren inside, Professor Lysandra spoke again, looking at her with a faint smile. She was still in the same position as before when they first met, with an open book, sitting cross-legged on a chair. But her eyes were focused on her, seemingly impressed. Club? What club? Soren asked, confused, turning to Sylvia only to see her flushed red. And no, Professor, I didn't ask him to join. He came here on his own. He has some things to ask you. Sylvia felt Soren's gaze and quickly explained, afraid that he would misunderstand. She didn't know why Lysandra was adamant about embarrassing her. To be honest, she already faintly began to dislike this professor. Even if she did invite Soren, was saying it so directly to his face a good thing? Oh, so he came on his own? And I thought. Lysandra frowned upon hearing Sylvia and closed the book she was reading before looking at Soren. To be honest, she really had no impression of this student before this time. After all, they only met that one time when Soren was injured. So, it didn't make sense for her to invite him to her club so suddenly. The only reason she even did so was that she heard a very interesting piece of news from her best friend recently. Now that I look at it, he does look quite handsome and charming. No wonder he wooed the daughter of an archmage and the director of the National Hunting Association at the same time. Many didn't know, but she had a very good relationship with Lyra. Recently, she had a brief talk with Lyra during her relaxing time when she heard her complain about this particular student, who seemed to be a playboy. Although Professor Lyra was very tough with her students, she really cared about them even more. She wasn't lying when she thought of directing Soren in the correct direction. Only, she never thought Soren would directly admit that both girls knew about his affair and were fine with it. To be honest, Lyra was so stumped by Soren's admission that night that she really didn't know what to do at all. So, she came to her for advice, only to make Lysandra curious unknowingly. Young man, we meet again. It seems your leg is all fine now. Professor Lysandra showed an amiable smile at Soren. Looking curiously, for a moment, Soren felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. But he didn't have time to waste after all. Although he was curious what this invitation to their club was all about, he quickly focused on the pressing concern instead. It is all fine thanks to you, Professor. But forgive me for rushing over pleasantries, as I have a very important thing to do right now. Soren didn't mince words and directly asked Lysandra what he wanted to know. Professor, can you contact Professor Lyra? If possible, Principal Logan would be even better. I have something very important and serious to tell them. Time was of the essence. He could always entertain her later, but right now, he wanted to meet with Lyra immediately. Although he couldn't tell her anything about the invasion, which he shouldn't know, he was sure that if she saw the abyssal soul compass, she would know everything, and that was enough. Oh, but his saying urgent wasn't enough to make Lysandra immediately heed his call, unfortunately. Rather, it only intrigued her more as she leaned in slightly. What is so urgent that you want to contact them? Care to tell? Or do you want me to just believe you? she asked, placing her palm on her chin, leaning leisurely on her chair, as if she had all the time in the world. She was in no hurry about the urgency that Soren was showing right now. For a moment, Soren felt a bit speechless, while Sylvia pouted beside him. Okay, it was official. She definitely didn't tea like this professor. Sigh, it seems she is in a mood to fool around. There is no point trying to contact Lyra through her then. Soren sighed after seeing her antics, before taking out the dark compass from his inventory and throwing it directly to Lysandra, who caught it reflexively. What is this? Lysandra was a bit confused by his rude gesture when a sudden, sizzling sound echoed through the chamber, coming straight from her hand. Only then did she notice that it came from the compass in her hand, which was reacting violently with her holy power the moment it landed in her grasp. Abyss energy. Only then did her playful smile turn into a heavy frown as she abruptly stood up from her chair before asking Soren solemnly, "Where did you find it?" It seemed she was now the one in urgency instead of Soren, as the aura around her shifted into dark gloom so abruptly that Sylvia felt a bit shocked just by being near her. As for Soren, he just rolled his eyes speechlessly before resigning himself to fate, knowing he now had to give her a long explanation. Chapter 152. Is Lysandra a bitch? A rare albino lizard came on its own, giving you this A-rank artifact? Professor Lysandra spoke while looking at the pristine white lizard in front of her with a curious gaze. As a healer, she, of course, could easily see the lizard was somehow injured in its soul. Although she was curious how Soren managed to heal it already, it did make his story credible. After all, only a necromancer generally had the ability to injure someone's soul, and it made sense for Cursible to try to kill it when it snatched such a precious compass from them. Then again, ISNT this guy. Too lucky? Lysandra thought, looking at Soren intently, making him uncomfortable while Sylvia pouted more and more beside him. For a moment, the tent was enveloped in a strange silence until Lysandra spoke. Okay, I understand your concern and why you want to contact Lyra. I will help you then. This was a serious matter involving a possible invasion. After all, even if she didn't want to, she had to do it. As for this albino lizard, Lysandra lightly threw a dark potion at Soren, which he caught reflexively. Just give it this to drink, and it will wake up soon. This potion can temporarily weaken its power, too. So, if you can make a beast contract, otherwise just throw it into the forest before it goes wild in our camp. She gave the directions before getting ready to leave. However, before she did so, she didn't forget to invite Soren, this time by herself rather than through Sylvia. By the way, go join my club when you have time, unless you're planning to just sit back and lose that little girl completely. But her ways of invitation seemed a bit casual. I've heard a certain cool senior has been getting pretty close to her lately, you know? She gave a meaningful look to Soren before abruptly turning around and leaving the tent in a hurry. What? Hey, Professor, what the heck do you mean by close? It was as if she were afraid that Sylvia would point at her for lying. But to satisfy her curiosity about this guy, she didn't mind using her student. She would compensate her later by helping her anyway. Lysandra hoped that Sylvia would understand. No, she was sure of it. That bitch! How dare she? Sylvia cursed for the nth time, kicking the pebble under her foot strongly, her face filled with fury. Currently, she was returning to her tent with Soren, her mood completely ruined. What the heck does she mean by sit back and lose that girl? Am I a loose girl who will go with anyone? She couldn't help but mumble, clenching her fist so hard that her knuckles turned white. If before she disliked Lysandra slightly, now she hated that vixen. How could she not understand that the woman was using her to get Soren to join her club? Only, how dare she try to make a rift in their relationship? To be honest, if Lysandra hadn't quickly disappeared from her tent, Sylvia probably would have cursed her outright. So much for being a professor. She has no dignity. Huh, Sylvia, let go already. Professor Lysandra is like that sometimes. She didn't mean to say you're a loose girl or something. Soren was a bit amused to see Sylvia getting so angry for the first time. To be honest, even in anger, she looked quite cute. so much so that Soren quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her gently into him, smelling her freshness. Besides, do you think I will believe anyone? Why would I get jealous over nothing? If there was anyone loose here, then it had to be Soren, not her. TC, I know, I just don't like her. Sylvia naturally leaned on his shoulder, relaxing her nerves before pouting at Soren. Still, don't do what she says, okay? She is just using a dirty trick to get you to join her club. She argued. You are an archer, and there is no need to join us, healers. In fact, how about I also leave that useless place too? Although what Lysandra had said wasn't true, it was still true that Chiron had been pestering her recently. Especially after he saw her with Soren, he seemed to have gone mad. And because he was a senior in the same club, she couldn't even get rid of him completely. What was the point of being in that club then? No, don't leave right now. In fact, I have also decided to join the Radiant Sacred Club, to be honest. Surprisingly, Soren immediately stopped her, making Sylvia confused. What? Why do you want to join it? Don't tell me. For a moment, her overthinking brain began working rapidly, jumping to a very bad conclusion as she looked at Soren, her eyes instantly growing moist. Soren, do you doubt me? Otherwise, why would he suddenly want to join a healer club while being an archer? Sylvia couldn't think of any other reason, making her feel betrayed. Just when she was on the verge of crying, Soren suddenly flicked her glabella with his finger, eliciting a moan of pain from her. Idiot. If I doubt you, why would I stop you from leaving the club? Isn't it better for me if you leave? Soren rolled his eyes, feeling that sometimes Sylvia thought too much. He didn't know what kind of thought process she had. I have my own reasons for joining the club, you know. Besides, Professor Lysandra is a good potionist despite being a healer. Soren remarked, you can learn many things from her. Didn't you want to be more helpful in battle before? She can help you quite easily. He didn't lie. Although Lysandra was an S-rank healer by class, she had uncanny expertise in potionology. In fact, he bet that the dark potion she just gave him was made by her personally. She was a bit paranoid in her way of researching. So much so that Soren wouldn't dare to drink the potion she made. Well, this should work as intended, right? Soren thought, glancing at the dark potion in his hand and the limp albino lizard resting on his shoulder, restrained by the crimson queen lash. For a moment, didn't he know whether to give it or not? Is that so? Potionist, huh? That is something I didn't know about. Sylvia mumbled, genuinely surprised by Soren's words. But still, her behavior is very bad. If she continues to play around like this, I won't stay in her club anymore. It was clear that she took Soren's words to heart and calmed herself down. But that didn't mean she forgave Lysandra already. Okay, I didn't mean to force you to stay anyway. Just try and see if you can learn something useful. If not, we can just leave. Soren consoled her before signaling toward his tent. But first, let us give this potion to this guy. It is still asleep, and I don't want to waste my time waiting for it to wake up. He just wanted to know whether, after waking up, the albino lizard would still want to make a pact with him. Things are going to get pretty hectic these days with Crucible's appearance. Having a pet of his own might help him somehow. Who knew? Chapter 153. Soren's affair is exposed. What do you mean by this? Arya asked while gazing at a lean guy, who gave her a faint, gentlemanly smile. Her hand held a small mana crystal, or rather, clenched it tightly. Clearly, her mood wasn't good. Nothing much. It is just something I got from someone. But the figure in front seemed as calm as usual as he spoke lightly, with that same smile on his lips. Only, I was a bit surprised after seeing what was inside the mana recorder. Especially the figures inside, you see. Chiron Voss spoke as if he himself was shocked. To be honest, I never thought my juniors were so daring that they were kissing out in public. Well, Soren and Alara were kissing in a corner, out of public view, but that was beside the point. He just never thought that the men he hired to spy on Soren would bring him such a good thing so early. Is this your problem? But before he could think more, Arya's cold voice abruptly cut him off. I asked if this is your problem, and besides, why are you showing me this in the first place? Do you have a habit of snooping into others' personal lives? Arya was mad. In fact, She was furious beyond anything. How could she not be when she saw Soren kissing yet another girl? She knew Soren was a scumbag and had an unclear relationship with Sylvia and even Aurelia. Despite that, she couldn't stop liking him. Not when she noticed his charm increasing more and more. So much so that she was afraid. Afraid that she would give herself to him willingly like a moth attracted to light. That's why she had been avoiding Soren, although subtly. She didn't even try to be alone with him anymore. All to give herself some time to decide what she should do. Should she just give in to Soren because of his charm? Or should she logically leave? Or rather, could she even do so? From how her heart raced just by his touch recently, it didn't seem possible. His aura called her name every time they met. Did this make her foolish? Maybe. But Arya wanted nothing more than to be in his embrace, letting him do whatever he wanted. That's why she got extremely jealous when he was with Sylvia or even Aurelia. But now there was another competition out of nowhere, and he even... Bastard. Oh, don't get me wrong, Junior. I have no such hobby. Chiron didn't notice Arya's emotional upheaval as he was busy with his little plot. To be honest, he wanted to show this mana recorder to Sylvia more than anything. But that girl wouldn't listen to him at all. She didn't even agree to meet him alone, as if Soren forbade her. In the end, he was so mad that he directly searched for someone close to her to convey this affair, finding Arya. As long as he told her close friend Soren's true face, he was sure that Sylvia would break up with that guy. Then, he would finally have a chance. Junior Arya, I heard you have a good relationship with Sylvia, right? Chiron felt Arya's image of him getting lower and hurriedly explained. To be honest, I don't care what people do in their private lives. It has nothing to do with me. However, when I realized who the person was, I just couldn't stop myself. Chiron showed the right amount of frown on his face, showing clear disgust. Sylvia is my junior after all. She has a good relationship with me. Well, it was nowhere good, but he wanted Arya to just listen. And I know she has an ongoing relationship with the guy in that recorder. But she is clearly being deceived after all. Knowing this, how can I allow her to jump into the fire? Chiron gave a righteous look. In fact, I wanted to show this to Sylvia, but she just wouldn't listen to me. In the end, I have no choice but to find her close friend. Maybe she will listen to you. He didn't say much as he knew that Arya understood everything. And he was right. Arya understood everything, more so than he wanted. I understand. You want me to convey this news to Sylvia, right? She asked with the same cold voice as before, making Chiron a bit uncomfortable. He finally noticed that the elf in front seemed a bit angry, but he just thought it was for her friend and nodded lightly. That's what I want. Once again, I just want to make sure she isn't. All right then, please excuse me. Don't worry, I will let Sylvia see everything. Arya wasn't in the mood to listen to his ramblings. So she just cut him off before abruptly turning around and leaving Chiron alone. Her steps headed directly towards Soren's tent, her mind in chaos. That scumbag, aren't Sylvia and Aurelia enough already? Did he still have to go and kiss that twin sister like that? Arya cursed, biting her red lips, almost drawing blood. She didn't even know when Soren got close to her. Aurelia and Soren didn't tell them about that C-rank dungeon incident after all, so they wouldn't be worried. Arya so wanted to hack Soren into two right now. He hadn't yet cleared up the relationship with her and Sylvia, and he was out looking for other girls already. Although she knew Soren was like that from the beginning, finding it out from other people was sour after all. He is just too much. No wonder he was paying less attention to me these days. Arya thought, feeling a sense of betrayal, as her steps increased more and more before she practically ran towards the tent. All the while, faint moisture collected in her eyes, on the verge of spilling out. Such a beautiful elf was on the verge of crying because of some scumbag playing around. Soren was really a bit much. Chapter 154, A Gift. Although a bit perverted. Monster, albino lizard race, beast level, 60 rank, BHP, 15,500, 15,500 status, tamed special trait. Wow, so cute. Hey, Soren, where did you even get this? Sylvia asked, looking at the cute lizard tilting its head and staring at them with big, curious eyes. She never thought Soren could tame a level 60 beast so easily. To be honest, when she saw its level for the first time, she was totally shocked. After all, she still didn't know about Soren's adventure in the C-rank dungeon or his current level. Soren didn't tell her so as not to make her nervous. It came on its own. Soren replied lightly while sensing the new connection. Unlike with Elise, it felt somewhat different as he could clearly sense the albino lizard's current emotions. And it was unexpectedly treating him with a kind of reverence. Maybe because of my bloodline? Soren didn't know, but it was nice to see how easily he got a pet of his own. It was also nice to see no side effect from the potion given by Lysandra. Although having a pet wouldn't make him a beast tamer and he couldn't share its skills, having a companion was a good thing nonetheless. Not to mention, it was higher in level than he was. Came on its own. Damn, why are you so lucky? Sylvia gave a pout filled with jealousy before lowering herself and gently touching the lizard's cheek, making it purr. Surprisingly, it didn't resist her touch, even letting out a cute purr, which only made Sylvia more and more jealous. Sigh, you already have a pet of your own? I don't even know where my ivory is at. Sylvia complained, remembering the E-rank sky crane that she rode to get here before. Her eyes filled with melancholy. By the way, Soren, what are you going to name it? She then suddenly asked, turning her head up and looking at Soren with those blue eyes. HM? I don't know. Why don't you name it, Sylvia? Soren, of course, saw her hidden expectation and conveniently gave her the chance, which she immediately took with a beaming smile. Great, huh? Then let me name you, little guy. Sylvia visibly brightened up, carefully lifting the white lizard into her hands as she pondered. With a beaming smile on her red lips, blonde hair tied neatly in a high ponytail, and dressed in a blue long-sleeve t-shirt with a skirt, she looked absolutely endearing. So much so that Soren couldn't help but let out an unconscious smile as he silently watched her enthusiasm. HM, you're white and cute, just like my ivory, and you even have a frost elemental alignment. Let me see. Sylvia didn't notice Soren's gaze. She thought for a while before speaking with a bit of uncertainty. Frost? Ivory and frost. It seemed like a good match. Sylvia sometimes had strange naming tendencies, it seemed, but Soren felt that frost wasn't a bad name. KRR? The albino lizard seemed to agree as it nodded cutely in Sylvia's palm before letting out a white breath from its mouth, as if in agreement, casting delicate snowflakes into the air. Clearly, this little guy knew what it was doing. To Soren, its behavior felt a bit childish. But Sylvia seemed to love its reaction as she beamed once again. Okay, Frost then. Look, Soren, it's so happy. Sylvia flashed a bright smile while playing with Frost, encouraging it to breathe out more snowflakes until the inside of the tent was dusted white. For a moment, Soren felt the cold creeping in and finally stopped Sylvia before she went overboard. Okay, stop playing around. We still have things to do. As much as he liked seeing her happy, time wasn't on their side. He still had to go to his soul to retrieve his orders. He didn't know what would happen now that Crucible's plan had been exposed. It would be better if Lyra could stop them before they opened the portal, but if she didn't Frost, you go and wait outside. Don't let anyone in. Soren suddenly ordered his pet, which immediately nodded before disappearing from Sylvia's hand in an instant. As much as it wanted to play around, Soren's order was absolute. So suddenly, only Sylvia and Soren were left alone in the tent. Not fair. Why are you in such a hurry anyway? Sylvia couldn't help but pout at Soren after seeing Frost disappear, placing both hands on her waist, accentuating her impressive bosom. It wasn't that she didn't notice something was off when Soren and Lysandra were talking. She just didn't know the extent of danger. Okay, enough of this. I have something to give you. Soren didn't care and even found her a bit cute. Rather, he suddenly stepped closer to Sylvia and took out a thin, semi-transparent silk from his inventory. What is this? Sylvia asked, a bit surprised. But before she could react further, Soren began wrapping it around her body, carefully covering her completely with the robe. Swoosh! And the moment he did so, the semi-transparent silk robe latched on her clothes and then turned illusory, disappearing right before her eyes. What? What happened? It was so sudden that Sylvia didn't even have time to blink before it simply vanished from her vision. Confused, she looked at Soren, only to see him smiling. "Scan it," Soren asked, signaling her with his eyes. Artifact: Veil of Dripping Sin Rank. D. Upgradable. Origin: a soft, semi-transparent robe made of illusory silk infused with subtle seductive essence. Effect: Gentle defense. While the veil has lust energy, it provides moderate defensive strength, softening incoming attacks and granting basic protection. Life-saving embrace. Once per day, it can activate to save the wearer from fatal attack by wrapping the body in a warm, protective illusion, as long as it has sufficient lust energy. Clinging illusion can attach to any clothing the wearer has on, perfectly mimicking its appearance and greatly boosting its durability. Once attached, the wearer can freely make the veil appear or disappear on any part of the body at will. Note: all defensive effects require lust energy. The veil grows weaker or loses power when lust energy is depleted. Current lust energy: 0-100. It was a defensive robe he bought for Sylvia from the Arrow's treasury. To be honest, he was very reluctant to purchase it as it cost him a whopping 150 PHP points. But when he saw that it was a bundle with 5 robes packed, he didn't waste any more time. After all, he had been thinking about giving gifts to his girls lately. And what could be greater than a defensive robe that could save their lives? He bet even a sold wouldn't be able to make such an artifact for him, although it did work on some lewd mechanism, as always. Lust energy? Soren, what does it mean? Sure enough, the moment Sylvia read through the artifact description, she gawked in pure surprise. Although she might not be able to see everything like Soren, she could see that it was a defensive robe that could save her life. Only, why the heck did it need something absurd like lust energy? Not to mention its name. For a moment, Sylvia looked at Soren, her eyes filled with shame. She never thought Soren would gift her such a perverted artifact out of nowhere. What was his intention? What was with that look? Can't you see how good it is for a D-rank artifact? Although Soren was a bit ashamed, he just rolled his eyes at her before abruptly pulling Sylvia's slim body into a tight hug, making her yelp softly. "Hey, what are you doing then?" Without warning, he lifted his hand and molded one of her breasts through her clothes with firm, possessive passion, his fingers pressing into the soft flesh as he claimed her lips in a hungry kiss. Sylvia gasped at the sudden kiss, her body instinctively pressing toward his as her hands clutched at his shirt, pulling him closer while soft sounds slipped from her lips. It had been a while since they shared a quiet moment like this, and she was in no mood to pull away. Unfortunately, Soren suddenly stopped abruptly, removing his hand and letting her gasp in confusion. Soren?" For a moment, she asked, a bit confused when she saw him signaling at her. "Check the artifact again." Only then did she realize that this guy did this just so he could charge that weird artifact. Pouting slightly, Sylvia once again scanned the artifact only to see that the number had changed. Current lust energy, 10-100. Yeah, it is charged by 10 points. That is so easy, Sylvia thought, her face a bit red. She thought they needed to do more to recharge it. For a moment, she did not know whether she was happy or sad. "Yeah, now you know what that energy is about, right?" Soren smirked at Sylvia before playfully tapping her arm through her sleeve, drawing a startled sound from her. "Hey, make it disappear." Then he suddenly leaned toward her neck, catching her scent before murmuring something soft, his fingers pointing at her breast. What do you mean?" Sylvia was a bit confused by his sudden change when Soren lightly grabbed her t-shirt before signaling her. "I mean, use that clinging illusion effect and make them disappear here. Don't you want to recharge fully?" he asked softly before leaning close and pressing a gentle kiss to her neck. He then slowly lifted his head toward her ear, and Sylvia shifted uncomfortably. Only then did she realize that Soren intended to use the robe's new feature to change her outfit, letting him take advantage of her. "This bastard. I knew he had no good intention," Sylvia cursed, feeling uneasy all of a sudden. And yet, She could not help but want to comply with his strange demands, intending to do what he said when... Boom! What? Why is there a monster here? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed around the tent, followed by Arya's loud cry, filled with shock. Chapter 155, A Sneaky Test. What happened? Soren quickly left the tent with Sylvia as soon as he heard the shout outside, only to see Arya covered in white from top to bottom. A thin layer of crystalline ice clung to her clothes and skin as she stood there, completely immobilized, her body trembling slightly from the cold. As Soren, her gaze was fixed on the tent's entrance, frustration and disbelief flickering in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe such a strong monster was inside the camp, right in front of Soren's tent. Shit! But the moment Frost saw Soren, he darted toward him, his tail swishing eagerly. It was as if he were asking whether he had done well on his first order. For a moment, Soren was speechless before he sighed and gave an order. Frost, release her. She is someone I know. Fortunately, Frost was smart enough to simply freeze Arya and not actually attack her. But this also made Soren realize he needed to be more careful when giving orders to his new pet. KRR. Frost seemed a bit dejected at not getting praise, but he immediately released Arya as he was told. In an instant, with his skill withdrawn, Arya felt the ice around her melt away, restoring her mobility once again. Only, in the process, her dress ended up completely soaked, leaving her shivering even more as the cold clung stubbornly to her skin. She hugged herself tightly, her teeth chattering slightly as she finally shot Soren a resentful look. Why you be bastard? See, can you give me arrest? Arya was already in tears after seeing the event in that mana recorder. And now this had to happen. She could, of course, see what had happened here. Although she was confused why Soren suddenly had a monster under his command, seeing him exit the tent with Sylvia and how red her face seemed, she could guess. Not to mention the red smear on Soren's lips. It didn't take a genius to understand what they had been doing inside or why that monster was guarding the tent. For a moment, she felt even more betrayed as she gritted her teeth, kicked the ground, and abruptly turned around. Then, without even a moment of pause, she left. Left in a rage she had never felt before, leaving both Soren and Sylvia puzzled. After all, in their eyes, it was just an accident, and Arya wasn't hurt. As for them being together, it was the first time she had seen that. What happened? Soren keenly felt that something was off with Arya, as she quickly ran away, as if intending to leave the camp without saying a word. Aren't you going after her? Sylvia suddenly asked Soren as she saw him looking at Arya's figure. She could, of course, feel that there was something wrong with Arya, just like Soren, and she didn't even mind him going after her. After all, no matter how much they seemed to quarrel, they had become good friends these days. She didn't want Arya to be hurt in any way. However, that didn't mean she didn't have other thoughts. Thoughts like, will he choose? Or rather, who would Soren choose to be with in this scenario? While having a harem seemed very lucrative, maintaining relationships among them wasn't that easy. Soren's honest and upfront behavior about his desires did attract Sylvia, and she even indulged him, but that didn't mean she didn't have feelings. Feelings of wanting to be more important to him than anyone else. So, she was curious. Would Soren leave Arya alone and stay with her to charge her defensive robe? Or would he leave her here and run after Arya? To be honest, it wasn't fair for Soren, as Sylvia's situation wasn't equal to Arya's after all. But when did feelings care about equality? Poor Soren, without even knowing it, was suddenly placed on trial in Sylvia's mind, ready to be judged. Yeah, she seems unsettled. I don't know what happened. I should go and try to calm her down first. And the result was negative. Well, at least for Sylvia. But it wasn't hard to understand. Seeing Arya's condition, who would leave her alone, especially when the situation had been so dangerous recently. Oh, Jay just go. But that didn't mean Sylvia was happy, as she felt a bit down, trying hard not to show it. So in the end, he chose her. Yet such thoughts couldn't help but sprout in her mind as her head lowered involuntarily, her hand clutching her t-shirt tightly. All the happiness from receiving a gift from Soren seemed to vanish in an instant. What do you mean by go? Let us go together. Isn't she your friend? However, just as she was feeling down, a warm hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her close to a firm chest. Swoosh! What dash? Then, before she could understand what happened, Soren abruptly flew into the sky with a beautiful crimson wing on his back. Frost, just follow my scent to find me. He gave an order to his pet before rapidly flying toward Arya, who was still running in her wet clothes. He didn't know what had happened, but she didn't even seem to care about her condition, running like that. Fortunately, her clothes weren't see-through, though they were completely soaked. TCH, just what happened to her? Why is she so hurt? It didn't seem like just jealousy. Soren thought, closing in rapidly, completely oblivious to Sylvia's smile as she looked up at him, seemingly pleased. So he chose both? That was her current thought as she clung to his warm embrace, letting out a soft smile, her gloom disappearing in an instant. Although he didn't choose her over Arya, he didn't leave her alone either. For Sylvia, it didn't seem like a bad outcome. It seemed Soren had officially passed a small test. Ding! Sylvia's impression of you has increased significantly. Main quest. Conquer has increased by 10. Quest progress. 32. Soren was a bit surprised as a system prompt suddenly rang out mid-flight. Main quest. For a moment, he was confused and glanced at Sylvia, only to see her giving him a soft smile filled with tenderness. What happened to her? He had no idea why the quest suddenly made progress, but he didn't dwell on it much as he was already near Arya Luna. Swoosh! So, he ignored it for now and made a beeline toward the running figure, landing abruptly in front. What? The sudden appearance of Soren was so abrupt that not only Arya, but also a few students around looked surprised, staring at them curiously. But Soren ignored them all and faintly smiled at Arya. Hey Arya, don't get mad. Sorry. Okay. He spoke, giving her his best smile. I don't know why you're so hurt, but we can always talk, can't we? To be honest, seeing the trace of tears in her eyes made his heart clench tightly. How dare he make such a beautiful elf cry? Even Soren hated himself now. Maybe he really should control himself from now on. Suddenly, he felt that delaying telling them about Elise had been a good move. I don't want to talk to you. Leave me alone. Unfortunately, Arya didn't listen to him at all. Now when Soren was hugging Sylvia on one of his arms, as much as she was grateful that he came to console her, did he have to bring another girl too? Was this how someone comes to apologize? For a moment, Arya felt Soren was too shameless. No wonder he went after those twins behind their backs. That scumbag. Not only her, but even the students around felt the same. Dejected, Arya gave Soren a resentful look before trying to walk away when she found Soren abruptly beside her, his hand holding her thin waist in an instant. Wadash. Shoo, we can talk later. You're clearly not in the right mood. Have you seen your dress? How can I let you roam around like this? Soren was now certain there was something more behind Arya's anger toward him. So, rather than creating a scene in public, he decided to relocate first. Soren Didonti. After grabbing her waist, he once again used the crimson wing, flying abruptly into the sky, this time with two girls in his arms. All the while, Arya tried to struggle, but to no avail as he directly left the camp and abruptly used teleportation the moment he went out of view. To be honest, it almost looked like kidnapping. Should we inform the professors? This was the thought of the crowd who saw the whole ordeal, clearly wondering whether it was just a quarrel between lovers or a true kidnapping. No matter what, though, everyone couldn't help but admire the guts of that playboy. He dared to snatch a girl while already having another beautiful one in his arms. Lucky bastard. Soren didn't know how many people might have envied him today. Chapter 156. Telling them all. So, what do you have to say now? Sylvia asked Soren, her tone cold, as if from the abyss. Meanwhile, Arya clutched her dress. Still warm from the robe Soren had just given her, her eyes suddenly tinged with guilt. In front, Soren was busy looking at the mana recorder, which displayed the scene of his kissing incident with Alara. So, this is why she was angry. Soren showed a wry smile, feeling that Arya wasn't wrong at all. He was unsure who the heck recorded this. He had made sure there was no one around before that incident. Seeing how clear the recording was, it was obvious that someone had been spying on him. Where did you get this? Soren asked Arya, genuinely interested. As for being exposed, surprisingly, he wasn't as anxious as he thought he would be. If anything, he now regretted not telling them already. Soren, are you trying to dodge my question? Or are you seriously going to blame it on others and deny everything? Seeing how Soren was asking Arya, ignoring her, Sylvia got angry. Shouldn't he at least try to clear things up for them? To be honest, she was somewhat disappointed. Arya, no need to reply to him. This guy is still acting calm despite being exposed. Did he think we would forgive him just like that? While Arya had calmed down slowly, it was now Sylvia's turn. All the good points Soren had just accumulated from her disappeared in an instant as she abruptly turned around, grabbed Arya's hand, and dragged her with her. Wait, Sylvia. She didn't even listen to Arya before dragging her out, intending to leave in anger. Only this time, Soren had teleported them out of the camp, into the forest where he was with Elise before. So, suddenly Sylvia paused her footsteps as she was unfamiliar with her surroundings after all. Poor girl didn't even know where the camp was. So, she could only turn around and pout at Soren, asking him the direction with her eyes. Sigh, all right, I wasn't denying anything. I was just curious who was trying to mess with my relationship behind my back. That's all. Soren almost laughed, but held it in and gave a casual shrug. Besides, it's not like I went out of my way to seduce her. If it weren't for that life-and-death situation with Elise, I probably wouldn't even know her that well. Strictly speaking, he didn't owe Sylvia or Arya an explanation. If anything, the one who deserved it was Elise. After all, she was already part of his harem, bound to him through the Crimson Bond. Life-and-death situation? What do you mean? That didn't mean he wanted to lose the others, though. As expected, the moment Sylvia and Arya heard those words, their eyes widened, concern flashing across their faces. Seeing that, Soren couldn't help but let out a faint, sneaky smile, which he immediately hid, masking his face in a frown instead. Although he hated to use their sentiments to help him get over this situation, Soren found that he had no choice. Sigh. Okay, to be honest, I didn't want to tell you guys because you two might get worried, but now that you saw that footage, I have no choice. Soren let out a quiet breath, as if giving up, and leaned back against the tree behind him. Then, in a calm, measured tone, he began recounting what had happened inside the C-rank dungeon to Sylvia and Arya. As his story unfolded and the scale of the calamity he had faced became clear, their expressions gradually tightened, worry creeping across their faces as they listened in silence. Soren didn't go into detail about the danger he had faced. Instead, he focused on Elise's condition, explaining how he had to kiss her to keep her from slipping into a coma. Fortunately, after what they had experienced with the robe earlier, it wasn't too hard for Sylvia and Arya to accept the idea of mental resonance. Even so, he didn't miss the way both of them frowned at the same time when he said it. The sight made him chuckle, which immediately earned him a smack from Sylvia. Still, as he continued and explained how Elise had grown attached to him after that incident, their expressions slowly eased, and they finally seemed to accept his explanation. Of course, Soren kept certain details to himself, like the intimate nature of his relationship with Elise. He wasn't stupid enough to say everything. Some things were better revealed little by little in their own time. So, what you're saying is that Elise almost died in that C-rank dungeon, and you saved her. That's why you two got close. Sylvia asked, and Soren nodded only to get smacked on the head the next second. Huh, hey, stop hitting my head all the time. Do you want me to turn stupid? He rubbed the spot she struck, frowning. This was already the second time. You're already stupid enough. What difference would it make? Sylvia rolled her eyes, crossing her arms as she pouted. And don't think I'm not angry anymore. Even after something like that happened, you didn't tell us. What were you even thinking? Arya nodded quietly beside her, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Seeing this, Soren let out a breath and shrugged. Because I knew you'd worry and start crying like before. And besides, I didn't want to drag you two into this mess. That was the truth. He didn't know who Isabella really was, but judging by how persistent she had been in testing him, there was no telling what she might try next. It was better if he handled things alone. Still, sigh. Sylvia's expression softened slightly as she grasped the weight of the danger, letting out a quiet sigh. Fine. I won't argue about you hiding it this time. Just don't do it again. There was no point pushing further when his reasoning made sense. But something else still bothered her. Snatching the mana recorder from his hand, she held it up and narrowed her eyes. But even if everything you said is true, how do you explain this? Her voice turned colder as she continued. We saw the recording clearly. It was you kissing Elise, and she looked uncomfortable. She even tried to push you away. Doesn't that mean you forced it? Chapter 157. Close Encounter. We saw the recording clearly. It was you kissing Elise, and she looked uncomfortable. She even tried to push you away. Doesn't that mean you forced it? As soon as she said that, the air around them seemed to tighten. Even Arya's gaze hardened as the question resurfaced. From Soren's story, Elise had grown attached to him after he saved her life. So why did she push him away in the recording? It didn't add up. To them, it felt like he was just covering up his own desires. Maybe he had chased after Elise from the start. Maybe he even used that saving her incident as an excuse to get close. After all, from what they knew, this shameless pervert was more than capable of it. For a moment, the atmosphere around them became a bit weird as both Arya and Sylvia waited for Soren to answer. Unfortunately, he had no answer. I can't tell them that the girl in the recording isn't Elise, but Alara, can I? That could complicate this even further. Suddenly, Soren was in a dilemma. In the end, though, he decided to act stupid and said, well, this incident was recorded when we had a small quarrel at that time. Someone is clearly trying to set me up here. Can't you see? Besides, it is my way of apologizing. You two know how I am, right? He turned the question back on them, flashing Sylvia and Arya a meaningful smile that made them instinctively avoid his gaze, a faint blush rising to their cheeks. Now that they thought about it, whenever they got angry at him, Soren did kiss them forcefully to silence them. It wasn't new, and for them, it really worked, didn't it? Cough, didn't ask us. Can't you see we are the ones asking you? Sylvia didn't like his smug look, though, as she gave him a glare before grabbing Arya's hand once more. Strangely enough, after knowing about his tryst with Elise, they both had become closer, with Sylvia taking the lead. Soren, you pervert. We know what kind of man you are. Don't think we've forgiven you yet. Sylvia warned. Since you like that twin girl so much, go and be with her. Don't pester us anymore. And where the heck did you teleport us to? Which way is the camp? She asked at last, feeling frustrated. She couldn't even leave in anger because she didn't know where she was yet. Was this Soren's little trick? Then again, when did he become capable of teleporting? Cough, it is that way. But don't worry, I can teleport us directly to the camp. Soren also knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue for now and pointed in the direction before offering, only to get rejected. No need. We can leave on our own. You go and teleport to that vixen or whatever. Don't pester us anymore. Sylvia snarled before turning around and dragging Arya, not giving her a chance to speak. She felt that if she forgave him so easily, this guy might start kissing random girls on the street from now on. Who knew? This pervert and his desires. Sylvia felt irritated as she hadn't yet charged the robe given by him. After all, it seemed she would have to charge it solo for now. For a moment, she hated Arya for coming too early as she squeezed her hand a bit too tightly, causing her to yelp in pain. As Sylvia? Fortunately, Arya just thought she was angry at Soren. Hey, don't say that. You guys know how I love both of you, right? Soren saw them leaving and quickly spoke as shamelessly as ever. All he got in return for saying that was a glare from both girls. Soren showed a wry smile at their leaving figures before getting ready to tag behind. He couldn't just leave them be after all, and he also needed to know who gave that recording to Arya, although he had some guesses. However, just as he was about to follow them. He suddenly felt a symbol inside his mind stir violently, shaking his thoughts. Simultaneously, an extremely bad premonition abruptly clenched his entire being out of nowhere. In an instant, Soren realized the symbol belonged to one of the passive skills he had obtained from Elise, which he let operate all the time. Fatal Instinct S rank. Watch out. It happened so fast that Soren was caught off guard, and yet his body moved before his thoughts could catch up. Phantom Steps. Swoosh. In an instant, Soren appeared right in front of Sylvia and Arya, bumping them both. What? Hey, Soren. Then, before they could react, he grabbed both their waists and then once again used the Phantom Steps to vanish from the spot, pushing himself to escape the area at maximum speed when, boom, a massive dark shadow appeared out of nowhere, instantly blotting out the sky above them as it crashed down on the exact spot they had just left, obliterating everything on its arrival. Roar. Then came a deafening, soul-rattling roar that shook the entire camp, as fear spread through it like a living tide. Not only that, the sky itself darkened at a terrifying speed, clouds swallowing the clear heavens within moments, until daylight itself seemed to vanish. The air turned heavy and suffocating, as if something vast had forced its way into the world and was pressing down on everything at once. Light drained from the surroundings, swallowed by the rapidly thickening darkness, while the temperature dropped sharply. The ground seemed to lose its stability as distant sounds warped and faded, replaced by an unnatural stillness that made even breathing feel difficult. It didn't even take a moment before Soren found that everything around him had completely changed. And yet he couldn't think for long as a terrifying wolf, almost the size of a house, stood before him, its blood-red eyes locked directly onto him with a thick, murderous intent. Chapter 158. Fight with everything you have. Monster. Abyss Fong Terrawolf Race. Abyss Beast Level. 72 rank. CHP. 28,900 28,900 Special Traits. Abyssal Spike Eruption. Summons abyss-infused shadow spikes from the ground to impale targets and disrupt mana. Subterranean Abyss Drift. Burrows through corrupted earth to move unseen at high speed. Predatory Fear. Releases oppressive killing intent that weakens nearby enemies' instincts. Clearly, it was the same wolf that he ran away from. The same one that was chasing Frost before. Only it seemed to have evolved somehow. What the heck is happening? For a moment, even Soren couldn't help but curse at the absurdity of the situation around, not to mention Sylvia and Arya. They had already realized that if Soren was a step late, they would have been killed without mercy. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning, as suddenly, all three of them heard the prompt from the voice of the world out of nowhere, startling them even further. Warning. It has been detected that a demon gate has been opened partially. Detected that the demon gate belongs to the 10th floor of the Abyss. A unique instance has been identified. The gaze of the Abyss is dangerous and corrupting. Directive. Close the demon gate before full manifestation occurs. Note. Failure to close the gate will result in irreversible spatial corruption and abyssal overflow. What? Soren shouted in shock as soon as the voice of the world finished its prompt. How is this possible? But he still couldn't understand why this happened so suddenly. Didn't he give that compass to Lysandra before? Shouldn't Lyra already go to Principal Logan to stop them? Then why? This is bad. Soren didn't know what had happened so suddenly. Fortunately, the gate seemed only partially opened. But unfortunately, he was being targeted by an evolved wolf in front of him, affected by the Abyss. Gerdash. With its level, this alone was more than enough to kill them all. Not to mention, it must be a scout, while its companions might be coming behind. Damn, even teleportation is not working anymore. Soren tried teleporting directly to the camp, but realized that it was not possible. The explosion of the demon gate might have shifted the space around somehow. So much for being an S-rank artifact. Fuck. Cursing his luck, Soren once again used Phantom Steps to rapidly distance himself from the wolf. all the while taking Sylvia and Arya with him. Unfortunately, the monster in front was clearly more powerful than before as it effortlessly matched his speed, sending one shadow spike after another. If it didn't do something fast, he would be overrun within seconds. There was a limit to his speed, with his level only being 45. Soren, by now, Sylvia and Arya had also noticed the change, as they both were terrified by the prompt, but even more by the level 72 beast that appeared out of nowhere. In fact, Arya was already feeling so weak from its sheer murderous aura that she trembled in his arms, while Sylvia used Purification one after another with little effect. When a monster in front was at a much higher level than hers and related to corruption like the Abyss, even Sylvia was helpless. Come forth, my summon, Stone Golug. Arya, on the other hand, couldn't even summon anything. As the moment she tried to do so, the manifestation was crushed before it could even take shape, the sheer dark aura dispersing it instantly. Clearly, the wolf in front was highly intelligent and didn't allow them any proper chance to fight, despite seeing them as weak humans. Fortunately, even now, Soren's King's Grace was working fine, saving him. Roar. Fuck, this one do. But for how long? The wolf in front was clearly out of his league, and wasn't something Soren could defeat that easily, at least in his current state. In fact, with his current speed, it was even hard to dodge those shadow spikes. Skelit Dominion. Feeling stressed, Soren didn't waste time and instantly activated his bloodline effect. Ding! Bloodline effect. Scarlet Dominion activated. Strength, 30 agility, 5 endurance, 15 intelligence, 5 mana, 5 Crimson Bond with Elise Vans has been detected. Do you want to use the connection to enhance your bloodline state? The moment Soren activated his bloodline effect, he instantly felt his body change as his strength increased drastically. Boom! Roar! Unfortunately, in this condition, what he needed wasn't strength, but agility, as he had to put Sylvia and Arya to safety before anything else. System, use the Crimson Bond. Fortunately, the skill Phantom Steps was an SS rank 1, giving him a clear advantage over a C rank beast. Still, any power-up in this condition was a plus nonetheless, so he gave the order immediately, only to feel his blood boil for a brief moment before sensing an abrupt connection coming directly from the camp. Elise? Surprisingly, Soren felt Elise's presence, followed by a sudden surge of power being transmitted through the connection they shared. Ding! You have decided to use the Crimson Bond with Elise Vans. All your stats have temporarily increased to a significant degree. Your attunement to the skills gained from her class has deepened noticeably. This time, the system didn't give him the exact percentage, but even without it, Soren felt an unprecedented surge of energy rushing through his entire body. Soren? So much so that even Sylvia, in his arms, noticed it as she looked at him in wonder, her eyes filled with worry. She could see that Soren seemed to have activated some kind of state. His muscles were visibly stronger, and even his height seemed to increase slightly. But this only worried her more as she felt like a burden. Once again, she felt worthless, while he, on the other hand, was doing everything in his power to save their lives. Soren, just leave us and save yourself. In the end, she couldn't help but speak softly while gazing at the behemoth that filled her heart with fear. She felt that if Soren didn't have to worry about them, he could definitely save himself alone. Soren, don't worry about us. And she wasn't the only one with that thought, as Arya felt the same. In fact, she even tried to pull herself out of his arms when a solid slap landed on her, but with a resounding smack. Ouch! And it seemed she wasn't the only one to get smacked, as Sylvia cried out at the same time, making a strange symphony that was abruptly broken by Soren's curse. Idiots! Do I need to abandon you too, just to save my life? Do you think your man is that weak? He really couldn't understand their logic. Was this really the time to quarrel and talk about sacrifices? He had fallen so low that he needed to pit his girls against his survival. He wouldn't do something that cheap even in a real life and death struggle. let alone now, when he wasn't pushed that far yet. Just calm down and let me kill that thing first. Sylvia, keep using your skill, purification, and don't panic. I will put you two down at a safe distance shortly. As much as Soren wanted to lecture them further, the situation wasn't in his favor, as the more he dodged those shadow spikes, the more furious the wolf became. Bang! At this point, it was already diving down from above, aiming to tear them apart with its brutal jaws. The speed at which they were roaming around the battlefield had already left afterimages. The darkness around them had grown so dense that Soren could barely see beyond a few meters. This distance should be enough. Yet Soren remained unusually calm as he suddenly pulled a transparent prism from his inventory, marking the position he stood in as a new anchor point. Roar! And just when the massive wolf plunged through the shadow, jaws wide open, intent on ripping them apart in a single bite. Teleport! He activated the teleportation effect of the artifact. Swish! Surprisingly, this time the teleportation activated smoothly. In an instant, Soren reappeared at his previous location, the place where everything had begun. The same ground where a massive crater still lingered from the wolf's earlier arrival, the air still trembling with lingering destruction. Previously, Soren thought that his anchor point in the camp might have been destroyed due to the spatial changes brought by the opening of the Demon Gate. But when he felt that the anchor point he placed in this forest was still working properly, he realized that it might not have been destroyed, but the range within which he could use it had shortened considerably. And it seemed he was right, as he directly left the dark domain of the Abyss Fong Terra Wolf, returning to the previous position. Ha! Ha! Arya breathed in deeply the moment she felt the terrifying aura leave her body, shivering in fear. This was the first time she understood what it meant to stand before death. In fact, Sylvia wasn't any better, as both of them were exhausted without even fighting. Soren, but they knew the fight wasn't over yet, as that wolf was already howling madly and running toward them at extreme speed. In no time at all, it would be on them again and might not let them use the artifact a second time. Just that idea alone made them fear for their lives. Don't worry. Now that you guys are a safe distance, it is time to kill this guy first. Only, Soren didn't seem to share that fear. Rather, he gave them a reassuring smile before turning around and running rapidly toward the terrifying dark wolf, multiple times larger than him. Looking at his imposing figure closing in quickly on a behemoth of a monster, countless times stronger than him, it almost looked like a moth flying straight into fire. And for Sylvia and Arya, the situation was the same, as they both knew that Soren was an archer. For the love of God, they couldn't understand why he was closing in on that monster as if trying to fight head-on. Wasn't he that stupid? Soren, don't! Swish! But just as Sylvia and Arya felt the dread and shouted at the top of their lungs in fear, they saw Soren's aura abruptly change to an astonishing degree as a bright halo sprang forth from him, directly challenging the darkness. Boom! Then came the clash, so strong that the very air around shattered, rippling outward in violent waves as light and darkness collided at the center of the battlefield. In an instant, the charging wolf came to an abrupt halt as a powerful force, rivaling its own, directly pushed against it. Truly, Soren finally realized that he seemed to have siphoned most of Elise's stats, stacking them onto his own. No wonder he felt his strength overflowing, so much so that he couldn't help but laugh loudly before speaking with intrigue. Interesting. It was truly interesting how much of a power-up his system was trying to give him. Was there even a limit? Chapter 159, SS Rank Skill, Voidrant. Hey, Elise, are you all right? Alara asked her sister, noticing her suddenly pale considerably, her face filled with worry. She thought Elise might have been affected by the change in the environment and the announcement of the voice of the world they had just heard. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but the opening of a demon gate was not a good sign. Even a normal citizen knew how fearsome such things were. Alara never thought she would experience something like this firsthand. To be honest, Looking at the darkness that had shrouded the entire camp and the projection of the red moon hanging in the sky during broad daylight, even she felt sick. Not to mention the corruption seeping into the atmosphere, growing denser with each passing moment. Why, you don't worry, sister. I'm just shocked. Let me calm down for a moment. Elise quickly reassured her sister, hiding the surprise she had just felt. Currently, the insignia Soren had left on her belly squirmed slightly beneath her clothes, connecting her to him. Through it, she could feel he was somewhere in the forest. Heck, she could even faintly feel that he was fighting right now. She never knew it was so magical. What happened to him? Is he all right? Yet Elise couldn't help but frown, deep worry in her heart. In fact, she was so worried that the moment Soren established the connection, she poured all her strength into the Crimson Bond, leaving herself completely drained. The Scarlet Dominion did allow Soren to draw strength from Elise, but as always, it did not come from nothing. If Elise did not actively sacrifice at most, Soren would only gain 50 of her stats temporarily. I hope he will be all right. Unfortunately, that was all Elise could do for her lover, as she could only hope nothing would happen to him. All students, we have some emergency situations at hand. Please don't panic and listen to the instructions from your professors. Don't worry, the dangers will be resolved quickly. As for herself, she had her sister beside her, as well as the professors. She could already see Professor Kale riding his huge wyvern, flying in the sky. Not to mention Professor Ruther, who was scouting the area ahead, helping them avoid unknown danger. As long as she waited inside the camp, nothing should happen, right? Ding! You have used Gap Stat on your rank passive skill. Eagle Reflex, congratulations. Eagle Reflex, a rank, has evolved into the Killer Instinct, S, rank. Boom! Roar! Somewhere on the outskirts of the White Leaf Forest, a young man was locked in battle with a monstrous beast as large as a house. The creature resembled a wolf, only its body was twisted and overgrown, with blackened fur like coarse armor and crimson eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. Its breath came out in heavy, scorching bursts, each step cracking the ground beneath it. Boom! Its massive claws ripped through the earth where it attacked, tearing up soil and stone in a devastating sweep. Unfortunately, before it could even land, the young man was already gone. In its place, only a fading afterimage remained. Instead, with absolute speed, he reappeared on the beast's flank, a shiny blade already in motion. Drake Fong, SRRT. A dark Fong-like sword flashed through the air, carving a clean cut across the monster's side and tearing through its thick hide like paper. Dagger Bloom, and with the activation of an S-rank skill, the wound erupted in a violent burst of invisible blade-like forces, splitting outward in rapid succession as if countless daggers were blooming from within the cut. The monster staggered, its massive body jolting as fresh gashes opened across its flesh in cascading layers of damage. Simultaneously, dark blood splattered, and yet Soren saw that the beast barely flinched at all. Rather, it twisted violently, swinging its massive body like a wrecking force. Roar! Then, with incredible precision, it struck again at Soren with a massive claw, aiming to tear him apart, while a shadow spike surged from the ground, trapping him midair. In an instant, Soren's only escape route was sealed. Clearly, the monster was intelligent, trying to trade wound for wound and lure Soren into a fatal opening. After all, if it got struck, it would not die instantly, but if it was Soren, swish! Yet Soren still managed to dodge both with impossible precision, his body shifting like a phantom, leaving afterimages behind and making it hard for the wolf to tell which one was real. His reflexes were so strong that he did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. Every attack from the beast was met with perfect evasion or a countercut. Backstab chain. And he didn't wait passively even for a second. Rather, he moved the instant he evaded, turning defense into offense in the same breath. SRRT, SRRT, SRRT. One blow after blow landed on the monster's hide, making it angrier and angrier. Each strike from his blade opened new wounds across its enormous body, while the wolf, as claws only grazed empty air or scraped sparks off the ground where he had been a moment before. Roar! The abyss beast roared in frustration, its aura flaring violently as it tried to overwhelm him with sheer speed and power. But Soren stood his ground. Even against a monster of overwhelming strength, the battle was no longer one-sided. In fact, it was Soren who was constantly injuring the monster again and again. So much so that Sylvia and Arya looked on with their mouths agape, unable to believe the sight. ISNT Soren, an archer? In the end, Sylvia couldn't help but ask Arya, disbelief written all over her face. When did an archer ever fight a monster of this caliber in close combat? Not to mention, come out on top. Sylvia had never heard of such a thing in her whole life. Soren's ability in archery was already something she couldn't believe, and now. She was the only one surprised, as Arya felt the same. Only, she had a faint idea about Soren's current state, unlike Sylvia, who was clueless. So, he has a second class too? It was a reasonable guess, as she remembered how Soren approached her to help her awaken a second class archer. She thought it was only a ploy to get close to her. But seeing him now, it seemed he was honest. Even if he had a second class, it didn't make sense for him to fight a level 72 monster like this, did it? Bang! Roar! Shit! Teleport! While it was obviously remarkable that Soren was going toe-to-toe with the Abyss Fang Terrawolf, he was also dancing on a thin line between life and death. In fact, if not for the ungodly reflexes he got from the S-rank evolved skill, killer instinct, and the assurance of the Crimson Queen Lash, Soren wouldn't have been able to injure it so severely. This one do. Its vitality is too strong. However, that didn't mean he was capable of killing it quickly. Higher-level monsters meant higher HP. Soren could definitely wear the monster down by kiting it like this, like in a game, but he didn't have time after all. Roar! While there was the danger of other wolves from its pack appearing at any time, even his power-up wouldn't last long. Sigh, in the end, it seems I have to use my archery to kill it, huh? Soren wasn't feeling bad, just a bit disappointed that he couldn't kill it solely in close combat, not realizing that the monster before him was far higher in level than he was. Forget it. I also wanted to try another SS rank skill of mine recently. Let us make it a target to practice then. Soren dodged yet another attack from the wolf calmly, while making up his mind. Then, silently, the Drake Fang in his hand disappeared, and in its place appeared the worn-out D-rank bow. Poor guy, he still hadn't found a chance to go and get the bow he assigned his soul to make. But this should help. However, Soren had now practiced his concept enough that he was able to use it to strengthen his bow, ever so slightly. Swoosh! As Soren made up his mind, he instantly materialized the thin resonance strings from his fingers, weaving them into his bow. The moment the strings settled, the bow trembled faintly, as if struggling to contain the foreign power being forced into it. A low hum spread through the air, subtle yet sharp enough to make the surroundings feel distorted. Soren narrowed his eyes, feeling the strain through his grip. Just enough. Don't break on me now. The crude reinforcement wasn't perfect, but it didn't need to be. It just needed to hold for a while. Roar. Boom. Yet another overwhelming attack, capable of devastating the entire forest around and creating a crater, but the human in front easily dodged it once again, as if mocking it. The Abyss Fang Terrawolf was already corrupted by the power of the Abyss. Hence, its patience had its limit. Time and time again being mocked, played with, and cut into everywhere. How could it bear such insult? Finally, it went completely insane as the darkness surrounding it thickened further. In fact, Soren could already feel the corruption beginning to affect all the surrounding area, rapidly killing anything and everything in its range. This was the horror of any abyss beast. Even if you managed to kill it, the damage it would do to you or the surroundings would be very hard to reverse. Fortunately for Soren, the monster going insane meant more openings as he suddenly activated his S-rank artifact teleporting himself to a distance. Then, in an instant, he canceled his killer instinct, giving another order to his system instead. System, use gap stat on my active skill. Ether shot. Having high endurance meant having the ability to shift between different evolved skill effects effectively, and Soren used it impeccably. Ding! You have used gap stat on your rank active skill. Ether shot. Congratulations! The active skill, Ether shot S rank, has evolved into Voidrend SS rank. Only, his idea that his concept was enough to reinforce his bow for firing an evolved skill seemed wrong. As the moment the skill was activated, Soren directly heard his bow crack from the middle. Shit. Chapter 160, Mutation. Shit. Soren felt that the bow was about to snap, so he quickly reinforced it further with his concept. At the same time, he supplied the energy of one Fire Affinity mana core into his skill, making sure the shot would be powerful enough. Swoosh! As soon as he did that, he felt one of the mana cores inside his body abruptly disappear, followed by a huge amount of dense energy rushing into his bow. Crack! Sure enough, the resulting power alone was not something the already broken bow could withstand, and it began to disintegrate right in his hand from the sheer force. Shoot! In the end, when the illusory bow condensed and Soren released the shot, what remained in his hand was only the manifestation of his concept holding the bow S structure together, putting massive strain on his mind. Swoosh! The moment the arrow left Soren's bow, he found that it abruptly disappeared right in front of his eyes. What? For a moment, Soren thought that the skill had failed to activate properly, only to see the arrow traverse the distance between him and the wolf in an instant, appearing right in front of its massive chest. In fact, it was so fast that it reached the Terrorwolf in less than a second, catching it completely off guard. Not much time had actually passed. The Abyssfang Terrorwolf was still raging madly, dashing in his direction with such speed that everything in its path was brutally decimated, creating a large clearing with its huge body alone. But being a behemoth also meant being a large target. Despite using a broken bow and almost failing to activate his skill, Soren did not have a hard time aiming at its chest as he released the illusory arrow, which was completely devoid of the flashiness of the Helios Piercer. And yet, despite its plain appearance, the arrow displayed a terrifying might the moment it touched the Abyssfang Terrorwolf. Poochie! There was no loud collision, no blazing explosion as expected. Rather, the illusory arrow simply sank into the beast's chest as if the thick layers of black fur, hardened flesh, and dense bones were nothing but paper. Then, in the very next second, boom! A gruesome hole as large as a human body exploded right through the center of the Terrorwolf's massive chest, allowing Soren to see straight through it toward the stunned figures of Sylvia and Arya in the distance. In an instant, blood, shattered ribs, chunks of flesh, and broken organs burst out from its back like a crimson fountain. The enormous body of the behemoth violently staggered as its forward charge was interrupted for the second time. Roar! A pain-filled, maddened roar finally shook the entire forest as, for the first time, the wolf had been severely injured beyond the level its monstrous recovery could handle. But even then, it did not fall at all, making Soren frown. Really, its vitality was simply too monstrous, even with a gaping hole blown through its chest. The Abyssfang Terrorwolf still dragged its mangled body forward with bloodshot eyes filled with endless hatred, as if it wanted to tear Soren apart even if it had to die doing so. Its extreme agility was still the same, rapidly closing in like a shadow. TCH, critical hit didn't T-activate. Is it because of the broken bow? But Soren merely showed a trace of annoyance, paying no heed to its desperate, dying struggle. Rather, he simply shrugged at failing to kill a beast in one shot for the first time and shouted aloud, seemingly to no one. Frost! Freeze it! Just because his bow was gone did not mean he was helpless now. He still had a pet with him, one that was even higher level than himself. Roar! Sure enough, by this time, Frost was already nearby, as it let out a loud roar the moment Soren gave the order, before abruptly appearing on the back of the behemoth. Its tiny figure looked almost unremarkable and unimpressive. But when such a tiny figure suddenly opened its mouth, whoosh! A terrifying torrent of icy mist mixed with countless razor-sharp frost particles burst out like a raging blizzard. Simultaneously, the temperature of the entire area dropped violently. The oppressive darkness that had blanketed the surroundings under the Abyss-Fong Terrawolf's pitch-black presence was swallowed whole by a surging wave of snow white. Frost spread like madness, literally, starting from the wolf's back, as Soren could already hear faint cracking sounds spreading across the thick layers of ice covering the beast's body. After all, Frost was only level 60, while this monster was level 72. Even severely injured, such a behemoth could not be restrained for long. But that brief moment was enough. Swoosh! By the time the first cracks had even appeared, Soren had already rushed right up the frozen forelimb of the Terrawolf like a shadow, using the layers of ice as footholds. In his hand, Drakefang shone with a chilling black light. Within 2 breaths, he had reached the height of its lowered head as those murderous scarlet eyes were right in front of him. But Soren looked straight into them with no fear, while he twisted his waist in midair and poured every last bit of strength into his arm before slashing upward with all his might. Di! Shing! A strange yet pleasant cry of the blade echoed through the surroundings before Drakefang tore directly into the underside of the Terrawolf's jaw. The abnormally sharp blade sliced through frozen flesh, cracked bone, and ripped violently upward across its entire head amidst an eruption of blood and shattered skull fragments. The force of the slash did not stop there. Using his rising momentum, Soren dragged the blade even harder. Riot. In the end, the half-frozen neck, already made brittle by Frost's ice, was split apart in one savage motion. Muscles tore, bones snapped, and frozen flesh exploded. Boom! The Abyss-Fong Terrawolf's massive head was severed completely and sent flying high into the sky together with shattered ice and a rain of blood, looking particularly striking against the snow-white field as the crimson drops dyed it red. The behemoth-like wolf's body finally lost all signs of life. Its gigantic frozen frame stood there for a brief second, as if refusing to accept death. Then, thud, like a collapsing mountain, the headless corpse heavily crashed on the ground, sending snow, dust, and blood scattering everywhere. Roar! Soren still stood in the sky using his crimson wing, looking like a god of slaughter with Drakefang dripping blood in his hand. His murderous gaze remained fixed on the headless corpse of the wolf below, as if looking down on worthless prey in disdain. The sheer sight of that figure, suspended amidst falling snow and drifting blood, was so overwhelming that Frost could not help but let out an excited roar, its entire being filled with endless reverence toward this human who was its master. His ghost instinct was right, wasn't it? Soren was definitely a hidden opportunity that he could not let go of. Only by following this master could he become stronger, strong enough to evolve from a mere lizard into a true dragon, and one day stand side by side with Soren, his master, strong enough that he could finally take his revenge. For a brief moment, an unknown heat blazed within his seemingly innocent eyes, carrying a hatred buried deep within his bloodline, something that even Frost himself did not fully understand. But a fire had already been ignited in his heart, and it could not be extinguished so easily. In an instant, his gaze landed on the wolf's corpse below, more precisely on the mana core hidden within it. Swish! Before Soren could even react, Frost shot downward like lightning, dug the mana core out with absolute precision, and directly gulped it down his throat. Hey, wait! From the moment Soren beheaded the wolf to Frost swallowing its mana core, the entire sequence happened so quickly that Soren was left staring blankly. Only when he began hearing prompts from his system did he finally come out of his trance. Ding! You have successfully killed an Abyss-Fong Terrawolf. Congratulations! Your level has risen to 49. Your understanding of concept has increased to a significant degree. The duration of the Scarlet Dominion has ended. It was a normal prompt that did not do much to Soren besides making him let out a sigh of relief that he was still below level 50. But the next prompt he received from the system truly shocked him. Ding! Your beast companion, Frost, has forcefully ingested a level 72 Dark Affinity Mana Core. He has leveled up. Compatibility between Ice Element and Dark Element detected. Mutation condition partially fulfilled. Beast companion Frost's elemental affinity has mutated successfully. Ice Affinity, Dark Frost Affinity, congratulations. Frost has gained a new skill, Dark Frost Breath B rank. What? Chapter 161. Just what is Soren trying to do? The idea of mutations among monsters was not new. For example, the night wolf that Soren had just killed was a mutated beast after coming into contact with the abyss. Maybe because it already had a dark affinity, it managed to mutate successfully. However, gaining a new skill and mutating just by eating the mana core of another monster? Is this luck? Soren had no idea. He simply gazed at the beaming lizard below, his face filled with a mix of frown and annoyance. Damn, this guy. Seeing how happy it looked after gaining a new skill, Soren could not help but roll his eyes, left speechless. Did he even realize how great a loss it had just caused him? A level 72 mana core from a dark attribute beast could have been his trump card. Oh, woo. Soren was about to reprimand it, telling it not to be careless like this next time, when he heard a distant roar echo across the area. Crap. We need to leave immediately. In an instant, he realized the danger. So, he rapidly dove toward the wolf's body and cleaved it in half. Then he quickly stored them in his inventory before teleporting to Sylvia and Arya along with Frost. Soren, are you all right? You're not injured, right? Let me heal you quickly. As soon as he appeared, Sylvia and Arya rushed to his side, worry clearly visible on their faces. The anger they had felt earlier about his involvement with Elise had already disappeared completely. What remained was self-blame, endless worry, and a sense of awe. After all, being a low-level archer and still managing to kill a level 72 beast was no small feat. Just how many secrets did Soren have? How strong was he really? I am fine. Don't worry. Soren did not have time to entertain them. He waved off their concern and swiftly grabbed Sylvia and Arya by the waist, startling them. Censored. Swoosh. As the howling grew louder, Soren wasted no time and used his SS rank skill, Phantom Steps, to escape the area. Judging by how late those packs appeared here, he was sure not all the wolves had managed to mutate, but he was not willing to take any risk. So, he used every bit of agility to rapidly run towards the camp, all the while activating his Artemis S sight to scout his surroundings for any danger. Since the darkness had invaded the entire forest, it wasn't that easy to navigate around as before, not to mention the increased number of weird monsters around that he could sense. So warm. Seeing how caring he was, trying his best to take them to safety, both Sylvia and Arya couldn't help but feel warm. To be honest, while Soren was frivolous, he was always a reliable man when it really mattered. Wasn't the situation the same when they almost got injured in the E-rank dungeon before? That time, too, Soren carried them both in his arms, flying up into the sky and taking them to safety. For a moment, Sylvia and Arya couldn't help but look at each other, each with their own thoughts. Their arms tightly holding onto his waist, silently. Their faces tinged with a slight smile of satisfaction as they both squirmed comfortably, trying their best to cling to his warm embrace. All the while Soren rapidly closed in. Soren didn't notice the weird silence, as he was too focused on his surroundings. Only when he got really close to the camp and felt the intact anchor point in his tent did he finally relax. Now, it should be safe enough. Those wolves don't seem to be pursuing me anymore, Soren thought. However, once he made sure he could teleport directly inside, instead of doing so, Soren abruptly stopped in his tracks. Then, suddenly, he looked to the side and swiftly changed his direction, heading elsewhere instead. Soren? For a moment, both Arya and Sylvia were confused as to why he didn't just enter the camp ahead, when he took them both into an inconspicuous cave instead. "What are you doing?" Arya asked again, totally puzzled as Soren released them from his hold and used mana to clear up the cave instead. "Frost, go outside and guard the area. If anything happens, send me a message. Don't attack as you did before." He then gave an order to his pet, who swiftly disappeared, leaving him all alone with Arya and Sylvia. Only then did he finally look at Arya and Sylvia. A deep relief washed over his face, in stark contrast to his serious look from before. That was too dangerous. Soren finally spoke, walking closer and placing his hand over the heads of Sylvia and Arya, caressing their hair lovingly. Even in the darkness shrouding everything, he could still see how beautiful they looked, their presence bringing him a quiet sense of comfort. "Soren, are you all right?" Sylvia saw his gentle gaze and couldn't help but ask, not dodging his hand as it caressed her hair, her face full of confusion. "Shouldn't we return to the camp?" As much as Sylvia liked his attention, the situation was bad after all. So, she hurried Soren, only to see him shake his head. "Not now. We still have something to do before that." "Something? What is more urgent than returning to safety?" Both Arya and Sylvia were puzzled when Soren lightly smacked their glabella with his finger playfully. "Of course there is something urgent. Aren't you curious about the strength I just showed you?" He bet they were. He could see curiosity oozing from their eyes from the beginning. They just didn't ask, probably because they were waiting for him to tell them. Sure enough, after hearing him, both Arya and Sylvia perked up. Arya even quickly spoke her guess. "Soren, you have a dual class, right?" In fact, she was already mostly sure, as besides that, she couldn't think of any other reason for his ability in close combat. Dual class? Chapter 162. Playing both sides at once. Dual class? Sylvia, on the other hand, widened her eyes as she finally realized what she meant. Now that she thought about it, it did make sense. No wonder Soren could go head-to-head with such a powerful monster despite being an archer. But dual class? Is it possible? If so, then what about her? Could she too? For a moment, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Soren. "Yeah, you guessed it right. I have another class called Rogue." Soren wasn't surprised by Arya's guess and readily nodded his head. Although it wasn't exactly right, it was close. "And I want you two to keep it a secret from others for me. Well, although I know you guys won't tell anyone just in case." Who knew they might be so impressed by him that they couldn't help but blurt out his deeds. He didn't want anyone to know about this, not even Evan. Is this the urgent thing you were talking about?" Unfortunately, Sylvia didn't take his precaution lightly, as she threw his hand off her head while pouting at him aggressively. "Do you think we are idiots? Why would we tell anyone about this? Or don't you even trust us anymore?" Not only her, but even Arya seemed upset as they both glared at him. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but cough, smiling wryly. "Of course, this is not the urgent thing. And if I didn't trust you both, would I show it to you in the first place?" He quickly diffused the situation before slowly getting closer and wrapping his arms around both of them naturally, a sly smile forming on his lips. "The urgent thing is actually concerning the safety of you two." He paused slightly and asked, "Do you guys even know how weak you two are? If I weren't there at that time, you two would definitely die by that wolf." Well, if he wasn't there, they wouldn't be either. In fact, Soren wondered whether that attack was his luck playing tricks, saving him from the hassle of persuading them from their anger. "So, do you want us to worship you for saving us, or what? Are you that low?" Unfortunately, Sylvia was as sharp-tongued as ever as she just brushed aside his words, making Arya giggle, only to stop abruptly when she felt Soren slowly touching her bum from behind. Soren. For a moment, she was confused and looked at his face, only to see him looking utterly nonchalant, as if it weren't his hand on her. But she could clearly feel it caressing her. In fact, in no time at all, she noticed that his hand had slipped beneath the hem of her dress, and she pulled away, startled. He lowered his gaze, clearly embarrassed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Sigh. Silvia, Aria, why can't you two understand? All I want is for you two to have at least a semblance of protection in case something like this happened again. Soren didn't let Aria's slight moan be heard, covering with his voice, acting concerned. I know it is rare, but accidents do happen, don't they? What if the next time something like that happens, I wasn't there to save you too? Soren said with genuine concern, his voice low and warm. His hand gently caressed Sylvia's cheek, thumb brushing tenderly across her skin before lowering to trace the curve of her full, red lips. All the while, his other hand rested affectionately against Aria's lower back beneath her dress, drawing her close with possessive warmth. He pulled her gently against him, his touch tender and intimate, stroking her gently as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Poor Aria didn't even know what to do as Soren held her close, his embrace surprisingly firm, as she found herself unable to pull away from him, pressing close against him in an awkward position she hadn't anticipated. The unfamiliar sensation caught her off guard. All she could do was stay quiet while holding on to Soren's arm tightly, glaring at him, hoping he would step back. She didn't want to be noticed by Sylvia like this. It was already too uncomfortable. Yet Soren's hands continued to hold her close, his touch making her tremble uncontrollably in his strong embrace. She couldn't believe what was happening. This pervert. The heck he wants to do? Aria's face burned with embarrassment as an odd sensation kept building, forcing another soft, muffled sound from her lips while Sylvia stood just in front of them, completely unaware. To be honest, without even knowing herself, Aria found the situation incredibly arousing as her lust built up more and more. Oh, then, what do you think we should do? Sylvia was busy being amused by how Soren was caressing her lips right in front of Aria, so much so that she didn't even stop him. After all, she knew Aria was a jealous girl and would definitely get angry at them spending time together. She wanted to know how he would calm her then. Unfortunately for her, Aria was already fidgeting at the side, hiding her face on Soren's arm, looking flustered. When did she have time to care about their tryst? She was just clutching her legs tightly at this time, cursing Soren in her heart with a flushed face as she felt him touch her so intimately all of a sudden. Don't you dare, Soren, you bastard. Feeling him so close, she, of course, understood what this guy wanted to do, making her afraid. But the more he caressed her, the weaker she got, her breathing getting visibly heavier and heavier. Even in the darkness of the cave, it had slowly begun to become noticeable. Of course, you two need an artifact capable of saving you from fatal danger. Fortunately, I already gave you one. Soren wiped his finger with a small cloth and smiled slyly at Sylvia. The only thing that remains is to finish the task. For that, you know what we need to do, right? He asked her while simultaneously reaching toward Aria in an intimate manner. What? The moment he did so, Sylvia and Aria let out a surprised gasp at the same time. Only Sylvia did so because Soren suddenly pulled her close before kissing her, while Aria did so because she felt an unexpected sensation below. In fact, compared to Sylvia, Aria was already a complete mess as her eyes widened in shock at what was happening. This pervert really did it. Aria cursed as she shivered strongly, ignoring Soren kissing Sylvia forcefully, her heart racing by the second. She found that she was overwhelmed by the moment. Chapter 163. An exciting encounter. Ding. Perverted act detected. Congratulations. You get 10 perverted harem points. Side heroine. Aria Luna's lust has been increased by 50 perverted act detected. Congratulations. You get 10 perverted harem points. Main heroine. Sylvia Everhart's lust has increased by 20 ding. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the side quest with the side heroine Aria Luna. Side quest completed. Secretly please her next to someone, making her reach her peak while she stifles or moans. You gained reward. 20 charm, 15 free stat points. Main quest progress. 53 100 Soren. Aria Luna had never felt anything this strong before as she stood on her tiptoes, shaking, desperately clutching Soren's arm as she pressed close against him. She leaned her chest against his arm while she shifted her weight, biting her lip to stifle the breathless sounds spilling out of her as she trembled. And yet Soren kept moving steadily, his attention fixed on her, this time pressing forward with greater intensity, not giving her even a second to relax. Stop, Oren. She was so overwhelmed that she frantically tried to push him away, desperately trying to resist, only for him to hold her firm. The sensation was so overwhelming that she couldn't suppress her cries, no matter how hard she tried. Her frantic voice echoed loudly in the enclosed cave. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Soren slowly. So good. In no time at all, a loud sound filled the cave as Soren moved closer to Arya. The heavy breathing was unmistakable, not to mention Arya's gasps, which followed right after, growing louder and more desperate with every movement. There was no way Sylvia wouldn't notice it now. In fact, she already knew exactly what was happening. That overwhelmed look on Arya's face was hard not to notice, not to mention her loud, excited reactions. Only even then, all she could do was widen her eyes in shock as Soren pulled her close and kissed her roughly, while his other hand moved against Arya without restraint. MHMM. If it were only this much, then Sylvia might not be so helpless. After all, getting kissed by him was now an everyday occurrence. Due to his bad habit, she had somehow become used to it. But before she could pull herself away and scold him, she felt something moving beneath her. At first, she was confused because Soren's strong arm was still firmly wrapped around her waist. If that was the case, then what was moving under her? But a moment later, she felt a thin, sneaky, snake-like tendril slyly lifting her skirt. What? Then, before she could react, a warm pressure pressed against her briefly before slowly sliding up and down in one smooth, teasing motion. Only then did Sylvia finally realize it was Soren's trick all along. She had seen that mana thread that he used to catch fish before. He never needed his hand to do anything at all. So, before she could say anything, to her shock, she found Soren right under her, pulling her close in no time. He held her gently and leaned in, brushing his lips against hers in a long, quiet moment. In no time, she was overwhelmed by an unexpected assault on all sides, overcome by a strange new sensation she had never felt before. It left her stunned and shaken. No, Soren, you can't. The situation had turned so absurd that all the anger and shyness vanished from Sylvia's mind as her heart skipped a beat with fear. Soren, don't. Sylvia was so scared that she quickly clenched her thick thighs, pulling away from him, before abruptly biting down. Shit! She was so anxious that she seemed to have bitten a bit too strongly. Soren cursed as he finally pulled away from her. Finally freed. Sylvia breathed heavily, trying hard to control her breath, all the while giving Soren a deadly glare full of shyness and anger. In fact, she seemed so shaken that Soren saw even a faint trace of tears right at the corners of her eyes. Soren, what the hell are you trying to do? Once her breathing had calmed down, Sylvia asked, a faint quiver in her voice. She had been terrified by what Soren seemed about to do to her. She could still feel his weight pressed against her, trapped between her thighs, his body tense and trembling. To be honest, just the sensation alone sent a shiver of pleasure down her whole spine. But she still controlled herself and looked at Soren angrily, while trying hard to ignore Arya, who was practically smushed against Soren on the side. Surprisingly, even now, Soren was playing with Arya with one hand, expertly making her hum contentedly. Arya was so overwhelmed with emotion that she didn't even notice Sylvia's gaze. This woman, she really didn't know who to blame for such a ridiculous event when she felt a warm breath tickling her ear before hearing a faint whisper. Sylvia, shift your stance. I feel uncomfortable. Not surprisingly, it belonged to Soren, who once again closed in, pulling her close before whispering an order. Even when Sylvia seemed angry, Soren didn't seem to care as he held her tightly. clearly with 2 girls in his arms. Soren's desire had already taken hold of him. He wasn't going to let her run away now. Soren, stop, please. Sylvia was shocked by his aggressive advance, his relentless closeness making her squirm restlessly, not to mention how overwhelmed she felt by the whole encounter. Soren, you can't. But, as conflicted as she felt, she really couldn't let him get his way this time. After all, she wasn't ready, not like this, not in front of Arya. She wasn't ready, but she was also afraid of using force to separate herself, afraid that she would hurt his feelings. After all, he did save her life just now. For a moment, she was in a dilemma when she heard Soren's whisper in her ear once again, this time filled with reassurance. Silly girl, I'm just holding it against you and not pushing it in. Don't think too much and relax. Once the artifact is fully charged, we will return to the camp. Soren, of course, wasn't he an idiot to take her right here? Well, he did surprise her this time to see her reaction, though. But seeing how she didn't directly slap him, he was already satisfied enough. Although he did wonder what Arya's reaction would be, as she was overwhelmed with intense pleasure just now. Maybe, even if he made a move on her right here, she might not even resist. MMPH, just relax for a moment. Don't you want to know how it feels, too? But for now, Soren was focused on Sylvia as he roughly patted her behind while breathing heavily. All the while, he continued to run his hands along her thighs slowly, which he found thicker than Elise's. Why, you bastard? Don't you have any shame to do this to us? Seeing how shameless Soren was, Sylvia flushed red and cursed. This time, he really crossed all limits. But what could Sylvia do? As much as she wanted to push him away and leave, she also realized she felt an unexpected pull toward him. Besides, she couldn't just leave him in that state, could she? At least she should help him feel at ease. He did save her life just now, after all. Sylvia forcibly found a reason while breathing heavily, all because Soren had now lowered his head from her neck. The tension between them was almost unbearable, and she struggled to focus on anything else. In the end, she just cursed at the shameless guy before suddenly shifting her posture. Soren, don't. But the moment she let her guard down, Soren pulled her close with surprising force, catching Sylvia off guard. Fortunately, he stayed outside and didn't go any further as promised. But the intensity built to such a degree that Sylvia couldn't stop herself anymore and let out sounds against her will. Soren, she tried to get Soren slowed down, but he didn't listen at all. Rather, he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her as they moved together rhythmically. For a moment, the intensity of their embrace seemed to blur the line between passion and abandon. Soft sounds escaped between them as the moment deepened. Slow down, she breathed. It was Sylvia's turn to gasp as the moment quickened between them, his body pressing closer and closer. Sometimes, she even felt a shiver run through her body. In fact, even if Soren now pushed forward, she might not be able to stop in time. Fortunately, he seemed still sane as he only did what he promised, holding her close in the dimly lit cave. All the while, he didn't forget Arya Luna, keeping her near as he stayed focused on the task. Now the cave echoed with the sounds of their struggle. It seemed now the 3 of them would be able to get off at the same time. Chapter 164, An Alchemy Bomb. Chiron, as I said, I am not going anywhere. Do you think the opening of a demon gate is a joke? Leon rolled his eyes and refused to leave the camp, no matter what reward he said he would give him. There was no way he was going to enter the White Leaf Forest right now. He didn't have a death wish. But Chiron seemed anxious as he directly pulled his background to entice him further. Leon, if you do this for me, I'll introduce you to someone from the Paragon Guild. What do you think? And how could he not be anxious when he heard incredible news just now? That bastard Soren. How dare he kidnap Sylvia into the forest at this time? Chiron gritted his teeth in anger, remembering the news he heard. Apparently, after the demon gate appeared, he was worried about Sylvia, who disappeared after being summoned by Professor Lysandra. Anxious about her safety, he quickly searched for her in the entire camp and finally got news from a spectator who saw Soren taking both girls in his arms before. Only, The idea that his crush was in someone's arms and was taken away was just too much for him. And from how they seemed to be arguing, it was clear that Arya had shown the recorder he gave to her, making him happy. He just never thought that the guy would dare to kidnap them both in broad daylight directly. Paragon Guild? Leon was taken aback by Chiron's words and paused briefly. After all, Paragon Guild was the only 6-star guild of their country, Arden. Of course, he was naturally tempted. Even if he couldn't join, just getting a connection was a huge benefit. After all, he saw with his own eyes how intimate Soren was with all 3 girls before. Funnily enough, Chiron failed to realize this and instead asked Arya to help him destroy the relationship between Sylvia and Soren. So, what do you think? Leon saw Chiron's anxious gaze, thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. I only have to escort you to her and back, right? Don't expect me to do anything more. And if there is any danger that I cannot handle, I will just leave. Demon Gate, or whatever, the chance to get close to the Paragon Guild wound comes so easily. He didn't have a good background like Chiron, nor a good qualification to get noticed. So, for him, even this much was an opportunity that he wished to grab despite the danger. As an assassin, escorting wasn't his preference, but circumstances dictated the job, didn't they? Yeah, that's it. Don't worry. If things get dangerous and you can't handle it, I'll 1T hold it against you if you run. Chiron readily nodded. The only reason he went to Leon was that he needed his speed to reach the location as quickly as possible. He was extremely anxious about what Soren might have done to Sylvia after kidnapping her. Or maybe he had simply abandoned her in the forest and run when the Demon Gate opened. No matter what, he had to find her quickly. Maybe she'll finally see me in a new light when I rescue her, Chiron thought, his eyes lighting up as a sudden sense of hope rose within him. Maybe the situation wasn't so hopeless after all. After seeing that recording of Soren kissing another girl, Sylvia was probably heartbroken right now. And stranded alone in the forest, she would be as good as helpless. If he showed up for her at a time like this. Leon, let us leave. Quickly, Chiron ordered, pulling out a small white compass from his inventory. We're leaving. Leon gave the compass a strange look, but chose to ignore it as he prepared to move. Boom! Sizz! Somewhere deep within the white leaf forest, a violent explosion suddenly tore through the silence, followed by a plume of green smoke rising into the sky. Simultaneously, a strange corrosive force spread out the instant it detonated, swallowing everything around it. Strangely, though, even with such an explosion, trees didn't break or burn, but they simply dissolved. Bark, leaves, and branches melted away as if they had never existed, collapsing into a bubbling, foul-smelling sludge. Heck, even the ground followed soon after, soil and roots eaten away in seconds as the forest floor caved inward, leaving behind a massive crater that still hissed and steamed at the edges. Interesting. Is this 9-headed Hydra's corrosive venom? Surprisingly, even after all this, something still remained in the middle of it all. A skeleton half-melted and twisted in place, parts of it completely gone, while the rest was warped and fused into a grotesque shape. The skull was cracked on one side, hollow sockets staring blankly into everything around it, showing a strange sense of interest. It was as if it was amazed by the destruction around it. Yeah, it looks cool, right? I made it specifically to deal with the undead. Although, it doesn't seem that useful for you. A soft voice suddenly came from above, from the sky, where a beautiful figure could be seen floating. Around her were several colorful potions suspended in the air, all stored within a round flask, each one capable of recreating the same scene from before effortlessly. TCH, and I thought I'd get you this time. Hey, is that skeleton even human? Lysandra clicked her tongue in annoyance as her curious gaze landed on the fractured bones, filled with intense curiosity. It was as if she couldn't wait to experiment on it and uncover all the mysteries hidden within. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes, so much so that even Night seemed surprised. You're a very weird healer, huh? This is the first time I've been stumped by a non-combat class. Knight couldn't help but speak, his voice slightly sour. When he saw how that space mage had left a healer alone to fight his companion, he had thought she was abandoned. If he went all out, he would still come out on top. But that wasn't his intention today, after all. Forget it. Seems like it's my loss today. Let be a lesson, I guess. In the end, Knight shrugged before slowly walking out of the crater, completely ignoring Lysandra in the sky. Then he retrieved his rusty sword from the ground, wiping off the dust. Surprisingly, even when his body had melted earlier, the unremarkable sword remained completely intact. Professor Lysandra, right? Nice to meet you. I am Knight, an elder of the Crucible. He finally looked up, introducing himself. I have a message for your principal, Logan. Tell him we already know the location of the Inheritance Dungeon and wish to take part in its exploration. If he isn't stupid, he should try to hoard it all. It was a warning. That's all. I think the play here is over. Your friend seems to have chased my companion away already. Knight said, while gazing into the distance in a certain direction. Although the Demon Gate is only partially opened, my job here is done. Let us meet again if fate allows. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and transformed into black smoke. Wait. Then, before Lysandra could even react, his figure completely disappeared, as if he had never been there at all. TCH, and I thought he was strong. In the end, he just ran away. What kind of elder is that? So weak. Lysandra was pissed when she confirmed that even the skeleton was gone. She still had so many of her bombs left to test. After so long, this was the first time she had found someone that durable. But he had to disappear right away. Such bad luck. Chapter 165. Where did it disappear? Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the side quest with the main heroine Sylvia Everhart. Side quest completed. Share an intimate moment with Sylvia Everhart until you both reach a powerful shared peak. You gained reward. 20 charm, 15 free stat points. You gained 10 perverted harem points. Main quest progress. 42,100. Haha. Sylvia breathed in heavily while leaning against Soren's shoulder, both her hands clutching his shirt strongly. Her toes were already curled up while her bare thighs beneath her skirt clutched Soren's leg, trying hard to stop her shaking. Yet the overwhelming rush she felt was so intense that she couldn't stop herself from trembling, not to mention the damp sensation she had just experienced. It seemed she wasn't the only one who had a moment of release just now. Soren, yet in her moment of weakness. She continued to hear a noise from the side, coming from Soren and Arya. When she turned her head and looked to her side, she saw Soren and Arya kissing each other, clearly enjoying themselves. All the while, Soren kept holding on to her, not letting her pull away. This bastard, you went too far. Soren. The scene was so lewd that Sylvia felt her heart skip a beat as she cursed, her face flushed red. She never thought that one day she would let Soren do such a thing with her in someone else's presence. Although that someone was still in a daze, mumbling Soren's name all the time. Hi, Soren. I can't believe this. Sylvia couldn't believe what she was seeing right now. Unlike her, who was basically forced by Soren somehow, Arya looked quite proactive. In fact, Arya had moved much closer to him, pressing herself suggestively against his arm, perfectly using the robe he gave her, while Soren's hand rested behind her, moving gently in a steady rhythm. She could feel Arya beside her, her breathing quickening as they swayed together. Clearly, she trembled with intense pleasure as she pulled back from Soren, hugged his neck, and breathed heavily. The moment deepened when Soren brushed his lips against her pointed ears, making Arya visibly shudder before letting out a long and loud moan, louder and stronger than hers. For a moment, Sylvia was confused about how Arya could react so strongly when she only got his finger, while on the other hand she got, bah, the heck am I thinking? Sylvia quickly turned her head away from them, cursing at her own thoughts. She now felt that because of this guy, she had become perverted too. Forget it. Let's look at the artifact. It should be fully recharged now. If she thought any more about it, she might get turned on again, giving Soren even more advantage. So, she ruthlessly clenched her thighs together, stopping Soren from moving at all, before turning her attention to the artifact. Artifact: Veil of Dripping Sin Rank. D. Upgradable. Origin: a soft, semi-transparent robe made of illusory silk infused with subtle, seductive essence. Effect: Current lust energy. 100. It finally recharged fully. Sylvia looked at the panel, feeling pleased. No matter what the situation was. With full lust energy, she now had a trump card. It says it can save me from a fatal attack. How strong an attack can it withstand? Sylvia wondered. After all, there must be a limit. This mere D-rank artifact should not be able to save her from an attack at the level of a level 100 overhaul. Could it? Then again, where did this guy get such a perverted artifact in the first place? This did not make sense. Although she did not know much about the artifact world, she still knew a D-rank artifact could not have such an effect. Even her C-rank staff she got from Principal Logan South Test was not close to this. Not to mention the upgradable tag right next to its name and that weird requirement. The closer I get to him, the more mysterious he becomes. Just what changed after coming to the Elite Hunter Academy? Sylvia wondered while giving Soren a faint look, only to find him looking straight at her. For a moment, both of them looked at each other silently, until Sylvia slowly lowered her eyes, her cheeks red with shame. All because she saw that damn bite mark on the side of his lip that she left before. Now that I think about it, didn't T. Soren just kiss me and then Arya immediately? Sylvia thought, feeling so perverted. This whole ordeal looked so obscene on so many levels. And yet, one of them was still enjoying it, while she could not even look him in the eyes. Soren really hit the jackpot today, didn't he? You're clenching them too hard. I mean your thighs. You're clenching them too hard. Do you want to squish me to death? Soren rolled his eyes at Sylvia's incoherent reply, while signaling downward with his eyes. Maybe she was too nervous. Her thighs were gripping him too strongly. So much so that he felt pain instead of pleasure. Oh, sorry. Sylvia also realized and hurriedly released it, going even more red in embarrassment as she finally realized what had happened between them. Suddenly, she felt so flustered that she shifted uneasily when Soren lightly touched her back. Let me help you clean up. Soren once again spoke. In his hand was the water element orb that he had prepared beforehand for a situation like this. So, when he saw that Sylvia felt dirty, he immediately used the orb to generate water out of thin air. However, unlike before with Aurelia, where he let it do its thing on its own, this time, Soren used his concept to wrap and direct those currents of water conveniently in any direction he wanted. MMPH. In no time at all, with the help of Soren's thoughts, the stream of clean water traveled right below, up the skirt of Sylvia, catching her totally off guard. Soren, then, you got 10 perverted harem points. TCA. So this is what the system meant when it said, doing perverted things in ways unimaginable. Soren wondered, looking at Sylvia's flushed look as she gritted her teeth, all the while looking at him angrily. After all, Soren was taking significant time to clean there for an unknown reason. Soren, can you stop? In the end, she couldn't help but growl with a red face, finally forcing Soren to cancel it. Cough. I was just helping you, you know. Why are you mad at me? Soren coughed before taking out another water elemental orb, then activating it again. Get dressed. We have some company, it seems. He advised Sylvia, before focusing on Arya, who was slowly coming to her senses. Then he once again tended to Arya the same way he had with Sylvia, prompting a soft sound of discomfort from her as she recovered. Since her clothing was still mostly in place, he just put it back on her once it was clean, too, surpassing all the limits of perversion. Fortunately, Arya was still a bit dizzy while Sylvia was busy looking everywhere, trying to find her panties to no avail. Hey, Soren, do you know where my underwear is? Sylvia finally couldn't help but ask, as she really didn't find it anywhere, causing her to be anxious. After all, without it, she felt so uncomfortable. but seemed to have suddenly disappeared out of nowhere. Just use a new one. Were you searching for that? Soren raised his eyebrow and asked, only to get hit on his head angrily. Stupid. Where can I find a new one? I didn't bring any spare today. Sylvia cursed, feeling more and more ashamed. It should be here somewhere. Ack, why is it so dark? Sylvia left Soren's embrace angrily before trying hard to search everywhere in the small cave, but got nothing. For a moment, she couldn't help but pinch the edge of her skirt, feeling so uncomfortable. Roar. However, just then, a deafening roar came from outside, followed by violent rustling that rumbled the entire cave. Surprisingly, the roar belonged to Frost, who was left guarding the cave before and now seemed furious at someone. Okay, no need to search for it. You can change at the camp, let us go. But Soren didn't show surprise. He just patted Sylvia's shoulder, asking her to follow while giving another order to Arya. And you, hide those bazookas of yours, will you? Or do you want to show them to everyone? He asked, touching her, making Arya react. He had to say that this elf of his was very responsive. Unlike Sylvia, she would open up whenever she was with him, making him restless. Ashi, Didon flick it. Arya seemed to have finally come to her senses as she quickly distanced herself from Soren and used the ability of the artifact to quickly hide her breasts instead, all the while correcting her crumpled clothes quickly. Her eyes lowered the whole time. Now that she had come to her senses, she was so ashamed that she couldn't even look up. She wondered what Sylvia thought of her now that she saw her like this. All because of this perverted bastard. Arya cursed, quickly hiding behind Soren, following quietly, trying hard to lower her presence. Fortunately for her, Sylvia was anxious about something else, as she clenched her thighs beneath her skirt, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Just where did it disappear? She couldn't help but curse, unaware that someone probably took it to complete some perverted quest. Chapter 166, A Showdown. Roar. Boom. Fuck. Leon dodged yet another hailstorm, his boots skidding across fractured stone as shards of ice screamed past his shoulders. In an instant, his skill, shadow cloak, was nullified, forcing him into the open. Leon, what the hell are you doing? It's just a level 60 monster, for fuck's sake. Chiron cursed as he watched Leon fail to deal with the small lizard once again. Wasn't he a level 80 assassin? There was a whopping 20-level gap between them, and yet he couldn't even get close. It felt like a complete waste of time. Sigh, it has a domain-type skill, and it can see through my concealment instantly. Give me a bit more time. Leon sighed, explaining as he shot an annoyed glance at the healer hiding behind a shimmering veil of unknown origin. Still, he couldn't really get angry at him. Not when he was being completely outplayed. Just, how is it tracking me so perfectly? And why is it so damn fast? Unfortunately, despite its lower level, the frost lizard was a master of camouflage. Leon couldn't hide from its gaze. Not within this snow-covered domain that surrounded him completely. For a moment, he was even caught off guard and nearly got injured. All right, let us get serious. I don't believe its agility is higher than mine. I just need to get close once. Leon's eyes finally sharpened as he pulled out a dark dagger from his inventory, intending to get serious. But just as he was about to dash forward, the lizard suddenly turned its head and darted off to the side rapidly. Confused, he looked over and noticed 3 figures approaching leisurely. And to his surprise, the lizard rushed to the man in the middle, perching on his shoulder, its eyes scanning them coldly. It was as if it was just a bait. Leon widened his eyes in surprise. Just then, he saw Chiron leaving his side and running towards them. Sylvia? You're here. The moment Chiron saw Sylvia, he moved like a puppy spotting its master, quickly walking toward her and even dropping his defensive ward. Wait! Leon tried to stop him, shocked at the recklessness. But Chiron was already standing close to them, completely ignoring the monster on Soren's shoulder. Fortunately, the lizard didn't attack, only hissing lowly in warning. Thank God. You're fine. He didn't do anything to you, right? The moment I heard the news, I came to rescue you immediately. Chiron was completely oblivious, only paying attention to Sylvia, who looked totally confused. Senior Chiron, why are you here? Seeing him getting close, Sylvia quickly leaned towards Soren while straightening her skirt with her hand, her face flushed red. After all, because of Soren's urgency, she was still naked below with nothing on. Of course, she was ashamed. So much so that she pinched Soren's waist with her other hand ruthlessly in anger. Hiss! Soren couldn't help but yelp in pain while looking at Sylvia speechlessly. This habit of hers really never went away, huh? Why am I here? Junior Sylvia, didn't you see it? Why are you still? Their small episode was, of course, noticed by Chiron. No matter how much of a simp he was, he could feel that Sylvia didn't seem to be angry at this bastard and even seemed close to him. But how is that possible? Was it possible for a girl as beautiful as Sylvia to forgive Soren for his tryst with another girl behind her back? Chiron couldn't make heads or tails of this situation and inadvertently looked at Arya, only to see her cold gaze. Soren, didn't you want to know who gave that recorder to me? It was this guy. The moment their gazes met, Arya immediately sold him out ruthlessly. She didn't like this guy anyway. Besides, if not for him, they wouldn't have been in danger in this forest, prompting Soren to save their lives. Truly, this elf was quite pragmatic. After having her fair share of experiences, she seemed to have switched sides with Soren once again, her earlier anger nowhere to be seen. Senior Chiron gave you that, but how did he? Soren wasn't too surprised by this revelation, as he already guessed, but Sylvia seemed shocked. It didn't take long for her to understand everything, though, as in an instant, her face went as dark as the bottom of a pot. Senior Chiron, are you spying on us? If she believed that Chiron got that recorder randomly, she would be a fool. She, of course, knew the intention of this guy. The only reason she even tolerated him was that he was in the same club as her, and she didn't want to make the situation sour. However, if this guy dared to spy on them, well, he was spying on Soren specifically, but even then, for a moment, Sylvia dreaded what would happen if someone recorded what Soren did with her and Arya in the cave just now. In an instant, her impression of Chiron fell to the bottom as she directly cursed in anger. Don't you have any shame? Being a senior and still spying on your juniors like this? And even trying to incite conflict between us. What the heck is your intention? Sylvia had always been a straightforward person. When she realized what Chiron was doing behind her back, her anger exploded. She didn't even care that only because of him did she find out about Elise and Soren in the first place. Well, considering their unclear relationship, that might be less of concern for her. What? No. Hey, Sylvia, I wasn't spying on you. Used. Sure enough. Poor Chiron was totally confused by Sylvia's outburst as he immediately started stuttering. I just came across that recording somehow. He finally glossed over the issue, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Soren instead, who was enjoying everything with an amused smile. Okay, Sylvia, this isn't the point here. The thing is, this guy cheated on you. Didn't you see him kissing another girl in that recording? Why are you still with him? Such a vile scumbag. Stop it, Chiron. Chiron wanted to point the blame at Soren, but Sylvia ruthlessly cut him off, her face full of disdain. My relationship has nothing to do with you. Does it? Can you please stop snooping into it needlessly? And please stop spying on us like this. It's just disgusting. Even without trying, she could feel his true intentions from a mile away. Did he really think that if she got angry with Soren, his chance would come? What wishful thinking. Did he's used? Chiron looked shocked by Sylvia's disdainful gaze, his eyes filled with confusion. In his mind, he still felt that he shouldn't be the one she should be angry with. It was Soren who hit a girl behind her back. It was Soren who didn't tell her anything. Heck, it was also Soren who kissed another girl despite having her as his girlfriend. And he was the one she was disgusted with? This doesn't make sense. Chiron felt that his worldview had collapsed. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Okay, Sylvia, you went a bit far. He might have misunderstood me. That's all. There's no need to get angry, is there? And the funny thing was, Just when he didn't know how to reply, Soren came to his rescue instead. Sigh. Senior Chiron, I don't know if you were spying on me or not, but I don't want to waste my time on this. Especially with dangers lurking around us. Soren spoke lightly, while gesturing to the still dark surroundings. So, let us just let this incident go for now, shall we? I hope you don't pester Sylvia from now on. She is my girl, and I don't like anyone ogling her like this. Please have some self-respect. Soren was even more ruthless as he hugged Sylvia in front of Chiron, his gaze carrying a clear warning. From the game, he knew that this guy wouldn't let it go so easily, but he still warned him. If he understood, that's okay. If not, Soren's gaze lightly brushed over Leon, who had already come near and was standing behind Chiron. Although he seemed to be just a bystander, Soren could feel that this guy was subconsciously guarding Chiron. A level 80 assassin, this might be a problem. I need to hurry up and clear that D-rank dungeon for Isolde immediately. To be honest, the only reason Soren was relaxed despite standing in front of high-level hunters was that he could use teleportation. Otherwise, he might not even have met them here. Are you warning me? You, Amir Jr. who just joined yesterday, you dare? Unfortunately, Chiron was the same as he was in the game. As the moment he heard Soren, his eyes blazed with thick murderous intent. He didn't even bother hiding it like usual, completely ignoring Sylvia's presence. And why would he when he could feel that Sylvia had decided to stay with Soren even after knowing his scumbag behavior? This slut, you are so cheap that you want to share a boy with another girl. Huh. He even cursed Sylvia with intense hatred. It seems just because you managed to fool a few girls, you have forgotten who you were dealing with. Don't you fear what we can do to a low-level thing like you? Chiron had lost his mind as he directly threatened Soren while clutching his staff, his eyes red. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as if a fight was about to break out. What? Hey, Chiron, don't be impulsive. The situation was so abrupt that even Leon was caught off guard as he hurriedly spoke anxiously. He really cursed himself for tagging along with this stupid guy. He was just a healer. What could he even do? In the end, wasn't he simply threatening them with his presence? Oh, what can you do? Sure enough, Soren naturally assumed Chiron and Leon were together as he turned toward him, his gaze sharpening instantly. For a brief moment, despite being a lower-level junior, Leon couldn't help but feel a faint pressure from Soren's stare, enough to make him instinctively tense up. Chapter 167. No time to explain. Hey, you two, calm down, will you? Chiron, I didn't agree to fight or anything. Can't you see the situation here? Was he an idiot? Even if they were stronger and higher level than Soren, they were from the same academy, for fuck's sake. He agreed to an escort mission, not a fight. Not with Soren anyway, as he had a gut feeling that nothing would go right if he offended someone like him. That level 60 beast, as a pet alone, signaled that Soren was not someone to be taken lightly. Oh, it seems your friend has a different thought? So, what are you going to do now? Soren was a bit surprised by Leon's words and glanced at Chiron, faintly amused. He could already see the dark look in Chiron's eyes, his gaze turning sharp with clear irritation. Damn it, Leon. Can't you at least tell me for once? This stupid, greedy bastard. Chiron was seething in rage inside as he clutched his staff tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was just trying to put pressure on Soren, but Leon had to directly defy him like this. Couldn't he just act for a while, so that Soren would know his worth? When he groveled before him without shame, Sylvia would finally know the worth of this boy. A mere B-rank archer, Chiron had never felt so defeated by his class like today. Since he was a healer, he couldn't really do anything to Soren, at least not with that lizard on his shoulder. If he were a combat class, should I use an artifact? The more time passed, the angrier he got as he considered using one of the artifacts given to him by his brother, when Soren spoke again. Okay, let's not waste too much time. As I said, I'm perfectly fine letting things end here. Soren paused and looked at both of them. Just, as a senior, I expect you to act with a bit more sense. Threatening your junior just because you got rejected by a girl doesn't look good, does it? You. Okay, we are leaving. Sylvia, Arya, Let us go. Soren didn't give Chiron time to show his impotent rage. He just ignored them both, hugged both girls with his arms, and whispered internally, "Teleport." Swish! In an instant, Soren vanished from his position along with Sylvia, Arya, and his beast companion Frost, leaving both Chiron and Leon stunned. Teleportation. Damn, he can use even that? Their disappearance was so absurd that Leon cursed internally, instantly jealous. Now he felt that he had made the right choice by not offending Soren. Who knew what other trump card he had up his sleeve? No wonder he was so relaxed. While Leon breathed a sigh of relief, Chiron, on the other hand, was furious. Unlike him, he thought Soren dared to go against them without fear, all because of that ability. Now, it made perfect sense. After all, it was very hard for a hunter to stop someone from teleporting. But if you think you're invincible just because of that, Chiron mumbled, looking at Soren's original position with dark eyes. Clearly, his obsession with Sylvia was only getting more intense, and to get her, he had decided to get rid of that guy first. Even if I have to ask my brother for help, guess I'll never get into Paragon Guild. While Chiron made up plans, Leon just sighed from behind him, dejected. In the end, he left him all alone before swiftly disappearing into the forest. This guy clearly had enough artifacts to look after himself anyway. This mission was a total failure. Such bad luck. Swoosh. Hey, Soren, why did you use teleportation in front of them? ISNT this, stupid. As soon as Soren appeared inside his tent, Sylvia pouted beside him and asked. In fact, she wanted to stop him before, but he didn't even let her speak. Soren, you should have shown your cards to them like this. They are clearly after you. Showing your ability to someone who is clearly hostile wasn't a good decision. Even Arya knew this much as she showed her concern. Her thought was the same as Sylvia's. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just rushed here because of some emergency. Soren didn't lie. If Arya and Sylvia could think this much, he could too. He just had to rush here because he got an urgent message from Elise. Soren, Professor Ruther and Kale are leading students to the Demon Gate. Professor Lyra has managed to get the gate under control. She says she needs help to close it. This was the message he got from Elise just now. To be honest, when he heard the news, he was completely caught off guard. After all, how could Lyra get the Demon Gate under control so easily? Wasn't he Knight behind this incident? In the original game, it took so many fights and even the help of an elven senior to deal with him. But now, isn't the plot diverging too fast? Was it even a good decision to give that compass to Lysandra? Soren couldn't help but wonder while walking out of his tent. Of course, this wasn't the sole reason why he rushed over, risking showing off his teleportation ability. The main reason he hurried was because of Professor Ruther. That bastard might do something if he gets the chance. I can't let them be alone. In the game, this incident was supposed to bring the death of Ruther, who went crazy due to demonic possession. In fact, Ruther didn't know that Knight was already planning on sacrificing him to bring chaos to this camp. Fortunately, he would be caught in time by Evan and Lyra. Then, in anger, Lyra would directly slice him in half using her skill, Reality Render, getting rid of him. But now the plot was heading in a direction Soren didn't know of. He didn't even know whether Ruther was possessed already or still sane. Maybe he would go crazy once he was near the Demon Gate. Who knew? Soren needed to be extra careful. At least, he had to give a hint to Professor Lyra somehow, while making sure his girls would avoid him. Emergency? What kind of emergency? Sylvia didn't realize the situation and asked, but saw Soren directly ignore her and open his beautiful crimson wing instead. Hey, what are you doing? Then, to her surprise, he once again grabbed her in Arya's waist, as if ready to fly. W.A.S. Soren. Unfortunately, she was too late to stop him. Before she could react, she was already high above the sky, flying. Only, her skirt kept flipping up in the wind, leaving her flustered. Damn it. Soren, let me down, idiot. Put me down right now. Don't you know? She was wearing a skirt and nothing underneath while flying high up. Wouldn't that expose her to everyone below? For a moment, her face went completely red in shame, while she smacked the shit out of Soren's head in anger, her eyes moist. Seeing that he didn't stop, she was even about to bite him, when Soren laughed. Haha, hey, just use that artifact I gave you. It should be able to change its shape and cover you up. Soren couldn't help but roll his eyes at Sylvia. Veil of Dripping Sin was a highly controllable garment-type artifact, after all. It could perfectly change its shape in any way you wanted once attached, even if she didn't have any underwear, making one wasn't that hard. Oh, sure enough, Sylvia immediately tried what he said and felt her skirt extend on its own, forming shorts underneath in an instant. So convenient, Sylvia thought, finally feeling good, when she heard a muffled laugh. PFFTT, and who else could it be but Arya, who seemed to be mocking her stupidity. Come to think of it, all this time, despite having the ability, she had been going around naked like that, hadn't she? All because Soren didn't bother to help her. What are you laughing at, you jerk? Did you finally snap out of your daze? But who was Sylvia? Would she take such an insult? Of course not. Instead, she directly cursed Arya, making her almost choke. Slut? Hey, who are you calling a slut? Don't go too far. Arya started in shame. She, of course, knew what Sylvia was referring to, but wasn't she enjoying it too? She was just a bit more sensitive than her, that's all. I never knew an elf could be so shameless. You were clinging to him so openly before, and now you still have the guts to laugh at me? Sylvia sneered while lowering her gaze to Arya's bosom, which showed ample cleavage. Come to think of it, she did have a huge one there, didn't she? Sylvia, can you stop it already? And I wasn't the only one with him, was I? You were clearly. Arya was also angered and wanted to counter, but considering what Soren was doing with her, she didn't know what to say. She could only flush red, clinging to Soren's shirt tightly, while biting her red lips. TCA, whatever, at least I was trying to stop this bastard, but you, on the other hand. Sylvia shook her head dramatically, delivering yet another blow to Arya. Poor girl couldn't even say anything in the end, as she glared at Sylvia when Soren intervened. Hey, why am I the bastard here? Shut up. Too well. It seemed he had intervened at the wrong time, as both of them glared at him angrily. Wasn't he the reason behind their shame all this time? For a moment, Soren felt that he might get hacked to death in the sky. Fortunately, he was already near the field where a large number of students were gathered. Chapter 168. Professor Lyra's Summon. Fucking idiot. Didn't he say he'd warn me before opening the demon gate? Why did it suddenly open? Not to mention, it just opened partially, and now Lyra even said it was under her control. Ruther gnashed his teeth in fury at the sudden reversal he never expected. All his plans went down the drain because of this unexpected turn of events. TCH, it seems Crucible isn't that big of a deal either. It was a mistake to use them. Ruther thought in anger, when suddenly a voice entered his mind. Professor Ruther, did you prepare the students as I said? If so, I will teleport you all here directly. It was from Lyra, who seemed a bit anxious. But how could she not when this whole incident happened all because of her? She already regretted heading directly to the enemy's base after getting that compass from Lysandra. She should have informed Principal Logan as Soren intended. Unfortunately, things had already happened. Although she had managed to stop the demon gate from opening completely, it was still not closed properly, and it seemed she would need help from inside the floor of the abyss. Thus her order. Yeah, don't worry. Professor Kale and I have already chosen the students you want. You can teleport us directly. Ruther quickly replied via Echo Stone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Around him were 10 students just like Lyra wanted. Only, among them were also Elise, Ilera, and Aurelia, including Evan. Lyra just said she needed a few students, and he believed these juniors were strong enough, weren't they? After all, some senior students were needed to protect the camp, and couldn't be taken away completely. So what Crucible didn't give me a chance? I will just make my own. I'm sure Lord Lilith will like these sacrifices. Ruther thought maliciously. He was just planning to sacrifice these juniors inside the abyss and blame Lyra for it. Nobody would even know it was him. After all, he just had to inform Lord Lilith, and she would do the rest. They would enter the abyss, after all. It would be very easy for Lilith to get them somehow. Although he was a bit reluctant that he couldn't enjoy them, sacrifices had to be given, no matter what. Okay, then let me teleport you all. Sit tight. Unfortunately, Lyra didn't know his intention and didn't think much before starting her long-distance teleportation skill. As long as she got the coordinates, her skill allowed her to warp that space and transport whoever was inside that space to her location. Although it consumed a huge amount of mana from her, she couldn't waste time now. Swoosh! As soon as Lyra spoke, the area where Professor Ruther, Kale, and a few students were standing lit up with a brilliant light all of a sudden. What? Hey, wait. Professor. It was so sudden that Elise, who was biting her lips anxiously while waiting for Soren, shouted to stop. But it was too late. She could already feel space pulling her somewhere, along with her sister. In the end, she didn't even have time to follow Soren's warning just now and leave the area. She should have told him about this before Ruther began choosing students. This is bad. Hey, what happened to you? Elise's shout did manage to garner attention, though, as everyone looked at her in confusion. Alara even asked worriedly when she suddenly heard another loud shout, louder than Elise's, echo around, followed by someone dropping from the sky like a shooting star. Hey, let us come too. I have something to inform Professor Lyra about. Who else could it be other than Soren? The moment he saw the area below shine brightly, he immediately understood what was going on. Without hesitation, he plummeted from the sky, landing directly with a dramatic impact, Sylvia and Arya still in his arms. For a moment, everyone froze in shock when, swoosh, a brilliant light engulfed them all, and in an instant, everyone vanished from their positions, teleported away. Are you sure it's a good idea? What if something happens to them inside? Lysandra couldn't help but ask Lyra, while looking at the partially open demon gate, its surface warping and flickering like a tear in space, releasing a heavy, suffocating dread. The surroundings already turned grim. The air grew cold and dense, shadows deepened unnaturally, and a faint, corrupting energy seeped out, staining everything with an eerie darkness. Fortunately, the area around them was wrapped by Lyra's space domain, saving it from spreading further. Even the monsters inside no longer came out. Lyra did everything in her power to stop in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been very bad. Unfortunately, even then, she couldn't close the gate completely. At least not until she had some anchor points inside where she could mend the void with her skill. Thank the gods the location behind the gate was just the 10th floor, and she hadn't noticed any strong, intelligent presence behind the gate yet. Don't worry. I just want them to go inside and activate these void stones in certain locations at the same time. I will just teleport them outside immediately with my power after that. It shouldn't be an issue. Lyra replied to Lysandra while concentrating on her long-distance teleportation skill, sweat pouring from her forehead. To be honest, due to this incident, she already exerted herself more than she should. But she couldn't rest yet. At least not until this damn gate was closed. Too bad, due to the level restrictions, she couldn't enter herself, needing help from her students. Still, she managed to clear out a significant portion of the area inside, using only her skill, even while remaining outside on the 10th floor of the abyss. And even if there were a few monsters, they were only below level 100. If they are from the second batch, they shouldn't have much issue saving their lives for a while. Lyra thought, when suddenly the area in front lit up brightly, before a large number of students, along with 2 professors, appeared in her vision. Only when she looked at them, she saw that in the crowd there were a few junior students too, especially Soren, who almost stumbled right to the ground. 2 girls latched tightly in his arms. For a moment, Lyra's face was full of question marks. Chapter 169, Soren's Plan. Soren, thank God you are here. I thought. The moment everyone was teleported near the demon gate, the first one to speak was Elise, who seemed anxious. She ignored everyone and rushed towards Soren, speaking hurriedly, only to pause briefly when she came face to face with Arya and Sylvia. For a while, she didn't know what to say, as their gaze seemed quite unkind. Not to mention, why were they snuggling in his arm like this? Elise turned to Soren in confusion. Cough. Elise, let us talk later. We have important things to do first, okay? Fortunately, Soren quickly coughed and brushed aside the drama that was about to unfold. Well, Professor Lyra also helped him, in a way, as her thunderous voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Professor Ruther, why did you bring in rookies here? Didn't I say to bring strong upperclassmen? Don't you know the danger involved? Lyra was completely angry at seeing Soren and his group of juniors in the team. She needed help, but not from them. Although the 10th floor of the Abyss was considered low rank and the monsters there peaked at only level 100, it still wasn't something juniors like them could handle. For a moment, her anger reached its peak when she saw Ruther just shrug. What can I do? Due to the sudden explosion of the gate, the students are spread out. We also need a few of them to guard the camp. It seems some dark wolves managed to mutate due to the corruption from the Abyss. Ruther didn't lie. When Lyra gave an order, most students were spread out, dealing with the monster's attack. Although Lyra didn't let many of the monsters inside the Abyss get out, just the darkness and corruption alone were enough to make everyone sweat. You can ask Professor Kale if you don't believe me. Ruther simply pointed at Kale, who nodded solemnly. In fact, the situation was so bad that he left his pet in the camp to guard the students in case something happened. He came here only because of Lyra's summons. Since even Kale nodded, Lyra didn't know what to say. She just paused, not sure what to do, when Ruther spoke again. Didn't you say the Demon Gate is under your control? Then you could just keep an eye on them for their safety. These upperclassmen can also look after the juniors at that time. Ruther shrugged as if it was no big deal and gestured towards 6 other seniors, all above level 80. Besides, since you were a space mage, you can always teleport them out if you sense any danger inside. He was wrong. It was indeed possible. Lyra was strained enough with the event already. Sigh, let us do what you said then. But what could she do? She had been maintaining her space domain for long enough and didn't have much time on her hands. Not to mention, she wasn't in the state to perform yet another long-distance teleportation. Ruther seemed to have guessed it, as that was why he had just brought 10 students with him. Well, Soren and the girls were a surprise, but he wasn't complaining here. Professor Lyra, I have something to say to you. Just as Lyra decided to go with the students at hand, Soren suddenly spoke lightly, walking toward her, his gaze a bit solemn. This bastard. What the heck is he planning by throwing all of them inside? Is he trying to summon a demon lord or what? Soren couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Looking at the guy, it didn't seem like Ruther was being possessed like in the game, but he could gauge what his intention was from the way he was doing things. That only made him afraid, though. If he really was thinking of summoning Lilith, then no, I can't let him do that. It seems I have to risk it today. Soren decided internally, finally stopping right in front of Lyra and Lysandra, who were both looking at him in confusion. Soren, what do you want to say? If it isn't important, let us delay it for a while. Because it was he who let her know the plan of the Crucible, Lyra was very tolerant as she asked. To be honest, she was a bit sorry toward her student, too, as Soren probably guessed this happened because of her. Professor, it is extremely important. But first, can you tell me why you need 10 students to enter this abyss? Soren didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, as if curious about their situation. I just want them to go to a specific location and activate this void stone at the same time when I give a signal. Why do you ask? Since it was no secret, Lyra replied lightly, only to see Soren becoming thoughtful as he pressed his finger on his chin and asked again, does it have to be at the same time, or would a few seconds of delay also work? This was important if he wanted to foil Ruther's plan. Fortunately, it seemed his luck was still strong. As Lyra simply nodded, it doesn't matter if there is a few seconds delay in their activation time. But who would traverse such a long distance in such a few seconds? Lyra thought Soren was trying to reduce the number of students this way and was about to shake her head when suddenly she saw a colorful prism appearing in Soren's hand. In an instant, she halted mid-sentence, her eyes widening in realization. Surprised, she even quickly waved her hand, casting a barrier that shielded them from outside view. For a moment, Professor Lysandra got even more confused when Soren just smiled. It seems you forgot about this artifact, Professor. If I take this inside, how many void stones can I activate so that you won't have any issue? Soren asked again while pointing at the S-rank artifact, Dimensional Anchor. This artifact could allow him to generate 10 anchor points in any location he desired. After that, he could easily teleport to any anchor point instantly. Although there was a cooldown, it could be reduced to as low as 1 second if the distance wasn't too big. This meant he could easily activate more than one void stone, unlike the other students, saving his girl from having to venture into the dangerous abyss. Chapter 170. Lysandra's Unexpected Support. Dimensional Anchor. Right, how did I forget about this? Lyra exclaimed a bit loudly, a beautiful smile on her lips. In an instant, her gaze on Soren softened considerably as she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Truth be told, she was very reluctant to let juniors below level 50 venture inside the abyss. Unlike other dungeons, the abyss wasn't only dangerous but also quite strange. Normally, hunters below level 100 wouldn't even go inside unless necessary. Although Lysandra could stop them from being corrupted. What if? Soren, you came at the right time. With this S-rank artifact, it should be easier for me to do things now. With this, activating void stones shouldn't be an issue. The more Lyra thought about it, the happier she became as she gave Soren an appreciative glance. This is an S-rank artifact? But Lysandra, who had been quietly listening the entire time, suddenly spoke up while leaning towards Soren, her curious gaze fixed on the prism. After all, even she was surprised that Soren possessed an S-rank artifact. No wonder Lyra quickly erected a barrier around them. For a moment, she couldn't help but look between the prism and Soren, confused as to why he had such a treasure. Not to mention, she could feel that it was a rare space type. Yeah, S-rank. It was a gift given to him by Principal Logan. Don't you dare lay your eyes on it, Lysandra. Lyra warned while grabbing her shoulder to pull her back, seeing her getting too close to Soren, her cleavage fully on display. Surprisingly, though, she noticed that Soren didn't even glance at it, unlike what he would have done with her. Maybe the situation wasn't right? What? Do you think I will snatch my students' things? I was just curious, okay? Lysandra pouted at Lyra with faint anger, acting like a child. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but give her a strange look when Lyra spoke again. Okay, stop playing around. I don't have much time. Soren, can you please give me that artifact for a while? I promise I will return it to you intact, and even reward you later. As long as she let one of the senior students use this artifact and activate the Void Stone, she didn't have to let the low-level students risk anything. It was a perfect solution. About that. But Soren was going to hand over his artifact like that, as he showed an embarrassed smile. Professor Lyra, how about I go inside myself and use the artifact instead? You see, I don't trust anyone else with it. It was his trump card after all. It was hard for him to let anyone else have it, even for a bit. He was already risking it by taking it out in the open. Besides, more importantly, Soren also wanted to look inside the abyss. After all, one of his trump cards, Crimson Queen Lash, required Succubus blood essence to upgrade. Not to mention, the unique dungeon he had to tackle had some relation to this place. Getting to know about the abyss was on his to-do list anyway. As soon as Lyra heard Soren's words, she frowned slightly. Letting Soren go inside, even with that artifact, seemed too risky. However, before she could refuse, Lysandra suddenly spoke. Lyra, just let him go. This guy isn't as weak as you think. Surprisingly, she spoke in favor of Soren, startling both of them. But Lysandra just gave a mysterious look at Soren's figure before commenting. His soul power is clearly higher than that of any student here, considering how the monsters inside the abyss generally attack weak souls. He should be safer than any student instead. In fact, she had noticed this change in Soren the moment he entered her tent before. She was a healer after all. Her gaze was anything but normal. Not to mention, Soren didn't have any skill to hide his soul power yet. She obviously noticed his change accurately. Soul? Oh, right. Lyra raised her eyebrow, as if remembering things. So, you absorbed that soul orb given by the principal already? Is that why you want to volunteer yourself? No wonder. She now felt like she was forgetting many things today. Maybe because of the stress, she was having trouble keeping track of everything. So much for being a professor who taught strategy to her students. Well, Soren had once again earned another point from her with his thoughtfulness, though. Soul orb? Principal Logan even gave him such a thing? Lysandra was once again surprised by yet another revelation. Wait, are you an illegitimate child of that musclehead, or what? In the end, she couldn't help but ask Soren, totally suspicious. Otherwise, why would the principal give him an S-rank artifact, especially and even a soul orb? This didn't make sense. I illegitimate child? Soren couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lysandra's suspicion and didn't even bother to answer. He felt it was best to ignore this crazy healer most of the time. It was best not to garner too much interest from her. Okay, Lysandra, can you stop joking? The situation is serious right now. Fortunately, Lyra stopped Lysandra in anger with a light tap on her head and then looked at Soren, nodding lightly. As you want, you can enter the abyss this time. Just make sure you are extremely careful and ask for help if needed. After saying that, she signaled Soren to hide that artifact and was about to remove the barrier when Soren stopped her. Professor Lyra, if you don't mind, can I tell you something? Although Soren didn't want to, he had decided to warn her about Ruther somehow. Unfortunately, he didn't have much evidence. Still, just the warning should be enough to stop him from going reckless this time around. Yeah, what is it? Fortunately, Lyra had a good impression of him so far. She should at least listen to him, right? Well, it is about Professor Ruther. If you don't mind me being presumptuous, I feel like there's something off about him, like something unnatural. Even then, Soren decided not to directly tell them about his identity, but rather to make them suspicious. He believed that as long as they paid a bit more attention to that guy, they should get the clue. Chapter 171. Entering the 10th floor of the abyss. But Professor, I am above level 80 just like them. Okay, I already told you, you can't enter. This is too dangerous for a craftsman class. But what about him? He isn't even is sold. Can't you understand? Time is of the essence. And it's not like we're touring a dungeon. He is entering because he was sent here by Principal Logan himself. Or do you think I would jeopardize my students' lives so easily? Lyra felt slightly annoyed at the tall girl standing before her, who remained adamant about entering the abyss. Didn't she understand how dangerous it was? As for her being above level 80, she was 2 batches senior to them, so of course, she would have reached that level already. In fact, it was actually quite low. Okay, there is no need to waste time. You guys understood what I said, right? Your main objective is to reach the location I said and activate the void stone I gave you once I ordered. Lyra ignored his soul and spoke to the 5 figures standing before her, one of whom was Soren. As for Aurelia, Evan, Ilera, and Elise, they had already been eliminated from the team directly. Although they wanted to say something, considering the situation at hand, they remained unusually quiet, unlike a certain someone. TCH, I know, it's all because of you, Soren. Take this and don't ever come to me again. Seeing that Lyra had made her decision, Isolde turned around and cursed at Soren before throwing a ring at him. Then she humphed and walked away, sulking in the corner. She had thought today would finally be her chance to enter the abyss and show off her skills, but everything had come to nothing. Her mood was completely ruined. Was he really sent by the principal? Damn it, I should just blasted that body apart when I saw him earlier. And another person whose mood was ruined was Ruther. Unlike Isolde, however, he couldn't even show it openly. His plan to sacrifice a few virgin girls to the demon Lord Lilith had already failed before it could even begin. Of course, he wasn't feeling good. But he couldn't just ask Lyra to throw this student into the abyss, could he? Okay, since you all are ready, get ready to teleport. Don't forget to drink the potion given to you by Lysandra as soon as you enter the abyss. Once all 5 students nodded, Lyra used her ability, directly using her skill to teleport them inside the abyss before her. Swoosh! As soon as she did that, Soren found himself being pulled by space. Before his surroundings abruptly changed. It seemed he had already entered the 10th floor of the dungeon. He didn't even need to go through the demon gate behind him, which floated alone like a fracture in space. Simultaneously, the voice of the world immediately affirmed his conjecture. Warning, you have entered the 10th floor of the abyss. The surrounding demonic energy is suppressing your body. All stats have been reduced by 15. Due to your passive, King's Grace, you are unaffected. Your stats have been restored. Please note that remaining too long inside the abyss may result in irreversible corruption. Not surprisingly, there was no usual confirmation that they had entered a dungeon, nor any message stating an objective or completion requirement. It didn't say they had to clear it, nor did it mention anything about needing to conquer it in order to leave. Maybe their entry was unofficial, which was why the system didn't acknowledge it properly. Now it did make sense why Lyra directly teleported us inside. Soren guessed as he looked around curiously at the strange, lifeless expanse before him. Is this abyss? But the sight before him didn't impress Soren much. If anything, the abyss was darker than outside, while that red moon above looked extremely clear. Besides that, the entire place was covered under a dark crimson sky, with strange clouds swirling endlessly above like flowing blood, making the surroundings dim and oppressive. The ground beneath them was dry and cracked, countless fissures spreading everywhere, while jagged black rocks rose from the land like giant spikes. Not a single plant, animal, or even insect could be seen anywhere. Only ruins scattered across the wasteland, as if an entire civilization had long been erased from existence. Even the air itself felt heavy and uncomfortable to breathe, carrying a faint metallic smell mixed with violent mana fluctuations that instinctively made everyone wary. In fact, he could feel that the power of corruption in the air was countless times stronger than outside. If they stayed inside enough, even hunters might not be able to stop themselves from being mutated. Only, I don't feel much. Lyra had warned them that even if this was just the 10th floor, they should all guard their minds at all times and shouldn't, under any circumstances, absorb the mana here. But Soren felt that none of that had any effect on him. In fact, he didn't even feel the corruption affecting him, so much so that he could freely explore around with his mind unguarded. This King's Grace is really something else. Or is it my bloodline working? Soren didn't know exactly, but he wasn't complaining. Just as Soren took in his surroundings, a gruff voice echoed from the side. Drink your potions fast. Didn't you hear Professor Lyra's order? It belonged to a tall man with broad shoulders, carrying a heavy shield behind his back. His entire body was covered in metal plate armor, leaving only his head exposed. Clearly, he was a warrior. All right. His words were clearly directed at Soren, who was distracted. Unlike them, feeling embarrassed, Soren quickly took out a green potion from his inventory and chugged it down his throat. Although he didn't need it, for the sake of appearance, he should drink the potion. I hope that crazy woman didn't do anything to the potion. Probably not. She should know the situation right now. Not to mention, there wasn't any problem with the potion given to Frost either. Okay, since you all have drunk the potion, we should be able to operate freely for a while now. Although the warrior wasn't the leader, he acted like one, giving directions. Now, just head in the direction given to you by Professor Lyra. Use the compass given to you and be cautious. By the way, you know what to do when you encounter danger, right? He asked, and when everyone nodded, he once again looked at Soren and spoke. You seem to be trusted by Professor Lyra. But don't take this mission lightly and ask for help if you need. Now disperse. As much as he disliked the idea of letting a junior do most of the work here, it was the order of the professor after all. He wasn't going to act hot-headed in such a crucial time. Swoosh! As soon as the warrior spoke, all four figures directly disappeared from their positions, rapidly moving in four directions in the formation of a huge circle surrounding the rift in space, leaving Soren alone. Unlike the warrior, none of the seniors spoke, clearly minding their own business. They all knew how important it was to close the gate as soon as possible. He is surprisingly nice. Soren looked in the direction the warrior disappeared into and mumbled with a smile. Maybe because of his encounter with Chiron and Leon, he didn't have a good impression of his seniors. Even Isolde was quite rude, although she seemed to have made all the artifacts he ordered stored in the ring thrown by her. Welp, let us get to work then. I have to set up 6 anchor points, unlike them. Soren stretched lazily while looking at the barren land ahead. He noticed that, after a certain distance, he couldn't see anything ahead due to the dark mist, even with his keen sight. The 4 seniors, despite being fairly close, had already disappeared from his vision. System, use gap stat on my passive skill, Windwalker. Before leaving, though, he had to be thoroughly prepared. So Soren first activated his fortune sight, scanning his surroundings while issuing the order to his system. Simultaneously, he quickly took out the artifact from the ring given to him by Isolde, throwing the robe over his body without even bothering to look properly. In his hand, a metallic bow materialized, faintly humming with restrained energy, as if it were waiting for something to be unleashed. Ding! You used your gap stat on your passive skill. Congratulations. The skill, Windwalker, A rank, has evolved by 1 level in his Spirit of Zephyr, S rank. Simultaneously, his form subtly shifted as he felt light as a feather, as though the weight of his body had been partially erased. The air around him, though stale and corrupted, responded faintly to his presence, bending ever so slightly as if acknowledging its master's call. Soren suddenly felt refreshed. Chapter 172. Another exclusive perverted quest. Hey, do you think what Soren said makes sense? Lyra asked Lysandra while looking at the ominous gate in front. She was thinking about what Soren had told her before, about Professor Ruther. Although Soren fumbled with words, in gist, he told her that Ruther might be a demon servant. To be honest, she almost didn't scoff at that. Although she didn't have a good impression of Ruther, he was a professor of the Elite Hunter Academy after all. Why would he be a demon servant? But it was also Soren who gave her that abyssal compass, leading her to find out about the demon gate and crucible in time. For a moment, she was unsure. Why? Don't you believe in your beloved student anymore? Lysandra, however, was as easygoing as ever as she lightly teased with a smirk. Looking at his eyes, full of trust in you, he might be heartbroken if he knew you doubted him. She sighed dramatically. He seems quite fond of you, you know. He didn't even bat an eye at me, and yet. Lysandra paused, but Lyra, of course, understood her as she lightly slapped her shoulder. What are you suggesting? He is my student, Lysandra. Lyra rolled her eyes, speechless. This girl had the habit of taking things lightly all the time. So, what if he is a student? Lysandra scoffed before leaning a bit closer. Love doesn't look at titles or status. Besides, isn't it more exciting this way? She whispered, a genuine trace of excitement in her eyes, not praising you or anything. But compared to those little girls, you are more desirable to a young man, you know? She signaled at Lyra's huge bosom and bust, licking her lips dramatically. I don't think anyone will refuse you. Besides, you're already of age and... Okay, stop this. Aren't you the same age as me? Go and seduce him if you want. Lyra finally couldn't take it anymore as she slapped her back, a bit with force, making Lysandra wince in pain. And stop reading those books too much. I'm asking serious things here. She gave her an angry glare, to which Lysandra just shrugged. Well, I was just helping my friend, that's all. If you don't want to, you can just say so. She gave a pout before whispering again. As for that Ruther, I think you should take Soren's words seriously and maybe investigate. That guy isn't a good person anyway. I want to be surprised if he's a demon servant. Lysandra spoke while brushing aside her hair behind her ears. Although she didn't have much dealings with Ruther, she could feel a person's intention just by their gaze. He might think he was sneaky by using his scout-esque skills, but Lysandra could feel it easily. And honestly, it was quite disgusting. Unlike someone else, Lysandra suddenly thought of Soren, who was quite different. In fact, he was somewhat weird when it came to her. After all, looking at how he had girls around him every time, he didn't seem like a gentleman in any way. But he never gave her that look, not even when he thought she was paying attention. Well, it might be because she was a professor whom he respected, but she could feel male students' gaze all the time. It was human nature. In fact, she even detected Soren's gaze on Lyra, but when it came to her, it is like he is actively avoiding me. Lysandra suddenly came to a realization. Unfortunately, Lyra failed to notice it as she was making plans on how to investigate Ruther and whether she should tell this to Logan. Ding! Professor Lysandra Moonshade's interest in you has increased significantly. Congratulations! You successfully awaken a new exclusive perverted quest. Exclusive special quest. Robe inspection. Content. Surprise Professor Lysandra with an unexpected greeting and playfully tap her back while maintaining a friendly hug for 10 seconds. Reward. Time limit. 2 months. Difficulty. Failure punishment. All healing effects on you will be reduced by 90. Debuff applied. Frail recovery note. Because she is the high-ranking professor, early successful completion of the mission grants an extra reward. Note 2. Completion of an exclusive perverted quest is not mandatory. You may nullify its penalty by completing a side quest involving any heroine. However, abandoning this quest will permanently revoke access to the exclusive perverted quest feature. Fuck. Roar. Somewhere deep in the barren stretch of the abyss, Soren let his focus slip for just a second. The moment he heard the system prompt. It was barely a lapse, nothing more than a passing distraction, but that was enough. From a still air in front of him, a large moth drifted closer, its pale wings unfolding like ghostly paper. Without warning, it exhaled a thin white powder mist straight onto him. Although Soren reacted fast, the mist spread faster, unnatural and weightless, curling around his feet before rising upward like it had a will of its own. It then clung to his senses the moment it touched him, thin and almost invisible. Ashu! In an instant, Soren felt a sharp wave of irritation surge through his senses, triggering a fit of continuous sneezing. Achoo! Hasicho! Achoo! The mist was so strong that, for a moment, Soren couldn't stop himself from sneezing, his eyes turning red as his vision blurred. Monster. Abyss Moth Level. 55 rank. CHP. 102001020 Special Trait. Mirage Spores. Induces sensory overstimulation, causing repeated sneezing fits and persistent hallucinations that distort perception. Vitality Siphon. A parasitic lifelink that drains HP and mana on contact, steadily weakening recovery and overall vitality. It was an abyss moth that appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, Forrest arrived at the right time, directly swallowing the huge moth with its long tongue. But still, for a full 5 minutes, Soren kept sneezing nonstop, cursing his system and Professor Lysandra under his breath. Was this really the time to take an interest in him? Chapter 173. Royally fucked. Huh. Don't worry, I am all right. Soren breathed in deeply and spoke to Frost, who looked nervous while calming himself down. His vision had finally been restored, and he didn't feel any irritation in his eyes and nose anymore. After the moth was swallowed by Frost, the hallucination effect of the spores seemed to have disappeared, too. Such bad luck. Why is this system always doing this to me? Soren rubbed his eyes, feeling a headache. Not to mention this absurd quest he got from Lysandra just now. Exclusive perverted quest. Robe inspection. Content. Embrace Professor Lysandra from behind, hug her tightly, and deliver a gentle, cheeky slap on her, but while holding the position for 10 seconds. Reward. Time limit. 2 months difficulty. Failure punishment. All healing effects on you will be reduced by 90. Debuff applied. Frail. Recovery note. Just what I feared. Damn. And I haven't even completed the quest with Lyra yet. Soren couldn't help but smile bitterly. This mission with Lysandra was even more outrageous. How the heck was he supposed to deliver a cheeky slap on her? But wouldn't she turn him into a potion if he did that? And why was it only a 4-star quest even then? For a moment, Soren wanted to directly abandon this exclusive perverted quest. Out of mind, out of sight. Forget it. Let us focus on the mission first. This should be the last anchor point. But he stopped himself in time, directly ignored the quest for now, while taking out his S-rank artifact, Dimensional Anchor. To be honest, he was thoroughly impressed by Professor Lyra. She must have used a huge amount of mana to clear the area around, despite being outside the gate. Except for some entity like that Abyss Moth, and the unnatural environment around, he didn't meet much danger. Well, his high soul power and frost also help him a lot. Now, all he had to do was place his last anchor and contact Lyra that he was done. Then, she could start closing the gate. Thinking so, Soren poured his mana into the prism, causing it to shine beautifully. Swoosh. Then, naturally, it marked the position he was in, making a connection where he could teleport. Now that this is over, let us contact Professor Lyra. Soren mumbled and took out a small crystal from his inventory. Although communicating from the dungeon to the outside world was hard, it wasn't impossible, especially them being this close to the rift. Oh my, that is a very nice toy you have. However, just as Soren was about to communicate, a light, coy voice drifted from right behind him. Swoosh! In the instant that soft, almost playful whisper brushed against his ears, his entire body directly froze in place. It wasn't even an attack. Just the aura alone felt suffocating enough to make his heart stutter, a cold chill running slowly down his spine. Surprisingly enough, his ever-so-reliable passive, King's Grace, didn't work this time as he remained fixed in his position, immovable. Heck, Soren realized that he couldn't even talk. Fuck. The situation suddenly turned so absurd that Soren felt the dread he had never experienced before. He could feel that someone was right behind him, and that person was strong, like really, really strong. In fact, the aura he felt was almost similar to the ancient tree Eldarth he saw in the C-rank dungeon before. For him, it was unfathomable. He couldn't understand why such a person was on the 10th floor of the Abyss all of a sudden. And why the heck did she take his only trump card, Crimson Queen Lash? Yup, the figure behind seemed interested in the whip and didn't actively attack. Damn, what should I do? The heck is wrong with my luck today? Soren thought while sweating bullets. He wondered whether he had made a mistake, increasing his luck directly to 100 points. Because after doing so, everything went so awry. System, add all the points I gained recently to my luck stat. And yet, the first thing he did in this danger was to increase his luck further. After all, although ironic, Soren felt only this stat might save him from this undeserved calamity now. Funnily enough, all his recent incredible power-ups proved not useful when he really needed them. Maybe this event could be a wake-up call to Soren. Oh, I forgot that you're affected by my aura. I apologize. While Soren was brainstorming a way out, the figure behind spoke again, as if just realizing that Soren couldn't talk. So she quickly reined in her aura, freeing Soren completely. Swoosh. The moment she did so, though, Soren quickly distanced himself and tried to use the S-rank artifact, Dimensional Anchor, to teleport himself away. He also tried sending a message to Lyra, but all came to naught. The prism only shone brightly before dimming on its own, while Soren was still in his position, standing awkwardly. Poor Soren. Nothing was working when he really needed. PFTT. Boy, you're inside my domain. How can you teleport so easily? Besides, is there a need to get scared? I want bite. Unsurprisingly, the voice came again, this time from the front, filled with a giggle. Then slowly, Soren finally saw who was talking all this time as he saw the figure materialize before him. tall figure, voluptuous body, with long legs and thick thighs, with that distinct horn on the top of her head, and a long tail resembling a whip. Smooth silver hair cascaded down her back like moonlight, contrasting beautifully against her soft crimson eyes filled with a naturally seductive charm. Her pale skin looked almost flawless, while the faint smile on her glossy lips carried a teasing allure capable of drawing anyone in. Even the slight sway of her hips and tail felt mesmerizing, radiating dangerous beauty and temptation. However, despite all this, Soren's gaze was instead focused on her forehead, or rather, on that crescent-shaped red moon glowing faintly above her brows, pulsing with an eerie charm that made her already seductive appearance feel even more dangerous. Gulp. Only that crescent moon made him visibly gulp as he finally recognized who was in front of him all along. Is she Demon Lord Lilith? Soren's worldview collapsed the moment he came to this conclusion. After all, the idea that a bona fide demon lord stood before him was just so absurd that he thought he might still be affected by those mirage spores. Maybe he really was hallucinating? Because even Ruther, the servant, couldn't he possibly summon a demon lord directly in its true form, even if this was inside the abyss. Unfortunately, looking at the faint smile and those curious crimson eyes focused on him, it felt as real as his own racing heartbeat. Now Soren realized that he wasn't just fucked. He was royally fucked. Chapter 174. Demon Lord Lilith. Oh, you know me? Unfortunately for Soren, he forgot that the being in front of him was anything but normal. Recalling her name, even in his mind, wasn't a wise thing to do. For a moment, Soren didn't know what to do as he stood frozen on the spot, staring at the tall figure of the succubus posing right in front of him. With those scanty clothes barely hiding anything on her body, she looked irresistibly enticing. Too bad. She was a demon lord who could kill him in a second. You're quite interesting, boy. You have such high soul power and charm for a human of your level, and you even have the relic of our succubus tribe in your hand. Lilith seemed intrigued by Soren as she slowly played with the hook of the crimson queen lash while evaluating him. Not to mention, you can look at me without being affected despite being so weak. And Lilith paused slightly and looked at Soren deeply, her crimson eyes glowing brightly for a split second. For a moment, Soren tensed up, thinking he was being attacked, but it seemed not, as Lilith spoke again, this time with wonder. And you have the aura of a true blood. Boy, did you get some inheritance from an abyssal entity? Lilith asked again with genuine interest. Her piercing gaze waited for Soren's answer. True blood? Inheritance? Unfortunately, Soren didn't know what she meant by that. He did have a Kingswell bloodline, but he was sure it had no relation whatsoever to the abyss. The only thing that remotely connected to it was the unique dungeon, Fallen King's cellar. Maybe she meant that? Soren wasn't sure and gave Lilith a puzzled look. By now, he had relaxed a bit, considering panicking did nothing. Looking at your reaction, you seem unsure. Well, it doesn't matter whether you got an inheritance or not. Lilith seemed not to mind Soren's silence. Instead, she lowered her head and looked at the crimson queen lash in her hand. Swoosh! Surprisingly, despite belonging to Soren, it slithered into her arms just as naturally as it did on his. It was as if Lilith were the true owner. So much for being a bound artifact. Soren couldn't help but twitch his mouth speechlessly. Was a bound artifact supposed to be unstealable? Maybe because she was also a succubus? Soren was still trying to make sense of it when Lilith suddenly raised her slender hand and pricked her finger against the hook of the whip, letting her blood drip onto it. The moment she did so, the hook visibly trembled before rapidly absorbing that drop of blood, leaving not a single trace behind. Swoosh! Simultaneously, Soren saw the whip shine brightly before being engulfed in a pink mist, then abruptly disappearing from Lilith's hand. Surprisingly, Soren suddenly found an additional item inside his inventory out of nowhere. Without a doubt, it was the same crimson queen lash Lilith had been playing with just moments ago. What happened? For a moment, he was confused when Lilith spoke. Don't worry, I wasn't trying to steal your toy. In fact, I even helped you a bit, you see. Lilith seemed offended by Soren's look and explained. Forget about this. By the way, tell me how you know my existence. I don't think I have publicly shown my existence outside yet. Finally, her tone became a bit serious as her crimson eyes focused on Soren, putting pressure on him. This time, it didn't seem like she would let Soren stay silent. Guessed. Seeing that she wasn't going to let it go, Soren tentatively replied, only to receive a beautiful eye roll from her. Boy, are you playing games with me? It seemed even the easygoing Lilith was annoyed by Soren. No, I really was lying to you. Seeing her reaction, Soren quickly defended himself with an awkward smile. After all, he really did guess who she was from the crimson moon on her forehead. Even in the game, he never saw her. I really guessed who you are, Lord Lilith. But if you're curious how I know of your existence, I have to mention Ruther. I know for a fact that he was your servant. Soren knew that such a high-level existence could detect lies. So, he directly brought Ruther into the conversation. He knew of Lilith's existence because of Ruther. That was no lie. Even if it was from the Ruther in the game he played before, it was still the truth. Ruther? That puny human? Sure enough, Lilith realized Soren was telling the truth, as her eyes turned as dark as the abyss. That stupid slave. How dare he expose my identity? But that only made her angrier, so much so that her aura flared up again, pressing down on everything around them. Ugh! In an instant, Soren felt a suffocating pressure crash over him, as if the very air had turned heavy. His body went completely stiff again, a strange corruption seeping through him from within, as though something was slowly gnawing at him from the inside out. Feeling the overwhelming pressure up close, his breath hitched as cold sweat broke out across his skin. For a moment, even his thoughts felt sluggish. Click! However, just as Soren felt it was unbearable, the surroundings suddenly became still, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Crack! Then, as if reality itself cracked, Soren felt his surroundings distort and fracture. Even faint fissures began to appear across the world around him like broken glass. The scenery was so absurd that it was almost as absurd as Lilith's appearance. Did you already notice? Lilith didn't seem surprised by the change, though, as she only tilted her head up, looking at the sky. Only then did Soren realize that, without knowing when it happened, there was no red moon in the sky above it all. It had somehow completely disappeared, or rather been covered. TSK. It seems I can't stay any longer. Chapter 175. Misfortune or Luck. TSK. It seems I can't stay any longer. As the fissures rapidly expanded around them while crackling sounds echoed everywhere, Lilith finally reined in her anger and looked at Soren again. Well, your guess was correct. Human, you are very lucky to stand in the presence of the Demon Lord, Lilith, today. She confirmed his guess before slowly walking towards Soren, who still couldn't move. Then once she was close enough, she raised the same hand she had pricked earlier and lightly placed her finger on Soren's forehead. So, as a reward, I've decided you are quite suitable to become my servant. Rejoice, for today I will not kill you. She then gave him a faint smile, as if she hadn't just spoken the cruelest words imaginable to him. Fuck, this is bad. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful her smile was, Soren wasn't feeling any of it. If anything, he was panicking, rightfully so. How could he not when he already felt something condense at the tip of Lilith's finger, slowly pushing into his forehead? Something dark and ominous enough that his instincts were already screaming at him to get away. System, use GapStat on my class fast. In the end, Soren grew increasingly anxious and urgently called out to his system. Up until now, he hadn't used any of his cheats, afraid that Lilith might pick up on his abnormal behavior and become even more interested. But now that things had escalated to this point, he could only try his best. Although he was still nothing even after his class evolution, maybe he could gain some time. Time for those fissures to spread and shatter the domain he was trapped in. Looking at Lilith, she clearly came here through some strange method, and couldn't he remain forever. Although it was only a sliver of hope, it was still better than being controlled by a demon lord like this. Ding! As soon as Soren gave the order, the system immediately sent a prompt into his mind. Only, the content was wildly different from what he had expected. In fact, it was so absurd that Soren stood frozen in shock, allowing Lilith to press that thing on her finger directly into his forehead without any resistance. Warning: it has been detected that an S-rank demon seed is invading your mind. Do you wish to use your unique skill, Core Infusion, to refine it? It is suggested to refine it in time to avoid being controlled or affected. Boom! As soon as the foreign object entered his mind, Soren felt something settle deep within his consciousness. A faint chill spread through his thoughts for a brief moment before everything slowly calmed again. It didn't move or try to invade him further, yet its presence remained firmly rooted inside his mind. And even then, Soren surprisingly managed to remain calm throughout. All because of the weird prompt he got. He never thought his unique skill could refine a demon seed, given by Lilith, a demon lord nonetheless. Wasn't this unique skill a bit too powerful? Soren wasn't complaining. Of course, he didn't directly refine the seed right now, though. That would be too foolish. Instead, he slowly relaxed, staring blankly at Lilith, who looked thoroughly satisfied. To be honest, he tried hard not to show the hatred on his face, yet the twitching of his lips still betrayed his feelings. PFFDT, don't give me such a look, boy. I'm not controlling you, am I? Lilith gave Soren's cheek a light, playful tap before slowly walking away, her ample chest swaying gently with each step. Besides, if you learn how to use that seed of mine properly, you might become far stronger than you are now. She spoke with a soft giggle, clearly finding Soren's reaction amusing. It was the first time she found a human somewhat charming, someone who perfectly fit her tastes. It seemed her visit this time wasn't for nothing. Crack. Unfortunately, looking at the surroundings now completely covered in fractures, she could no longer remain on the 10th floor of the abyss. Okay, your name is Soren, right? Let us meet again another time once you become a bit stronger. Lilith smiled before lowering her voice into a faint whisper. Till then, don't die. The moment those words fell, her figure slowly began to dissolve before Soren's eyes, fading away bit by bit until not even a trace of her presence remained. Crack! Almost simultaneously, the domain around them finally reached its limit. The countless fractures spreading across the space instantly shattered apart like broken glass with a deafening roar. Ha! Ha! The moment it collapsed, Soren finally felt the unbearable pressure disappear as he dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Although everything that happened seemed to last only a brief moment, the pressure he endured was anything but ordinary. If not for his body becoming far stronger after his bloodline awakening, Soren felt he might not even have been able to hold himself up. Swoosh! Yet it still wasn't over. The instant the shattered domain vanished and Soren took a deep breath, another terrifying presence suddenly swept over him out of nowhere. This time, however, it came from the sky itself, from the crimson moon hanging high in the sky above. For the first time, Soren truly felt as though the red moon was staring directly at him, or rather, at the place where he stood. The sensation lasted only for a fleeting instant, so brief that it almost felt like an illusion. Yet it was even more terrifying than Lilith. In fact, Soren felt it was far beyond even the strongest existence he had ever seen, Eldarth. Fortunately, the presence merely swept past casually, as if it had never even noticed his existence. Still, that single moment was enough to make him understand one thing clearly. Even the 10th floor of the abyss was no joke. So much for thinking it was nothing special before. It seemed he truly was just a frog in a well, unaware of the vast world beyond it. Well, since he had played this game, it couldn't be said he was unaware. But playing a game and witnessing it firsthand were two different things after all. As cold sweat drenched Soren's back under the lingering fear of that gaze above, another familiar prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. startling him once again. Ding! An incredible luck applies. Congratulations! You have successfully avoided a misfortune. You have gained 1 point in the gap stat. What? Only? This prompt made him gape in shock, forgetting everything else. So his luck finally worked? Chapter 176. Professor Lyra is anxious. Soren's biggest trump card, yet wasn't his bloodline, nor was it the access to his Arrow's treasury. It wasn't even the abnormal critical hit stat that let him put forth damage 4 times the original. But it was this gap stat that let him evolve his level, class, or skill once. To be honest, he still didn't know what the purpose of increasing the level once was, as it seemed redundant. But random things aside, this stat helped him a lot. So much so that the sole reason why he even reached level 49 so early was because of it. Unfortunately, it was an invariable stat, after all. He couldn't increase it, nor did he know how to get it again. But right now, gulp. Soren couldn't help but gulp in surprise. On one hand, he was glad that he avoided a misfortune, and on the other, getting another point of gap stat meant he could now push his skill to SSS rank and class to SSS rank. That was the pinnacle of the known realm in this world. Only a handful of people like protagonist Evan had such skills. And now, wait a minute. What happens if I get an SS rank skill later on? Soren suddenly had a doubt. Was there a rank above SSS in this world? In the game Lover S Labyrinth, up to where he played, Evan S SSS rank Sword Saint was the top skill then. Maybe he wouldn't be able to stack anymore? Chick. Just as Soren was thinking randomly. While slowly standing up from the ground, someone climbed onto his shoulder, letting out a distressed sound. Frost? Who else could it be but his pet, albino lizard? Now that he thought about it, he didn't see him just now. Maybe she just pulled me directly into the domain? Soren didn't know how Lilith's skill worked, nor did he want to know. In fact, he was still feeling extremely uncomfortable with the demon seed lodged in his mind. If not for the fear of Lilith returning abruptly, he would have her find it using his unique skill already. Although it seemed inert, who knew what kind of effect it had? Don't worry, we are fine. Frost might have felt the presence of Red Moon's gaze just now as he looked extremely panicked and distressed, clutching his shirt tightly. The poor guy might be scared shitless as he was urging Soren to leave. Okay, let us contact Professor Lyra and get the hell out of here immediately. He also didn't want to stay here anymore. He still had no idea why Lilith had traveled to the 10th floor all of a sudden. It was better to leave this place while he still could. Soren? Are you all right? Nothing happened to you, right? Why did you take so long to contact me? The moment Soren steadied himself and poured his mana into the communication crystal, it flared to life, a bright glow spilling out as Lyra's voice came through. Only. She sounded so anxious, almost as if she was scared for his life. What happened? Soren asked, puzzled. Did Lyra notice Lilith's presence? But with her level, she shouldn't have such an ability. Thank God, you seem fine. You scared me. Sure enough, Lyra definitely didn't notice Lilith. Rather, she seemed anxious about other things. Professor, why do you seem anxious? Soren had no intention of telling anyone about Lilith and his meeting today, even if he got rid of that demon seed later on. Not even to his girls. This casualty was too big of a burden to share. He still had a faint suspicion that it was the result of him adding a huge amount of luck points to his stats abruptly. That was the only variable big enough to affect such an entity after all. Why would he try his luck again then? No, it is nothing. It is just that Ruther, Lyra was about to explain, but suddenly paused as if remembering the important things at hand. So, she changed the topic directly. Forget it. The situation has gone awry, and we have to close the demon gate as soon as possible. Did you deploy all the void stones at the location I said? She asked, to which Soren replied positively, yeah. All have been deployed, and I can teleport there easily. Good, then let us start. Once the void stones resonate with each other, return to the first location of the void stone you activated, and I will teleport you out of the abyss along with others. Get ready, Lyra advised before going silent, probably informing other students. Okay, Soren, you can start now. The moment Lyra spoke again, Soren took a steady breath and reached into his storage. One by one, 6 void stones slid into his palm. They were small, each no larger than a thumb, yet impossibly dense with mana. No doubt each one of them was an extremely precious treasure. Soren didn't waste time and crouched, placing the first stone at his feet. Then he poured a trickle of his mana, activating it. Swoosh! The instant it touched the ground, instead of sitting there like a stone, it sank half an inch into space itself, as if reality around it softened to accept it. To be honest, it looked quite magical. But Soren didn't care, and without hesitation, he vanished from his position with teleportation. Swoosh! Soren reappeared several meters away, where he did the same thing, activating yet another void stone. Then he teleported again. At every point, he dropped another stone, embedding it into the fabric of space just like the first. 6 locations, 6 anchors. By the time he placed the last one, a faint, invisible pattern had already begun to form between them. So, he quickly returned to the first. Boom! The moment he did so, the air twisted. Each void stone trembled violently, releasing low, vibrating hums that echoed from nowhere and everywhere at once. Lines of warped space stretched between them, faint at first, like threads only visible at the edge of vision. Then they thickened, pulling taut as if something was drawing them together. At the center, space caved inward completely, collapsing in on itself as the dark corruption was crushed out of existence. The writhing darkness that once choked the surroundings was pulled in and erased, leaving behind a clear, open expanse. For the first time since entering the abyss, Soren could finally see far and wide. Finally, a circular dome began to form around the rift, translucent yet heavy, like a bubble made of compressed reality. Then, the edges of the dome drew inward, tightening as they wrapped around the massive rift suspended before him. From both outside and within, the distorted space began to fold inward in tiny, precise motions. It was as if invisible hands were sewing reality itself, threading the gaps shut with delicate, controlled force. The chaotic ripples gradually synchronized, the vibrations aligning into a steady rhythm. To be honest, it looked unreal. After all, Lyra was practically stitching that rift shut right now. Soren's eyes lingered on the formation, unable to look away. There was a strange elegance to it, a level of control that bordered on perfection. Even he couldn't help but marvel. Okay, Soren, get ready to be teleported outside. The moment the rift slowly began to close after Lyra's precise maneuver, Soren once again heard her voice, followed by a strange pull from the space. Then, once he relaxed, his surroundings shifted abruptly, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the Bleachwood Forest. Soren, thank God you're fine. Of course, unlike the other students, his welcome was a bit different as Sylvia and Arya ran straight toward him in relief, while Aurelia followed behind at a slower pace. Well, this time, Elise was there too with her sister. She seemed a bit angry. I told you all that he is all right. You don't believe me. Elise gave a pout while glaring at Sylvia and Arya, her arms crossed. Unlike them, she shared a solid bond with Soren and could feel his existence after all. But they didn't believe her at all. Even now, they didn't give her a proper look. To be honest, she didn't know why they were so anxious for Soren when the one who should be anxious was silently standing behind them. Elise thought so while looking sneakily at Aurelia. She wondered whether Aurelia would directly throw a fireball at her if she knew about her relationship with Soren. She did have a fierce reputation after all. Soren, come here for a bit. I have something to ask you. Just as Soren was about to reply to the girls, he was interrupted by Lyra, whose face looked tired and extremely solemn. In fact, not only Lyra, but everyone, including Professor Lysandra and Kale, wore grim expressions, with none of the relief or excitement one would expect after successfully closing a demon gate. To be honest, considering the name Lyra mentioned before and Lilith's anger, Soren already had a faint guess in mind. All right, but he still acted oblivious, leaving the girls behind as he followed Lyra, ready to see just what had happened here while he was inside, almost being enslaved by Demon Lord Lilith. Chapter 177. Professor, you owe me again. This. Soren stood stunned in his position, his gaze focused on the ground, or rather, Ruther's body. No, what remained of it? After all, his head wasn't there anymore. It seemed to have exploded, literally, leaving behind fragments and dark blood scattered across the ground. That same black blood slowly spread beneath the corpse, thick and unnatural. A faint, demonic air lingered around it, clinging to the body like gangrene, refusing to leave. To be honest, it was more gruesome than anything he had ever seen before. Is this Lilith's work? How could Soren not understand what might have happened to Ruther, since he dared to divulge information about his lord to an outsider, even if accidentally? He wasn't going to be spared. Just, Soren never thought Lilith would be so ruthless. She directly blew his head off so ruthlessly. Is that why she didn't even care to warn me? Soren smiled bitterly, feeling even more uncomfortable. Now, he couldn't wait to use his unique skill to get rid of that demon seed in his mind. Just the thought of his head being blown off made him shiver uncontrollably. Soren, how did you know about this? Seeing that Soren's gaze looked ugly, Professor Lyra suddenly asked from his side. For a moment, Soren thought she might have noticed his weirdness, but looking at her frown fixed on the dark aura surrounding the body, he understood what she meant. Well, I can't say I knew who he was exactly. Just, I had a few leads that Ruther was involved with some demonic group recently. Sigh, I shouldn't have told her about Ruther before. Soren sighed internally. If he knew Lilith was going to kill Ruther anyway, it was better not to tell her anything. Too bad, he wasn't a seer. I just didn't know he would die so brutally. Just, what the hell happened after we were gone? Of course, Soren didn't show anything outside and asked. Sigh, I don't know. But what he got in return was Lyra's heavy and distressed frown. I have no idea what happened to him. He just exploded suddenly, even if he was a demon servant. Lyra paused, feeling a headache. Today was the worst day for her. First, she made the mistake of confronting the crucible on her own, allowing a demon gate to appear and jeopardizing her students. In the end, she used every bit of her power to close the gate, and now, with Ruther's death, things went a bit out of control, especially when he was found to be a demon servant. An elite hunter academy had a demon servant in its ranks as a professor. How laughable. If not handled well, it could very well lead to their academy's downfall. Fortunately, only a few students and 3 professors saw this incident, and she should be able to stop the news from going outside. Anyway, it seems your guess was correct. Ruther was definitely a demon servant, and even a high-ranked one. We still don't know if Ruther's death has the Crucible's hand in it. Lyra showed a pensive look and whispered, but don't tell this to anyone, especially the part about you knowing Ruther's identity. It can bring you unnecessary trouble. This was the reason why she summoned Soren here. She had already warned other students not to divulge this information about Ruther's death outside. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not an idiot. Besides, it is good that he is dead. Why are you so anxious anyway? Soren saw how stressed and tired Lyra looked and couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, Ruther's death was good news. This guy had plans against his girls. Even if he survived, he would kill him with his own hands later on. If you think it might bring you trouble, don't think too much, Professor Lyra. We just need to hide the fact that I gave you that abyssal compass. That's all. You could just say you somehow stumbled upon the demon servant's plan and tried your best to foil it. As for the incident after, there's no need to hide it. Soren shrugged as he couldn't understand why she was stressed. As for this Ruther, just say he was killed by their men somehow. They are a bunch of madmen anyway. He bet even Principal Logan could say nothing to Lyra after that. After all, it was clear that Ruther was a demon servant and died from the explosion of his head, not in a fight. See? He clearly thinks about you, and you were afraid that he would tell on you to that musclehead? Just as Soren finished speaking, Lysandra suddenly appeared out of nowhere, giggling beautifully. For a moment, Soren couldn't help but flinch unconsciously. After the awakening of that perverted quest, he found it hard to be as nonchalant as before with Lysandra. Why would I tell Principal Logan anything? So, Soren just raised an eyebrow, focused on Lyra, only to see her face brighten up in an instant. Okay, thank you, Student Soren. As long as you help me hide this, I owe you one. Seeing her reaction, it seemed Lyra really thought he might tell Logan everything. It was only after hearing his response that she visibly relaxed, causing the corner of Soren's mouth to twitch. Am I that unreliable? Soren couldn't help but mumble, speechless. PFFDT. Seeing his expression, Lysandra immediately laughed while Lyra wore an awkward look. To be honest, since Logan had given Soren an S-rank artifact for nothing, she thought he had a good relationship with him now. If the principal asked, he might not hide this incident from her. And if that happened, she didn't know what kind of punishment she would get. Especially when there were a few people with power in the academy who didn't want to see her teaching here. Okay, stop laughing, you idiot. You're in front of a corpse. Are you crazy? Lyra tapped Lysandra's head, a bit angrily, stopping her, and then looked at Soren. It isn't that you are unreliable, Soren. This is a matter of hiding things from the academy after all. To be honest, I'm asking too much from you here. She explained. As a professor who took her teaching seriously, it was very shameful for her to ask her students to hide her shortcomings. But she had no choice. Maybe Soren might not understand her. Okay, I understand. Then, you owe me 2 wishes. Soren suddenly shrugged contrary to her thought. Professor, be careful of owing too many wishes to me, though. Who knows what I might ask later? Maybe you might not be able to fulfill it. He then showed a cheeky smile, leaning a bit closer to her, whispering in a low voice, intending to lighten the mood. Only, he forgot that his recent charm was so high that even Lilith found him good-looking. Poor Lyra could only stare blankly at him for a while, caught off guard. Maybe she truly relaxed her guard and was too tired. She was somehow affected by Soren's aura. She only managed to snap out of the trance when she heard Lysandra's giggle once again. PFFTT. Yeah, yes, right? No. What if he directly asked for you? You're so hot. And this student has his eyes all over you all the time. Lysandra gave Soren a sneaky smile as she understood his thoughts clearly, only to get smacked on her head loudly. Ouch. Stop joking and don't laugh in front of a corpse. Didn't you hear? Lyra gave an angry glare at her before turning to Soren. Okay, that's all. Go meet with your friends first, and I will teleport you all after I recover a bit. After saying that, she directly left without waiting for a response, her cheeks a bit red. Ah, so embarrassing. This was the first time she was caught in such a trance. In fact, even she didn't know why she lost her cool for a second. Sure, Soren was charming, understanding, and even a bit handsome, but Lyra, he is your student for fuck's sake. She admonished herself, disappearing swiftly. She needed some time to cool down. TCH, look at her, so shy even at such an age. Lysandra just mocked Lyra's disappearance while caressing her forehead with a pout. Then she finally turned her head, her gaze meeting Soren's. So, if there is nothing else, I will also leave. Since Lyra left, Soren had nothing to do anymore. But just when he was about to do so, Lysandra spoke. Hey, wait. Student, there is something I want to ask you. She suddenly stopped him from leaving and asked, a bit curiously, Did you take that null potion I gave you? In fact, her eyes were so curious that Soren swore they flashed a green color ever so slightly. Yeah, of course, why did you ask? But he didn't think much and answered, only to see Lysandra frown and mumble. He didn't lie. Then why? She seemed to be in a dilemma about something. Come to think of it, nothing happened to that lizard either. Is my potion not working? She mumbled in a low voice, as if perplexed, completely unaware of the darkness slowly surrounding Soren's face. This bitch. In fact, Soren was already cursing her in his heart, as he had already guessed what she meant by that. TCH. So this bitch definitely did something to that potion and now is confused why the effect didn't show up? Although Soren also didn't know why that was so, that's beside the point right now. Rather, he felt quite stupid to believe in this crazy healer. Who knew what kind of effect she was searching for? Truth serum? Sexual stimulation? Or something even more bizarre? From the game, he knew she had weird kinks. Thank God it didn't work. Okay, if there is nothing, I will leave, Professor. In the end, Soren controlled his urge to curse and directly left the place, not even waiting for a response. Now he felt that he would definitely complete the quest of this professor someday. Just instead of the usual gentle, cheeky slap, it would be a solid one on her, but just wait. Chapter 178, SS Rank Demon Core. It has been detected that an S-rank demon seed is inside your mind. Do you wish to use your unique skill, Core Infusion, to refine it? Inside a simple tent, in the camp of the Elite Hunter Academy, Soren looked at the prompt from the system solemnly. He, along with other students, had already returned to the camp with the help of Professor Lyra. He saw that although there was absolute devastation around, the struggle was real. Fortunately, it seemed contained on time, and nobody was dead besides a few who were injured. But Soren didn't care about outside things. Rather, he was nervous about the seed in his mind. Yes, refine it. He was nervous about whether getting rid of that demon seed would alert Demon Lord Lilith, or whether something would happen in the middle of refining. That would be equally bad, if not worse. Unfortunately, he had no choice. After seeing Ruther's condition, he was going to keep it even for a second ding. You have used your unique skill, Core Infusion, on the demon seed. Please wait. The seed is being refined and deposited as your temporary mana core. Surprisingly, though, Soren's nervousness seemed unnecessary, as the moment he used his unique skill, he felt the demon seed lodged deep inside his mind being forcefully dragged out, as if an invisible power had latched onto it and was tearing it free. What? Then, before his incredulous eyes, the seed was ripped out of his mind and into reality as an ancient aura erupted from his entire being, directly suspending it right in front of him. Then, with incredible precision, the aura wrapped around the seed like a cocoon, suppressing it before causing it to swirl rapidly. In no time at all, the peanut-sized, pitch-black seed began to rotate at such a speed that it might have matched that of a neutron star. Swish! As it rotated with incredible force, the seed began to disintegrate on its own, turning into a stream of black energy that was quickly drawn into Soren's body. Slowly, the entire energy of the seed was siphoned into him, forming a pitch-dark mana core right below his navel, just like the other mana cores he had absorbed before. All of this happened with just the activation of his unique skill, Core Infusion. In fact, the ancient aura he felt just now was no doubt similar to that phylactery core he had absorbed in the unique dungeon before. Clearly, its rank was far higher than the demon seed, so much so that it didn't even struggle in the slightest. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully refined the demon seed inside your mind. You have obtained a new mana core. Demon Core, SS? Item, Demon Core Type, Temporary Mana Core Origin. A fragment of power condensed from Demon Lord Lilith herself. Rank, SS Effect. Temporarily grants the user a secondary mana core imbued with demonic energy, significantly amplifying mana capacity, regeneration, and spell potency. While active, all abilities gain a corruption attribute, enhancing destructive power at the cost of increased mental strain. Note, not recommended for use within the Abyss. Can be used as a substitute mana core for class or skill ascension, but doing so may expose demonic energy. Warning: full consumption is not recommended, as the disappearance of the demon seed may alert its original owner. Damn, SS rank. The moment the demon seed was refined, Soren felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation spreading through his entire body. Although it hadn't been long, he didn't like that feeling. He never thought a mere demon seed could directly give him an SS rank demon core. A demon core was equivalent to the mana core in humans and monsters. It was what granted demons their power. In fact, The reason a demon servant like Ruther could grow stronger after defecting was precisely because of this. Having two sources of power inside one body was definitely a plus. Someone like Soren, who could form temporary mana cores, was already an anomaly. And now he even had an SS rank demon core within him, making him even more powerful. No, I cannot float around this ISNT over yet. As much as Soren liked power-ups, this time it wasn't T without risk. For one, with that demon core inside him, he was now closer to a demon than ever. If anyone found out, he would be in serious trouble. That SY demon seeds were usually hidden deep within a person's consciousness to better conceal them, aside from control. I don't feel any aura myself, but just in case, system, open the Eros treasury. Unlike other temporary mana cores, this was a high-ranking one belonging to the Abyss after all. Better to conceal it thoroughly. Fortunately, he had a perfect place to shop for such things, one whose goods even Lilith praised. Come to think of it, I should probably check the Crimson Queen lash too. Soren was thinking when, suddenly, a panel opened in front of him, filled with goods he could purchase with his perverted harem points. Eros Treasury. Available items. 1. Silk Restraint Thread. 25 PHP magical threads that bind and tease sensitive areas, increasing submission and pleasure sensitivity. Work on any race too. Aphrodisiac Mist. Minor. 20 PHP creates a faint erotic fog that slowly arouses everyone within a small area. Perfect for group play. Be careful, as monsters are affected alike regardless of gender. Filter the shop and sort items by concealment ability. Soren didn't have the mood to browse the entire panel, especially when the list had grown longer after his PHP increased to 400 points. Fortunately, he had discovered this function while browsing before, as the content in the shop abruptly changed the moment he gave the order. Eros Treasury. Available items. 16. Phantom Focus Charm. 85 PHP Invisible, Undetectable Charm. Vibrates powerfully on command. Boosts concentration and helps increase mental power. 30. Veil of Hidden Energy. 110 PHP conceals one's aura. Physical arousal cues and flushing while heightening sensitivity. Converts pain to a manageable sensation plus minor damage reduction. 38. Illusion Control Collar. 160 PHP, looks like normal jewelry. Enforces absolute obedience from commands. Projects innocent illusions during suspicious acts. 46. Lust Mirage Cape. 290 PHP light cloak that creates strong illusions. While wearing it, any sexual activity looks like casual conversation or normal movement to outsiders. It also deflects weak to medium magical attacks by redirecting them. Well, looking at the list, it seems Soren would take a while before making his choice either way. Chapter 179. Thousand Face. Ding. You have used 320 perverted harem points to buy a C-rank artifact. Thousand Face. Current perverted harem points. 112 artifact. Thousand Face rank. C. Upgradable. Origin. A bracelet created where stolen identities and forgotten desires are said to converge. Effects. Aura Eclipse. Passive continuously conceals the wearer's aura, rendering detection, tracking, and sensing abilities unable to identify or locate them. Aura Forging. Active reshapes aura into any chosen signature, including copying individuals and fabricating false identities. Perfect Disguise. Active alters facial features, body structure, and voice to flawlessly replicate any seen or imagined individual. Perverted Charm. Passive emits subtle seductive fluctuations that increase perceived attractiveness and induce lust, attachment, and submissive urges in nearby targets. Note, all effects require lust energy. The mask weakens and loses its power as the energy is depleted. Energy might be rapidly drained when detection-type abilities are used on the wearer. Current Lust Energy. 0-500 upgrade condition. Essence of a doppelganger. Soren looked at the bracelet in his hand, something that reminded him of the prayer beads used by Buddhist monks in his past life. Only, unlike the simple round beads he remembered, each bead here was carved with faint engravings of calm, expressionless faces. To be honest, just by the look alone, Soren didn't want to use it. But besides this once, he didn't find anything useful in Eros' treasure that could hide his aura all the time. Well, as long as it works, I guess. It did cost him a whopping 320 PHP after all. Since it was also a C-rank artifact, he felt that it should be useful. Swoosh. The moment Soren wore the bracelet, he felt strange energy rushing through it to his entire body, before abruptly disappearing right after. To be honest, he didn't feel any change. Maybe I should ask Elise to check on it later. Soren thought before putting this aside. For now, he still had one thing left, and that was to check his so-called trump card, Crimson Queen Lash. It seemed to have finished upgrading. Soren thought while swiftly taking out a long, dark whip from his inventory. Like always, it was adorned with silver chains and glowing red heart-shaped gems along its length, radiating a faint crimson energy that carried both elegance and lethal intent. In fact, it appeared even more powerful now, with swirling pink and red energy occasionally coursing through its body. Especially the pointed tip, now deep dark red like a scorpion's sting, looking almost endearing at first glance, yet unmistakably lethal. In fact, it seemed its intelligence had increased further, too, as it quickly slithered along his arm, rattling and settling in a place on its own without even his intent. To be honest, it looked multiple times stronger after absorbing the blood of Lilith, rightfully so. Only, Soren didn't show any joy on his face. If anything, his face was filled with bitterness. Sigh, no matter how strong you get, it is now hard to trust you completely. Although he knew the artifact had no flaw of its own and was simply outmatched by a succubus demon lord like Lilith, it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Forget it. Let us see its effects now. Since it was a bound artifact, Soren was not about to abandon it so easily. Besides, he was also curious how much it had changed after the upgrade. So, he immediately used his Eye of Insight. Artifact: Crimson Queen Lash. Bound artifact. Rank: B. Upgradable. Origin: a whip once wielded by a fallen succubus queen, now fully awakened after absorbing lingering desire and emotional resonance, refining its once unstable power into a more controlled form. A faint trace of demon Lord Lilith's power now lingers within it. Effect: Queen's Absolute Defense. Passive: can automatically negate a fatal attack once per day, as long as the incoming force does not exceed the artifact's threshold. Requires sufficient lust energy to activate. Crimson Aegis. Active. Forms a semi-autonomous defensive barrier that reacts to hostility within range, reducing damage from attacks and partially redirecting weaker strikes. Can operate passively but drains lust energy over time. Heartbound Control. Semi-passive: the lash can now act independently in combat, responding to killing intent and the user's subconscious will, significantly improving reaction speed and precision. Note: all effects require lust energy. Energy consumption increases significantly when facing higher-ranked opponents or multiple targets. When lust energy is depleted, all abilities are reduced or disabled. Current lust energy: 1000 upgrade condition. A-rank Demon Core B-rank? Soren was quite surprised. Then again, considering it had absorbed the blood of Lilith, it made sense. Only, why are there still only 3 effects even now? Soren noticed that even after the whip had reached B-rank, it still retained 3 effects, similar to before. Just, they had become stronger. The Crimson Aegis alone was incredible. He could now maintain a maneuverable shield around himself at all times, passively deflecting incoming attacks. How cool was that? Soren couldn't wait to test it out. Not to mention the Queen's absolute defense effect. Now, he might actually be able to withstand a truly high-level fatal attack once per day. Fortunately, the bar is already full. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'd have to work with Elise to fill this up. Soren thought as the demand for lust energy only grew higher with each artifact he obtained from Eros' treasury. To be honest, although powerful, it might be a bit of a double-edged sword. After all, with ranks, the lust energy required by the artifact had increased considerably. He didn't even know whether it would be sustainable after some point. After all, there was a limit to how much lust energy he could get in a day. You can utilize artifacts within Eros' treasury to generate additional lust energy. Proper synchronization between compatible artifacts and the user during intimate energy resonance significantly increases energy conversion efficiency. Surprisingly, the ever-so-silent system prompted him this time, basically asking him to purchase those shady artifacts. TCH, no wonder it is a perverted harem system. So, they want me to do perverted things to get energy faster? Why wasn't Soren surprised? Chapter 180, SS Rank Passive, Helios Gaze. You have decided to use the gap stat on your A rank class, Tempest Strider. You have 2 gap points. How many points do you want to use? Please note that while it is possible to evolve your class to SS rank, currently only the demon core inside you is capable of evolving it to that level. The host is advised to refine a mana core of at least A rank for smooth evolution of the class. However, you can still evolve your skill with your current power. Just as I thought, it isn't so easy. Soren frowned at the prompt he got before canceling the evolution. He was just checking, and wasn't he really going to increase his class rank right now? Considering how he looked in the S rank class, Artemis S Radiance. He had to be very careful with this trump card of his. Not to mention, only the SS rank Demon Core was capable of unleashing this ability right now. But still, being able to evolve my skill 2 ranks higher is still a good trump card on its own. Soren thought, and brought forth his panel, showcasing the skill evolution he had used until now. Class: Archer, A rank. Artemis S Radiance, S rank. King S Grace, S. King S Willis S. Ether Shot, S rank. Voidrend, SS rank. Artemis Grace S. Helios Piercer, SS. Windwalker, A. Spirit of Zephyr, S. Keen Sight, A. Artemis S Sight, S. Eagle Reflex, A rank. Killer Instinct, S rank. Looking at his skill set, it seemed he could now have 2 SSS rank skills in his arsenal. Helios Piercer and Voidrend were perfectly suitable for evolving into SSS rank. 2 of them already. Damn, aren't I stronger than the protagonist now? To be honest, he felt a bit bad for Evan. He was a bad guy after all. And yet, not only did he lose the girls, but now he wasn't even the sole student who had an SSS rank skill in his arsenal. Poor guy. Maybe I should recruit him as a vice guild master once I make one. Soren gave a cheeky smile, considering the possibility. As a protagonist, maybe he could be a great help in getting rid of that demon Lilith. As someone who had played this game before, Soren knew that a single person alone could only do so much. The moment Lilith found out that he got rid of that demon seed, even if she might not come herself, she would send her minions after him. Just for that alone, Soren knew he had to make a force of his own in this world and fast. But first, I need to conquer the D-rank dungeon, Howling Chasm. Soren suddenly thought. Previously, he had promised Isolde that he would get echo stones from the Howling Chasm for her. It was his way of recruiting her into his team. But since his level was already 49, he couldn't waste too much time. Another incident like that with Terrawolf, and he would cross level 50, wasting his D-rank clearance token. It seems I need to power level my teammates. Soren finally decided. After the incident today, there was a high chance that Elite Hunter Academy might cancel this practical class. Before that, he should let his teammates level up enough. But first, system, use the 2 gap points in my passive skill. Keen Sight. Soren suddenly gave an order, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although he couldn't evolve most of his skills inside the camp, there were a few he could sneakily. Even if it would only reach SS rank, he couldn't wait to see what would change. Ding! You have used 2 points of gap stat on your A rank passive skill, Keen Sight. Congratulations! Keen Sight, A rank, has evolved into the Helios Gaze, SS rank. Sure enough, the moment Soren gave the order, his skill, keen sight, evolved abruptly. Only, fuck, ugh. The change wasn't as silent as he thought. Rather, the moment the skill evolved into SS rank Helios gaze, his eyes practically felt like they were being torn apart from the inside out, burning with unbearable pressure as if someone had poured molten lava directly into his vision. For a moment, Soren was caught off guard and stumbled back from the unbearable pain. He couldn't help but clench his teeth as his hands shot up instinctively, trying to cover his eyes. For a moment, he could only duck and let out a muffled cry, trying his best not to scream. Fortunately, the pain was brief. It came as suddenly as it vanished. Swoosh! Simultaneously, his eyes flared with a faint golden aura, glowing softly in the dim light. And the moment it did so, Soren found his vision had abruptly changed. He hadn't even dropped his hand yet, nor had he opened his eyes, but he found that he could see everything. Not metaphorically, but literally in an instant. His vision pierced beyond the tent he was inside, climbing higher and higher as if his sight itself had detached from his body and ascended into the sky, until he could see the entire camp spread out beneath him like a map laid bare under a merciless sun. Damn, what is this? For a moment, Soren was speechless as he looked at the entire camp beneath, crystal clear. He could see how the darkness that once clung to the forest was now receding continuously. He could see students moving through the camp, clashing with monsters in scattered skirmishes. Heck, he could even zoom in and out and shift his focus anywhere at will. It was as if he had a divine sense that he had read about in cultivation novels in his last life. The feeling of omniscience was so surreal that, despite the strain he felt on his eyes, Soren began looking around everywhere, taking great interest in his new skill. Only, he never thought he would notice Arya Luna in one corner of the camp, talking with a tall figure. In fact, looking at her, she seemed to be arguing as he saw her pointing her finger angrily. Who is this? For a moment, Soren frowned and zoomed in his vision, locking onto the figure in green robes. The moment he did so, he saw through the green robe, instantly uncovering the woman's true appearance. Only, an elf. The figure turned out to be an elf, just like Arya. Wait a minute. Did she finally decide to show up? The moment he realized, though, he abruptly recalled one figure that had been missing. Well, not missing, but Soren was having a hard time finding her. After all, from the beginning of the club recruitment, Soren was aiming to join an archer club secretly hosted by an elf elder. He was even ready to use Arya's help. But he searched high and wide and didn't see her at all. So, he thought she would appear a bit late. But now she had finally shown her figure here. Well, considering the abrupt appearance of the Demon Gate, it made sense. Hi, Elf Altea. You are finally here. While maintaining his vision on her, Soren was lost in thought when suddenly she looked up. It was so sudden and out of the blue, but the moment the figure looked up, Soren felt his vision collide with hers in an instant. Stop! The moment their vision met, Soren immediately canceled the skill. In an instant, his vision snapped back into his body, leaving him back inside the cramped tent. For a moment, Soren felt a bit disoriented due to the change. She didn't see through my skill, right? Yet he just rubbed his eyelids while pondering what had happened just now. He had no doubt that Althea had realized his snooping just now. After all, she was looking directly at him. He didn't know how much she knew or whether she knew it was him who was using the skill. She shouldn't have. She didn't even notice my gaze until I saw through her robe. Soren shook his head. Although Soren didn't know how the skill worked, he could guess. There was no doubt that Helios gaze was more powerful than Artemis Sighta's. It was an SS rank skill. He bet that if he wasn't curious and zoomed in too much on Althea, she would never know. Unless, of course, she used a skill, ward, or some artifact. Still, I need to be careful while using this skill from now on. It is perfect for scouting a dungeon, though. Soren relaxed after feeling the pain in his eyes fade, then slowly stood up. For now, he decided not to inspect any of his skills. Instead, he chose to go and help his little elf, who seemed quite tense and angry. You could also meet Althea this way. Chapter 181, High Elf, Althea. Elder Althea, don't make me laugh. Just because I awakened an elf bloodline doesn't mean I belong to your tribe. You don't need to act here. Arya pointed her finger at the high elf elder in front, furious. Sigh. Girl, I'm not acting or anything. I am genuinely concerned about you. Besides, as an elf, don't you think you will learn more in front of Mother Tree? Althea felt a headache as she found that Arya seemed to have changed drastically these days. She didn't know what happened, but after coming to this place, she completely got rid of her timidity somehow. Previously, she never dared to point her finger at her like this. Don't be ridiculous. I am a summoner and will only be looked down on by your tribe. Besides, didn't my mother talk to you already about this? Why are you pestering me anyway? Arya pouted, feeling quite irritated. To be honest, although she showed a very strong front outside, she was a bit panicked. After all, if even her mother gave her permission, then no one could stop Althea from taking her to the elven domain. If it was before, she mightn't care or even readily agree, but now, how can I leave Soren behind with those vixens? Arya bit her red lips, distressed. Why would anyone look down on you for being a summoner? Do you think we elves have only one class in our ranks? Althea was speechless and rolled her eyes at Arya. Elves were generally excellent archers, but that didn't mean there were no other classes. If there were none, how would they defend their tribe from danger? The only reason why Arya might be looked down on could be because she wasn't a true blood and was related to the human race. But precisely because of this, Arya came under their attention in the first place. Besides, have you ever thought that if you go with me, you might even be able to awaken a second class? You might not believe it, but it is highly possible, especially due to your unique nature. Althea suddenly added with a faint smirk, hoping to entice Arya. She believed that after hearing this, any human would be shocked and curious. After all, in this world, class determined everything. Once you awaken a class, it was nearly impossible to change it, let alone gain a new one. Only the higher races, like dragons, elves of the ancient bloodlines, giants, and celestial beings could ever achieve something like that. It wasn't without a reason that her elven tribe sent her for Arya Luna. Althea truly felt that she was wasting her potential by studying in this human academy. After that incident with the Demon Gate, she was even more eager to take her away. Too bad. She couldn't use force. TCA, what is so great about that anyway? I tell you, no need to entice me any further, Elder. I want to study in the Elite Hunter Academy and have no plans to go anywhere. If you have anything, just talk with my mother. However, the surprise or the shock that Althea hoped to see on Arya's face never came. How could it, when Arya already knew about it from Soren? In fact, she already saw Soren wielding 2 classes. In fact, she believed that she didn't even need Althea's help. Soren alone would be able to help her awaken her archery class. Just like he promised before, didn't he? What? Hey, I'm not lying here. It is true that... Althea was confused by Arya's reaction and was about to persuade her when, suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze lock onto her figure from the sky. Startled, she turned her head toward the direction of that gaze, only to be blinded by the piercing sun above. In an instant, the gaze disappeared without a trace, leaving her with no clue. In fact, it almost felt like she had simply been mistaken. Who is it? But as a high elf, she knew that gaze was real and was looking at her intently just now. She never thought there was a powerful figure around here who could look at her without being noticed. She was a high-ranking archer with incredible perception, and yet, someone from the academy? Althea's mind rapidly began to analyze the situation. From her perspective, whoever was behind that gaze had deliberately made its presence known. Is it a warning, or? In the end, she felt that someone might be warning her just now. They might have thought she was forcing Arya earlier, thus the subtle gaze. Sigh. It seems I cannot force her too much. Althea felt a bit uneasy being around such a powerful person who was in hiding. Elves didn't necessarily have a good relationship with humans, Who knew what kind of intentions that person had? Okay, you know what? I understand your point, Arya. Then, let's put aside this discussion for now. Once decided, Althea turned to look at Arya and showed a beautiful smile. But I have to say, young lady, you don't need to be so defensive about going with us. You know, all we want is for your potential not to be wasted. So, we'll just wait until you decide later. Elle's had a long lifespan anyway. Althea could very well wait for Arya to realize that they meant good for her. In fact, if not for the sudden incident of this demon gate, she wasn't in a hurry to meet her yet. Until then, how about you check my club in this academy? Although it is an archer club, I bet it will be very useful for you, even as a summoner. Althea spoke before throwing a small card to Arya, which she caught reflexively. Okay, that is all for now. Be careful and take care. After saying that, Althea abruptly disappeared from her position, not even giving Arya time to speak. What happened to her all of a sudden? In an instant, Arya found herself completely alone and confused. She thought Althea mightn't relent easily this time, but suddenly she just left? Forget it. It is good that she left. Saves me from a headache. Arya thought before turning around, intending to return to her camp. As for the card, she directly threw it inside the inventory without even a care. Rather than that, it was better to just learn from Soren. Come to think of it, isn't it time for our training day? Arya suddenly remembered Soren's promise that he would train her in archery once a week at the academy. Although he did more than just train her, that only made her want to look forward to it even more, especially after what happened in the cave with Sylvia alongside them. Just thinking about it made Arya's face flush red when, suddenly, a voice called out to her, the very one she wanted to hear. Arya, what are you doing here all alone? Who else could it be if not Soren, who came here just to meet Althea? Too bad. He was a bit late, as he only found Arya walking towards the camp, blushing all alone. Soren? Arya didn't notice his weird look. Rather, after seeing him, she immediately gave a beautiful smile before running over and directly grabbing his arm. Her impressive bosom immediately pressed against his arm, while her green eyes focused on him charmingly. To be honest, with those long ears, impressive cleavage, and the faint red hue surrounding her cheeks, she looked a bit sultry. Why are you here? Were you looking for me? Arya asked while tilting her head cutely, her long hair swaying softly behind her as her green eyes shimmered slightly. She looked genuinely happy to see him. Maybe because of her talk with Althea. Who knew? Yeah, I was actually. Seeing her so bubbly, Soren didn't ask what she was doing anymore, and instead gently caressed her long hair, only for his fingers to brush against a hairpin. Oh, you're still wearing this, huh? Soren immediately recognized the sylvan leaf hairpin he once gave her as a gift. Yeah, does it look good? Arya beamed instantly, adjusting a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she tilted her head slightly. To be honest, perhaps because she was an elf, the leaf-shaped hairpin suited her perfectly. Yeah, you look beautiful. Soren readily gave praise, making Arya let out a soft laugh before he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Let us return to the tent then. I have something else to give you besides this hairpin. Soren suddenly said mysteriously, making Arya puzzled. Give? What else do you want to give? Soren, I don't need anything. I haven't even given you anything yet, and Soren already gave her a D-rank hairpin and a robe that could save her life from a fatal crisis. In return, what did she give him? Nothing at all. Of course, Arya felt bad. Don't think too much. Besides, once you have it, I'm sure you'll like it. Soren found her reaction a bit too cute and pinched her cheek playfully before abruptly using teleportation. Wait, Soren. Then, before Arya could even react, he directly brought her inside his tent, this time ready to form a new crimson bond. He realized that while having Elise's skills was fine and all, it was ultimately limited in use. So what if he formed a crimson bond with Arya? He didn't need to win her over to make that happen. And if he completed the main quest later on, would that grant him the abilities of a summoner? Most importantly, could he also summon an entity? To be honest, Soren was a bit excited. Chapter 182. Arya is pregnant? What is this? Arya asked Soren, her gaze fixed on the intricate circular pattern forming on her belly. Thin crimson lines branched inward like veins, converging into a small, thorn-like emblem at the center. Around it, faint arc-like runes took shape, each one pulsing as if alive. To be honest, she was mesmerized by the display. Crimson Bond. Soren used his mana to stop his bleeding finger before caressing her smooth belly lovingly. It is a bond between you and me, one that carries my authority. This time, Soren used telepathy to speak directly into Arya's mind, catching her off guard. How? Arya asked aloud, her eyes widening in shock. She could tell Soren hadn't used any skill just now. He had simply spoken to her directly. Don't tell me. For a moment, realization flickered across her face, and she quickly fell silent. Soren? She called out tentatively in her mind, only to receive a reply almost instantly. Yes. All the while, Soren stood there, smiling as always, without a single word leaving his lips. Telepathy? Is this a feature of this sigil? Arya immediately understood, her eyes focusing on the tattoo on her belly once again. She did feel a strange connection with Soren just now. Yeah, it is a unique ability of mine. With this sigil on you, we are now connected. In simple terms, it acknowledges you as mine. Soren nodded and explained the feature of his crimson bond. However, inwardly, he was confused as he still heard no system prompt yet. At least there should be some increase in Arya's main quest, right? Oh, what do you mean, acknowledge me as yours? When am I yours to begin with? Arya didn't like his words as she pouted in annoyance. If all this sigil does is bind me to you, then what is the benefit for me? Isn't this the same as the slave contract? Although her tone was mixed with a joke, it still carried some concern. After all, the tattoo was only on her body, not on Soren. For a moment, her question stumped Soren. It seemed he had somehow forgotten that Elise didn't mind him forming a bond with her, only after he had conquered her. But although Arya was very close to him, she might not take it the same way. Especially when looking at it right now, it did seem like an unfair contract. At least since Arya didn't know it could help her increase her levels. Then should I remove it? Soren felt that maybe he really had been a bit impulsive. He had made this mistake only because, in his mind, Arya Luna was already his. Maybe that was why he hadn't heard any increase in the main quest. For a moment, his face fell into a frown when Arya giggled. Puffed. Look at your face. This was the first time Arya had seen him somewhat down, and she giggled softly while pointing at Soren. TCH, it seems even you get stumped sometimes. Serve you right for being so narcissistic. The more she looked at Soren's dark expression, the more she laughed, clearly pleased. Soren might have thought she would be happy to gain such a connection with him, right? Well, although that was indeed the case, why would she show it? Narcissistic? Arya, don't go too far. I only formed that bond with you because of our relationship, and you didn't stop me either. Soren, of course, understood everything and rolled his eyes in annoyance. But it's still true that you didn't tell me what it was beforehand. Who knows? I mightn't have wanted this yet. Arya snickered at Soren. Wasn't it given to inform both parties when forming a contract? Why was Soren only telling her this after he had given her the tattoo? If it were any other girl, they might think he was using some nefarious method on her. Then I'll just remove it. I'm not forcing you, am I? The more logical Arya sounded, the more annoyed Soren became. He knew he should have spoken to her first, but he hadn't simply because he assumed she wouldn't disagree. But if she was really adamant about teaching him a lesson, then he could just remove it. And oh, don't. Unfortunately, just as Soren reached out to touch her belly, Arya quickly stopped him and stepped back a little. Soren, do you think I'm some piece of trash you can use and throw away whenever you want? What do you take me for? Don't you have any shame? She even had to add that unnecessary line at the end, full of innuendo, while placing her hand on her belly. For a moment, Soren stood dumbfounded, staring at Arya before swooping at her, catching her off guard. Damn you, girl, you've gone too far. He cursed while holding her waist and throwing her at the bed on the floor. Ouch. Soren, don't you dare take it away from me. Arya was tossed back onto the bed with a light thud, her breath catching for a moment. Before she could react, Soren caught both of her wrists above her head and leaned over her, his body towering over hers. Let us see how you stop me now. Soren smirked at Arya's futile attempt to struggle before lowering his other hand on her belly. It was as if he was really going to cancel the Crimson Bond. Swoosh. However, just as he was about to touch her, Arya's clothes abruptly elongated on their own, directly hiding her belly along with the sigil. In an instant, Soren found himself touching her robe, the same one he had gifted her before. Remove it. No. Arya, I'm asking you nicely. Remove it already, or else. Or else what? If you got the guts, tear it up. Arya didn't care about Soren's warning and smirked instead, teasing him with her eyes. The veil of dripping since Soren had given her was a D-rank artifact of unknown origin. It could save her from a fatal crisis once per day. An artifact like that was naturally durable and not so easy to destroy. So, in short, unless Arya wanted to, Soren couldn't tear her dress like before. Damn it. Only now did he realize he had shot himself in the foot. Lady, you're playing with fire right now. Soren shot Arya a dangerous glare, but in return, he only received a faint giggle of amusement from her. PFFFTT. Then burn me? Sigh. You're the one who said you don't want it. TCH, I never said I don't want to have it. I'm just angry that you forced me, and now my belly feels so warm and heavy already. How can I let you take it away from me now? Arya gave a cute pout, filled with a suggestive look. Force? What did I ever force you? And can you stop acting like this? Why did Soren never know this side of Arya? She was clearly playing around, twisting the meaning of his sigil into something else entirely. Acting? I'm telling the truth, though. Soren, please, don't bully me anymore. I'm already so weak. You already gave me this in my belly. What else do you want? Yet Arya didn't listen and acted pitiful instead, her eyes a bit moist. Good guy. Soren was speechless. He didn't know what had suddenly gotten into Arya, but she kept firing off one pregnancy joke after another at him. Was she suggesting him, or what? Just as Soren remained speechless, not knowing what to say, a sweet voice cut through the air from behind them. What are you two doing right now? Despite its gentle tone, the voice trembled with intense, barely contained anger. Only then did Arya and Soren realize the tent had been opened, with Aurelia, Sylvia, and Evan staring at them in shock. Apparently, they seemed to have heard Arya's words just now, as Evan suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Is Arya pregnant? Chapter 183. Preparing to enter the D-rank dungeon. Howling Chasm. Is Arya pregnant? Evan couldn't believe what he just heard from outside the tent. To be honest, just now he, Sylvia, and Aurelia were going to meet Soren to learn about the Abyss. Although it was a dangerous place, as a hunter, Evan couldn't deny that he was interested. Not only him, but Sylvia and Aurelia were too. In fact, they even wanted to invite Arya, but didn't see her in her tent, only to find her here, pressed beneath Soren. If not for her scream, just now prompting them to hurriedly enter Soren's tent, he would have never known their relationship had gone this far. Wait a minute. If Arya is pregnant, then what about Sylvia? Evan suddenly thought in dread, swiftly turning his head toward his ex-crush, only to see her glaring at him furiously. Evan, are you stupid? Why would she be pregnant? Sylvia directly cursed in anger, making Evan flinch. This was the first time he was scolded by Sylvia like this. Why is she angry at me? It is Soren who did it. Evan felt it was a bit unfair and glared at Soren instead, who was looking at him embarrassedly. Arya, on the other hand, was already pitch red, fidgeting nervously while looking down the entire time. She never thought someone was hearing her jokes outside. Although her timidity had somewhat dissipated these days, it was still embarrassing, especially since Evan was on the team this time. She felt like she couldn't even show her face to anyone now. So embarrassing. It's all Soren's fault. She directly blamed Soren, conveniently, while hiding behind him the entire time, as if they were a couple caught having an affair. To be honest, looking at Aurelia and Sylvia's dark faces, it did look like that. Haha, no, she isn't pregnant or anything, Evan. We were just kidding around. That's all. Soren saw the dark atmosphere around and quickly replied to Evan. He didn't want anyone to misunderstand. Yeah, I believe you. Only, looking at the doubt on Evan's face, it didn't seem like he believed him. By the way, what are you guys doing here anyway? Soren didn't care to convince him, though. Rather, he looked at them puzzledly and asked. To be honest, this incident wouldn't have happened if Frost were here. Unfortunately, he left the camp to train in the forest, excited to use the new skill he had learned. Do you need anything from me? Or is it about the abyss? Soren was smart enough to quickly change the topic as he slowly left the tent, signaling them to follow. His small tent was too cramped to host so many people at the same time. Another reason to buy a portable tent from Owen, it seemed. Yeah, you guessed it. We want to know what the abyss is like and how powerful it is. To be honest, looking at Professor Ruther's death, I thought you were done for. Evan was also a bit scared of Sylvia's anger, so he directly helped Soren change the topic. Of course, I'm glad that you came out just fine. He then gave a firm nudge to Soren's shoulder with a genuine smile. Although he had some complaints about Soren's scumbag behavior, as a friend and a fellow hunter, he had full respect for him. Even now, he was training hard day and night in the club just so he could compare to Soren's power. And truth be told, with all the rapid improvements and the epiphany he experienced these days, he felt that he was quite close. Too bad their classes were different, and he couldn't just spar with Soren. He was pumped for their next dungeon expedition, though. Abyss. Huh. Soren saw that both Sylvia and Aurelia went quiet and thought they weren't going to press him about this matter right now. Maybe they didn't want it in front of Evan. He didn't know, nor was he complaining. Rather, he solemnly gave a warning to everyone instead. I suggest you guys never enter the abyss so easily, even if you get chance. That is the most dangerous place in this world. A dungeon wasn't inherently dangerous for a hunter in the sense that it was tiered. Even if it was a rank B or higher dungeon, it was divided into multiple floors, ranging from easy to great difficulty. The strongest monsters would suddenly come to the lower floors. But the abyss seemed different. At least, after meeting Lilith directly on the 10th floor, Soren felt so. A place where a demon lord-like existence could come at you at any time. Not to mention that eerie red moon shining above. To be honest, Soren would never enter that place again anytime soon. And he didn't want his friends to enter either. Oh, is it so dangerous? What makes you think so? Evan raised his eyebrow at Soren's solemn warning, finding that there was more to it. The same was true for the other girls as they looked at him worriedly. Just a feeling, nothing else. But Soren didn't elaborate further. Rather, he suddenly waved his hand, taking out a shiny mana ring from his inventory instead. For the abyss, I just want you all to stay as far away as possible. But for the dungeon, we can still conquer it. After taking out the mana ring, Soren once again pulled a token from his inventory. Dehonk Clearance Token, the item he got from Darius after winning the competition. Well, to be honest, it was won by their team. That's why Soren didn't want to enter the D-rank dungeon. Howling Chasm, alone, even if he was fully capable of it. Rather, he decided to level up his teammates instead. But for that to happen efficiently, he needed to gear them up first. Fortunately for him, his order was completed by Isolde, and all the artifacts were ready. Before that, though, let us upgrade our weapons first, shall we? Chapter 184. Gearing Up. Weapon Name. Grimspire Rank. C-Type. Sword Origin. Forged from the hardened remains of the C-Rank Drake, Thornscale. The blade carries dense, draconic weight, designed for precise, close-range combat. Normal form. 15 attack power. 10 attack speed, and 8 stamina efficiency. Basic attacks gain 12 armor bravado against heavily armored targets. Resonance form. The wielder synchronizes with the blade's core, amplifying combat output. Grants 25 skill damage, 15 attack range, and 10 armor bravado. Stamina consumption increases by 20 while active and control weakens over time. Can be maintained as long as stamina remains sufficient. Crafter, Isolde Vailmere this. Evan looked at the long, silver-colored sword in his hand, slightly dumbfounded. Is this for me? For a moment, he looked at Soren, confused. How could he not, when a sword in his hand was clearly so powerful? To be honest, it might as well be a pinnacle C-rank weapon. The one he had received from his principal was nowhere near it. Besides, with that resonance form, it looked like Soren had customized it for his style. After all, his stamina was off the charts compared to a hunter of the same rank, which meant he could use that resonance form all the time, no sweat. Yeah, or else, can you see any other swordsman here? Soren rolled his eyes at Evan before nudging his shoulder playfully. Okay, it's just a C-rank weapon. Is it something to be emotional about? He teased, noticing the solemn look on Evan's face. Still, Evan looked confused and wanted to ask whether Soren knew about his high stamina, but stopped himself midway. Thank you for this. I will make sure to pay you back later. To be honest, the only reason Isolde managed to refine such a good weapon was the draconic material and her S-rank crafter class. We're friends and on the same team. Do you really need to pay me back for something so small? Soren felt a bit embarrassed seeing Evan being so serious. The poor guy didn't even know that not only had he taken Sylvia from him, but he had also gone ahead and secured his chance for class promotion. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. Hey, Sylvia, take this robe. Isolde seems to have made it perfectly. Soren didn't T1 well on it too much, though. So he ignored Evan, retrieved a robe from the ring, and handed it to Sylvia. Simultaneously, he produced a new staff and a shiny bone ring, handing them to Aurelia and Arya, respectively. Healer robe, C rank. Type, armor grants 18 healing efficiency and 12 mana regeneration. Healing skills have a 10 chance to restore additional HP equal to 20 of the original heal. Flamecore staff, C rank. Type, staff infused with a fire-attributed draconic core. Grants 20 fire skill damage and 15 mana output efficiency. Fire spells have a 12 chance to apply burn for 5 seconds. Bone Ring of Dominion, C rank. Type, accessory, a draconic aura flows through the carved bone structure. Increases summon stability by 15 and grants a 5 chance to summon a higher rank creature when calling a summon. Although they weren't as good as Evan's sword, they were all C rank. Moreover, clearly, they were better than the ones they got before, as evidenced by the surprise in their eyes. It seems Isolde's skill is still top-notch. She can already produce C-rank weapons in batches. This situation made Soren realize Isolde's value even more, prompting him to get that Echo Stone faster. Soren, I can't take this. Just as Soren was thinking, Aurelia suddenly came closer, handing the staff in her hand back to Soren. This is too much. I already have a staff with me. Why did you waste so much money anyway? Aurelia couldn't understand. Currently, she was only in level 30s and already had a C-rank staff with her. Was there a need for Soren to go out of his way to customize another one for her? Besides, she didn't like depending too much on others, even if it was Soren. Her pride hadn't disappeared yet, after all. If she needed it, she could always get one. Although she was still a bit happy to receive a gift from Soren like this. Hey, don't think like that. We're going for a D-rank dungeon. Remember? I need you to be as powerful as possible, especially since Aurelia was a fire mage. The D-rank dungeon, Howling Chasm, wasn't so easy to conquer. Due to its unique terrain, a mage like Aurelia was very important. That's why he upgraded her staff, even though he knew she already had one. But, okay, no need to say much. This is just my gift, and if you don't like it, you can just throw it away. Aurelia was still about to argue, but Soren stopped her, giving an ultimatum. Then, he finally signaled at Sylvia and Arya. Look at them. They know its importance and are already wearing those artifacts. Why are you still making a fuss? He asked. Sure enough, Aurelia saw that Sylvia had already worn her beautiful robe, fitting tightly around her curves, appearing quite seductive, while Arya was playing with the ring on her finger with a smile. They didn't seem to care about Soren's expenditure at all. To be honest, for a moment, Even Soren felt a bit bad for himself. They didn't even say thank you. How heartless. Oomph. No need to argue with this idiot, Aurelia. Did you forget what he was doing there in the tent? Considering that, let him lose some money. It isn't like he lacks it anyway, judging by his behavior. Sylvia even cursed at him directly the moment their gazes met. Clearly, her anger hadn't faded yet after seeing him with Arya earlier. For a moment, a strange tension filled the surroundings until Aurelia finally spoke, this time taking the staff just as Soren had intended. Yeah, you're right. Then let me take it. But her words left Soren stunned. What do you mean? Soren wanted to ask, but sensing the looks on Sylvia and Aurelia, he held back wisely. Rather, he ignored their cold gazes and took out the bow from the mana ring instead. Before, in the abyss, he didn't have time to examine it properly. Now he could scan it and see if Isolde had crafted it exactly as he intended. I have insight. As soon as Soren scanned the bow, a shimmering panel immediately appeared before his eyes, filled with information. Weapon name, Dragon Piercer rank, C-type, bow origin, crafted from the spines of the defensive C-rank drake, thorn scale. Normal form, 15 attack power, 10 critical hit chance, 8 armor barato. Attacks have a 15 chance to inflict bleeding, dealing continuous HP loss for 30 seconds. Experimental form, stringless, an unstable, incomplete state where the bow manifests without a physical string. In theory, multiple arrows can be stacked and released in a single shot for greatly increased power. However, due to the lack of a proper medium, control is extremely difficult crafter. Isolde Vaelmir, Chapter 185, a challenge to the protagonist. Dragon Piercer. TCH, think about naming it so grand. Soren thought, looking at the name in the panel. Isolde must have loved her craft a bit much to name it like this. After all, it was made up of the spine of a draconic being containing a trace of dragon bloodline. Let alone piercing the dragon, it wouldn't be able to stand its aura alone. But I have to say, she made it look quite elegant and perfect for a C rank. Soren gave the praise where it was due, looking at the weapon in its bow form. The fossilized spine of the fallen thorn-scaled drake he himself had killed now curved into a smooth yet predatory arc, pulsing with a sinister glow in his hand. It gave off a different kind of noble feeling. Maybe this was what Hunter should feel? Soren didn't know, and he did feel a bit proud nonetheless. Wow, this looks so awesome. Hey, is that aura effect? Not only him, but Sylvia, Arya, Aurelia, and even Evan found his bow extraordinary as they looked at it in awe. While Evan's sword was also good-looking, Soren's looked a bit more mystical, full of the draconic aura of a level 60 being. After all, it was entirely made up of spine, unlike Soren's. Not to mention, Soren had allowed his soul to use even the mana core and blood of the thorn scale. To be honest, looking at its aura, just its presence alone might scare away a low-level beast. Fortunately, it could be hidden easily with just a thought. Looks cool, right? Soren heard Evan and gave a smile, showing off his bow. Yeah, and it seems to belong to a draconic monster above level 50. Where did you even get all this? Evan was confused. He could feel that his sword was made from the refined bones of the same monster. But where did Soren even get such materials? Even ignoring the level, just the draconic origin alone made them extremely valuable. He didn't think Soren had such connections. Don't mind where I got it. That is not important. Rather, don't you want to test that sword of yours? Soren changed the topic and suddenly asked, signaling toward the sword in Evan's hand. Oh yeah, of course I want to. Just here. Evan looked around, feeling that using a sword inside their base camp might not be a good idea. Don't worry, I have a place. Let us go. But Soren suddenly smiled mysteriously before asking everyone to gather around. Then, to Evan's absolute surprise, he directly teleported all of them into the forest outside the camp, where he had previously placed an anchor. The good thing about his S-rank artifact, Dimensional Anchor, was that as long as someone remained within a certain radius, he could teleport them together. Although the mana expenditure and cooldown would increase, it was still an extremely useful feature. Swoosh! This, as soon as Evan abruptly found himself inside the forest, he turned towards Soren in shock. For a moment, he didn't know what to say at all. Even if he could tell Soren was doing this because of the unknown prism in his hand, it still didn't lessen his surprise. If anything, it only made him frown more as he felt that Soren was becoming increasingly strange. This doesn't make sense. It really didn't. He knew who Soren used to be, and precisely because of that, he found this drastic change even harder to understand. What? Don't you want to test your sword? I also want to test my new bow. So, how about we spar? Soren suddenly asked with a smirk after noticing Evan's gaze, his hand tightening around the bow. He hadn't teleported here just so Evan could test his sword. He wanted to test his own weapon as well. More than that, he wanted to fight this protagonist. The thought had appeared in his mind only moments ago, yet now he couldn't shake it off at all. Instead, a strange thrill suddenly surged through him, his eyes gradually igniting with the fire of challenge. To be honest, Soren knew that if he fought Evan normally without using any cards, he would lose instantly without the slightest doubt. But what if he used his cards? Or rather, just how many cards would he need to defeat Evan? Would his high level alone be enough? Or would he have to rely on the gap stat as well? Evan was the protagonist of this novel after all. Of course Soren wanted to know. Oh, Evan was clearly surprised by the suggestion and quickly replied, "Spar? Why not?" But he paused for a moment before giving Soren an awkward smile. "Are you sure? I'm not looking down on you or anything, but you're an archer and I—" He didn't finish the sentence, yet everyone understood what he meant. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Due to the difference in their classes, this spar could never be completely fair. Soren was a ranger, while Evan specialized in close combat. How were they even supposed to fight properly like this? The moment Evan managed to close the distance, the match would practically be over. And if Soren was allowed to keep a large gap from the start, Evan's reasoning would have been correct if Soren were a normal archer. Unfortunately for him, Soren wasn't. For one, Evan still had no idea that Soren's level had already reached 49, higher than anyone present here. That alone was enough to make up for a considerable handicap. Besides, unlike what Evan believed, Soren wasn't completely helpless in close combat either. Sure enough, Evan also sensed the unusual confidence radiating from Soren and slowly straightened his posture, his expression turning solemn. To be honest, even though he didn't show it outwardly, he was just as excited for this spar as Soren himself. There was no way he would refuse now. Still, the confidence pouring from Soren felt both unsettling and slightly disrespectful to him. After all, he was a powerful swordsman. Okay then, let's spar. Evan gave a handsome smile, his overwhelming confidence clashing head-on against Soren's steadily rising aura. If Soren truly believed that his recent increase in strength was enough to defeat him, then he was thoroughly mistaken. Evan admitted that he couldn't match the overwhelming, destructive power behind Soren's arrows. But a real fight was about far more than sheer power alone. An attack held no value if it couldn't hit its target. And he, Evan Alarion, was confident he could cut through any attack Soren launched at him. Even that Helios Piercer. Chapter 186. Soren versus Evan. Are they serious? What is Soren even thinking? Aurelia mumbled while looking at Soren and Evan, standing at the same large opening made by the Abyss Fong Terrawolf. It is fine to spar, but why did he confine himself within that circle? She spoke while looking at the large makeshift circle marked on the ground around both of them. Apparently, the challenge was for Evan and Soren to fight with all they had while staying within that circle. And whoever managed to land one hit on the other would be the winner. At one glance, Aurelia felt that Soren would be heavily restricted. In such a small circle, Evan could easily come close and, don't worry, he must have his plan. Besides, he is already level 49, remember? Sylvia didn't think like Aurelia, though, as she replied nonchalantly. Yeah, And besides, Soren isn't as helpless in close combat as you think. Arya nodded too, remembering the scene of him beheading that massive monster, who was at a much higher level, and that too when he was much weaker than he was now. To be honest, for both Sylvia and Arya, this spar wasn't even equal, as they didn't think Evan could win. Oh, is that so? Aurelia, however, was confused by their confidence, feeling a bit odd, especially about this elf, whom she had seen pinned down by Soren just now. Just how far have they gone already? And was it the right decision to distance myself from Soren after that night? Aurelia remembered the last time she was with Soren and bit her red lips unconsciously. That night, although Soren had always held back with her, Aurelia felt a faint bitterness, wondering if he had been more open with Arya. She quietly looked ahead, the feelings settling in her chest. Are you sure about this? Evan once again asked as Soren casually played with a new bow in his hand while standing as far away from Evan as possible. Yeah, let us start already. You understand the rules, right? Soren didn't care to waste time, though, as he signaled Evan to immediately start while firmly releasing his aura. In his hand, the new bow flared to life as a shiny blue arrow manifested on its own at the command of his thought. All right, then, be careful. Seeing that Soren was ready, Evan grinned and leaned a bit further before suddenly disappearing from his position. Swoosh! Well, it wasn't a complete disappearance, as Soren could still see the golden trail of light closing in rapidly, covering half the distance in an instant. It seemed that, despite being a swordsman, Evan's agility wasn't that bad either. Perfect! Seeing such an incredibly fast figure nearing him, Soren just smiled before lifting his new bow and aiming at the seemingly empty spot. Ether shot, S-rank shoot. Swoosh! The moment the arrow left his bow, it shot through the air with incredible speed, far faster than Evan's, appearing right in front of him. It was so precise that despite Evan not following a straight path, Soren still accurately predicted his location, aiming directly at where he would appear next. It was as if he predicted Evan's movement in an instant. Title: Lone Marksman Effect. Predicts target movement, 30. Increases ranged accuracy, 20. Enables preemptive shots based on predicted trajectories. And Soren indeed did exactly that with a new title he had gained earlier. Although Evan did his best to be unpredictable in Soren's eyes, every movement was already being mapped out before it even unfolded. Title's effects in this world played in mysterious ways after all. Blink! But that didn't mean Soren got Evan, though, as he suddenly sidestepped abruptly and disappeared from his position in an instant, making the arrow lose its target. Despite the high speed, he did everything so beautifully that Soren only saw him shifting slightly before heading toward him at the same speed, not reduced at all. His handsome face was filled with a grin. Like I thought, as long as I dodge each of his arrows, he could do nothing. This was what Evan thought as he looked at Soren, even as he saw him mumble with nonchalance. Return. Swoosh. The moment he did so, the arrow he had just dodged abruptly changed direction, appearing at his back in an instant, far faster than before. Shit. Celestial Cleave. The sudden change in the arrow's trajectory was so fast that Evan was completely caught off guard. He was forced to halt his charge, turning around abruptly and slashing his sword at the incoming arrow. Boom! In an instant, the blue arrow and golden light collided with absolute force, echoing through the forest. And yet, all this managed to do was push Evan back slightly, while Soren's arrow was directly obliterated by his sword light alone. Clearly, Evan had practiced his skill day and night. The way he was wielding his sword was far faster and stronger than before. Shoot! However, this didn't mean Evan had won. Rather, the fight had only just started, as Soren's voice echoed again, followed by another arrow. Celestial Cleave. But this time, too, Evan was fast enough to turn around and cleave the arrow in half before it could even explode. Shoot! However, his nightmare had only begun. The moment his speed faltered and he was caught off guard by Soren's first arrow, The flow of the fight had already fallen into Soren's hands, and he seemed not ready to let it go. Shoot! Before Evan could even react, yet another arrow came with incredible speed, this time with slightly higher power than before. Swiftly dodging, Evan's sword light before abruptly aiming at his neck from the side. It was so absurd that Evan's eyes widened in absolute shock as he quickly changed his stance. Could an arrow even bend? In fact, not only he, but even the girls watching the fight were shocked, not understanding how Soren was doing this. Ting! In the end, though, Evan quickly managed to deflect it, but he was still affected by its momentum due to its overwhelming force. Shoot! But despite being deflected so easily, Soren calmly shouted each time, increasing his arrow's strength bit by bit. It was as if he was testing him. Same skill, same arrow, and the same damn voice, and yet Evan found himself getting cornered from start. Bang! It wasn't that he was doing badly or that he was weak against Soren. In fact, being able to break through Soren's S-rank arrow, infused with high-level energy, was already commendable enough. Evan didn't like Soren's style. That voice of his every time he shot an arrow irked him. It was as if Soren was giving him a heads-up before attacking. Shoot! Oblivion Slash. Although Evan knew it was Soren's psychological trick, he was still irritated. So, rather than using his usual skill, he directly used one of his recently awakened skills, slashing his sword swiftly forward. This time, his sword swung beautifully, carving a wide path of golden light that directly obliterated everything. It was so fast and precise that in a blink, Soren's blue arrow disappeared midair. Shadow flash. But Evan wasn't done yet. As the moment he saw an opening, he rushed towards Soren, this time at double the speed from before in a flash. His body bulged unnaturally, unlike ever before. A faint aura wrapped around him completely as he reached Soren in the blink of an eye, his sword raised high and pointing down at him. Got you. This burst was so incredible that anyone would be caught off guard, as it was almost like teleportation. And yet, shoot! Soren still looked at everything calmly before shooting another blue arrow from his C-rank bow, colliding head-on with Evan's sword. Boom! In an instant, another explosion echoed violently, lifting the dirt and debris into the air in a chaotic burst of dust. The impact rippled through the ground beneath them, spreading in all directions as the force of the collision shook the surrounding area. Click! But this time, too, Evan came out on top in the end. Soren's arrow was completely destroyed before his sword swung directly towards Soren's head, a huge grin on Evan's face. Just like he thought, although Soren was strong, if it didn't let him use his trump card, he was vulnerable. In fact, the moment Soren confined himself within this small circle, he had already overestimated himself. He admitted Soren's level was higher than his, reaching level 49. That was more than 10 levels higher. But that wasn't significant enough for him if he used his first form of bloodline. Phantom Step. Swoosh. However, just as Evan thought he had won this round by surprise, he saw Soren abruptly disappear from his place. Boom! In an instant, what remained was only empty air being displaced by his sword's momentum. Nothing else. Shoot! Then came the same irritating voice right from behind, followed by a whistling arrow fired with the same skill, slightly higher in strength than before. For a moment, Evan was dumbfounded. Chapter 187. SS Rank Heirloom Artifact. Astral Guardian Crest. Shoot! Soren gave a cold command and released the arrow straight at Evan. Phantom Step. In the same instant, he activated his SS Rank movement skill, shifting his position in a blur. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air the moment it left the bow, accelerating past the speed of sound. A sonic boom cracked behind it. At level 49, with his stats heavily boosted, Soren's S-rank skill Ether Shot was already devastating even without gap amplification. Now, pushed to its limit, the arrow's power far surpassed the one he had fired at Evan earlier. Bang! And yet, it still didn't land. Evan's blade moved with effortless precision, deflecting the arrow before it could reach him. Even when Soren twisted its trajectory mid-flight using his concept, Evan adjusted and evaded without hesitation. Heh, so you've already awakened your bloodline. Soren didn't find it odd, though, as his eyes focused on the faint golden aura surrounding both Evan's body and his sword. Although others might have thought it was due to his skill, he knew it was the first form of his bloodline, Golden Edge. As the protagonist of the dating sim, Lover's Labyrinth, Evan, of course, didn't only have SSS rank skills at his disposal. His identity as the heir of a hero family, Alarion, gave him a unique bloodline from birth. To be honest, Soren was a bit surprised to see Evan's state right now. As in the game, he had awakened it much later. But considering the plot going haywire recently, he didn't find it odd. No wonder he didn't flinch a bit when I said, I am level 49. Soren felt a bit sour about the protagonist's ridiculous ability to leapfrog and battle above his level. No matter the world, the protagonist always seemed to defy the world. Well, come to think of it, his bloodline seemed a bit ridiculous, too, as unlike the different forms Evan had, all he needed was to form a Crimson Bond and activate the Scarlet Dominion. Even without the link feature from the system, his stats could stack multiple times if he wanted to. Swoosh! This time, too, Soren fired a blue arrow at full strength, making sure Evan couldn't get close. Although he had a least Sao skill set for close combat, it was still risky to allow a melee fighter to close in. Bang! Of course, Evan once again easily deflected it. But for how long? Soren knew that bloodline forms couldn't be maintained all the time, not to mention the strain they put on the body. Sigh. Soren, if you've tested me enough already, how about you take me a bit more seriously now? Sure enough, Evan also realized his condition and gave an awkward look. He already understood that he wasn't a match for Soren. Sure, Soren was higher in level than him, and it made sense for him to lose. But he was also using his bloodline form. Not to mention, Soren hadn't even stepped outside that circle he had created. He had been countering him again and again with just a single skill, while using that strange movement technique that looked more like an assassin-s style than an archer-s. To be honest, he realized now that it wasn't Soren who was being cocky, but him. Of course, that didn't mean he had already accepted defeat. He activated the unique effect of his new sword, Resonance Form. Swish! The moment he did so, he felt an unprecedented connection with Grimspire, unlike anything before. It was as if the sword itself had come alive in his grasp, responding to his will on a deeper, almost instinctive level. Soren even saw it tremble on its own, its blade humming softly as a thick golden aura wrapped around it completely. Okay then, clearly, Evan wanted him to use his true skill. The same skill he had seen in the dungeon before. System, use 1 point of gap stat on my skill. Artemis Grace. If that was what Evan wanted, then Soren would give it to him. Of course, there would be some twist, as Evan wasn't the only one whose weapon held a unique form. Ding! You have decided to use 1 gap point in your active skill. Congratulations! Artemis Grace, S rank, has evolved into Helios Piercer, SS rank. The moment the system prompt appeared, Soren felt Dragon Piercer vibrate violently in his hand, releasing a strange, resonant hum that echoed through the air itself. At the same time, an immense volume of mana surged out of his body, pouring into the forming arrow in an instant. But before it could fully condense, Soren pulled off the bowstring, activating Stringless Form. Swish! The instant the string vanished, he nearly lost his grip. The bow trembled even harder, as if it were on the verge of collapsing under its own power. Fortunately, Thornscale's frame held firm. Its spine remained rigid, resisting the overwhelming strain. Soren steadied himself and replaced the string with his own concept, which had become far more malleable in recent days. With absolute focus, he layered it repeatedly, compressing and weaving it tighter and tighter until it formed a new string altogether. For a moment, it even exceeded the original in density and tension, as if it had been reforged into something far more refined. Once Soren was sure it wouldn't break, and still fully in control, He immediately began reshaping the mana flow, splitting it cleanly into two streams in an abrupt shift Evan couldn't perceive. All Evan could see was a small burning core forming at the tip of Soren's bow, radiating a brilliance far greater than anything he had witnessed in the dungeon. In fact, it was so bright that the entire forest lit up, as if a second sun had suddenly risen from nowhere. Finally, but at the sight of such a spectacle, Evan instead felt a surge of thrill as his sword hummed in response to his thoughts. In an instant, all his golden aura concentrated onto the blade while a sharp intent, invisible to anyone else, radiated outward for the first time. SSS rank skill, Sword Saint. Evan didn't normally use this skill. Only in moments where he was truly pushed to the edge, fighting with everything on the line, would he activate it. Then let us see if my sword can cut down your son. But today, he intended to face Soren head-on, against a skill capable of erasing half the battlefield in an instant. Shoot! Just as Evan settled into position, Soren's sharp command echoed through the entire forest as the arrow was released. This time, he didn't adjust its trajectory with his concept. It was necessary. His Helios piercer carried its own locked-in trajectory, a guiding force that would not miss its target. Not to mention, Evan wasn't running. Swish! Without any suspense, a radiant sun manifested in front of Evan in an instant, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Its brilliance was overwhelming, already eroding the golden aura surrounding him, as if it could not endure its presence. Cut! And yet a cold, unyielding voice cut through the light. Then in an instant, a thin but absolute line of force swept outward, dividing the overwhelming brilliance cleanly down the middle. Soren didn't need to think to understand what Evan had done. He could see it clearly now, Evan standing directly in the path of the arrow, cleaving through its radiance. For a brief moment, it even looked like he had cleaved through his arrow, as if he had truly split the sun apart. But such a sight only made Soren smirk playfully at Evan. There was no doubt that his SSS rank skill was extremely strong. It was at SSS rank after all. But his skill, the moment Evan's sword energy came near, both blazing arrows swallowed it whole in an instant, as if it wasn't even a match. What? The sight was so absurd that Evan stood there dumbfounded. It was already depressing enough seeing Soren capable of firing a literal sun at his enemy. But now there were two of them. Not to mention, in Evan's eyes, both arrows carried the exact same overwhelming power, radiating enough heat and brilliance to crush everything in their path. For a brief moment, Evan froze in shock and forgot to defend himself entirely. And that was enough, as the arrows almost grazed his body, intending to pierce straight through him. But at that very moment, Soren suddenly saw the silver metal hanging around Evan's neck shine brightly as a silver barrier instantly wrapped around Evan's body. Boom! Even so, the impact was still brutal. The moment the two arrows landed on Evan, less than a second had passed before scorching flames bulldozed everything around him. A massive crater immediately formed at the point of impact, even larger than the ones created by the Terrorwolf. Dust and debris exploded outward in every direction. For a moment, Soren could even hear the girls crying out in the distance, likely thinking Evan had been completely obliterated. But through the dust cloud, Soren could still see him standing upright at the very center, completely unharmed. Only, Evan's face looked aghast and dejected, as though he still couldn't believe he had failed to stop Soren's attack. So, he also awakened his heirloom already? Interesting. But Soren wasn't surprised by Evan's unscathed appearance. As the moment he saw that silver medallion, he already knew it. Not only had Evan awakened his bloodline, but he had even awakened his SS-rank heirloom artifact, Astral Guardian Crest, this early. Truly, his appearance had completely derailed the original plotline. Chapter 188, Getting Ivory for Sylvia. Damn, why are we leaving already? Didn't we just come a week ago, right? I was leveling up so fast with the help of my seniors. It seems to be related to the demon gate that appeared before. Yeah, honestly, when I heard the prompt, I was scared shitless. Thank God, Professor Lyra managed to close it in time, otherwise. Outside the temporary camp of the Elite Hunter Academy, multiple new batch students were constantly bickering with each other while waiting for Professor Kale. Apparently, as Soren had thought, this practical exam was finally canceled. Although the Demon Gate was completely closed and the enemies were driven out, it was still deemed unsafe. Of course, the students around still didn't know about Professor Ruther's death yet. Hence, the chatter around, some worried and some irritated. After all, it wasn't always that they got to practice alongside their seniors. Finally, am I going to see my ivory? However, Sylvia looked quite happy, her blue eyes fixed on the horizon. Clearly, she was waiting for the sky cranes to appear. Well, my ivory. Haha, that bird might not even remember you anymore. Soren, on the other hand, couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Sky cranes were just an E-rank beast. He doubted it would remember Sylvia, who didn't have a similar bond as he had with Frost. In fact, he doubted whether Sylvia even recognized it. After all, they all looked quite the same. You, TSK, whether it remembers me or not, is that your problem? Soren, don't get too cocky. Sylvia snarled and tried to smack his shoulder, only for him to dodge with ease. Irritated, she pouted aggressively, crossing her arms before pointedly ignoring him altogether, her eyes fixed on the sky. Hey, I was telling the truth so that you won't be disappointed. You know, Soren couldn't help but smile when suddenly he felt a large group of monsters flying rapidly from the horizon. The moment they appeared, though, Sylvia visibly tensed as she clutched her hand tightly, her eyes filled with anxiousness. Although she scolded Soren, she also knew what he said was the truth. Hey, ISNT that. But surprisingly, her worry seemed unnecessary as she suddenly saw one of the sky cranes separating from the flock all of a sudden. Swoosh! Then, to everyone's astonishment, it came hurtling down from the sky and landed right in front of Sylvia in an instant. It didn't even wait for Professor Kale's order. For a moment, even Soren looked confused and stunned when Sylvia's excited cry echoed around. Ivory, I knew you would remember me. Ha! Sylvia was beyond happy to see the sky crane coming straight toward her, as if it missed her just as much as she did. Overjoyed, she immediately ran out from the group, jumping and trying to hug that fluffy body of hers, only to miss spectacularly as the bird just sidestepped slightly. Thud! For a moment, Soren, Arya, Aurelia, and Evan were completely dumbfounded as they saw Sylvia falling headfirst to the ground. In fact, not only they, but the students around also saw it, as finally one of them couldn't control himself and let out a soft laugh. PFFDT. It seemed it was the precursor, as suddenly a few more joined in, laughing their heads off at Sylvia. To be honest, it looked so comical that even Soren and others almost didn't do the same. Fortunately, Soren quickly controlled himself when he felt the long head of the sky crane lowering toward him, bowing at him. Only then did he realize that it actually came for him, or rather, for Frost. For a moment, Soren stood in total surprise as Frost came out of his camouflage on his shoulder, giving a light growl at the sky crane. Swoosh! In an instant, Ivory literally sat on the ground, bowing deeply, like a subservient beast to its master. Shit! Soren was even more confused when Frost finally turned toward him and looked on proudly, as if waiting for praise. Although he couldn't talk, Soren already realized that Frost seemed to know about the sky crane and went ahead and tamed it for him without even knowing. Just, a beast can tame another beast? Soren was getting more and more confused when a crisp middle-aged voice broke off his trance. Don't be too surprised. Unlike humans, beasts have a bloodline hierarchy, and those of higher lineage can naturally suppress or command those beneath them. The voice belonged to Professor Kale, who had landed right in front, riding his wyvern. Cough! Professor Kale, I am really sorry. I didn't know Frost did such a thing to the Academy's asset. Soren felt a bit awkward and immediately apologized with a slight bow. He really didn't know that Frost could even tame a sky crane like this. Haha, don't worry. I want to hold you accountable. I was just a bit surprised, that's all. Professor Kale didn't care and just laughed. Then he looked at him and Sylvia meaningfully. In fact, if you want, I can give this sky crane to you permanently. You will owe me a small favor, what do you think? He suddenly whispered in a low voice with a light smile. As the Beast Master of the Elite Hunter Academy, he, of course, had some jurisdiction over the Academy's beasts. Giving an E-rank beast to a student wasn't that hard for him. Of course, it wouldn't be free, though. Like Lysandra, he was also interested in this student who had caught the principal's attention. Obviously, his interest wasn't as skewed as hers, though. But his proposal made Soren even more awkward as he stood still, not knowing what to say. To be honest, he should probably accept the offer since Sylvia liked Ivory so much. But owing a favor for an E-rank beast. Soren, I don't need it. Just as Soren didn't know whether to accept. He heard Sylvia's faint voice from the side. He didn't know when she had already stood up from the ground and was looking at him anxiously, as if afraid that he would accept the offer. Honestly, she was a bit thrilled by the professor's proposal, as even though she was embarrassed just now, she really liked Ivory. But that didn't mean she would let Soren take the cost. She was already burdened enough. For a moment, she looked at Soren with those beautiful blue eyes, hoping that he would refuse, only to see him smile all of a sudden and nod at Professor Kale. Okay, I accept, but the favor I owe can't be greater than the value of an E-rank pet. What was he even thinking? Didn't he promise Sylvia before that he would get Ivory for her? Now that he had the chance, it didn't make sense for him to delay. As for the favor he owed, he bet Kale wasn't going to ask much anyway. In fact, he felt it was worth an investment for his little girl. She looked bubbly and cute when she was happy after all. Besides, main heroine's favorability toward you has increased significantly. Congratulations. Main quest progress has increased by 10. It was like he wouldn't get anything in return. Chapter 189. Returning to the Academy. Are you sure? Darius Blackthorn asked lightly, while looking at the receding cloud below, his eyes deep in thought. Yeah, 100%. I got this news directly from the junior working under senior Sold. A tall, slim figure draped in black cloth replied, playing with the blade in his hand. So that guy is going for the D-rank dungeon. Howling Chasm? He has got some guts. Even he, with all the visible and hidden help, wouldn't dare raid such a D-rank dungeon. In fact, that dungeon was notorious for its difficulty, as reports of hunters disappearing surfaced from time to time. Lord Darius, so what is your plan? Are you really going to let him use that D-rank clearance token like this? The lean assassin, Nyx, asked, to which Darius just rolled his eyes. Don't need to incite me further. I know what you are thinking, Nyx. This practical training had been a very useful endeavor for him. Unlike others, he could directly use the club owned by his family to power level easily. In fact, he was already above level 40. So, naturally, his lackeys gained some level 2. Maybe because of that, Nyx was constantly urging him to enter a D-rank dungeon. Although he seemed to be targeting Soren, he of course knew what he was thinking. Sure enough, Nyx showed a sheepish smile, not at all embarrassed. Okay, there's no need to rush such things. D-rank dungeons like Howling Chasm are no joke. It would be foolish to follow them just for a small conflict. Darius just brushed him off, refusing to do anything, making Nyx totally confused. Then why the hell did you ask me to gather their news then? He thought, feeling he had worked for nothing. Of course, he didn't dare to express his opinion out loud when he heard Darius speak again. But that doesn't mean I will let him go scot-free. Darius suddenly smiled and ordered Nyx lightly. Doesn't that guy have a feud with that senior Chiron over a girl? Tell him this news discreetly. If that guy is somehow smart, he should know what to do. Why get your hands dirty when you can use someone else's? This was Darius' style of doing things. Although it might look cowardly to outsiders, as an heir of a powerful family, he knew the value of his life more than anyone else. In fact, Even if he went to conquer a D-rank dungeon later on, he wouldn't go without full preparation and a trump card. Name: Ivory Monster, Sky Crane rank, E status, Tamed ability, Flight, Enhanced Vision, Wind Manipulation Swoosh. High up above the sky, a large flock of sky cranes was flying rapidly, heading south, leaving the white leaf forest behind. In the front was Professor Kale flying on his wyvern, as always, while Soren and his group were following behind on the back of Ivory. The beast pet Soren got from the professor just now. To be honest, although it was just an E-rank beast and far lower in rank than his Frost, Soren found it quite convenient. Just its ability to fly alone was enough. With this, I won't have any issue heading to the D-rank dungeon later, Soren thought when, suddenly, an annoyed voice echoed from behind. TCH, can you stop acting like a little girl? It isn't like someone is going to steal her away. The voice was from Arya Luna, who rolled her eyes at Sylvia, who was busy hugging the soft feathers, with a silly smile. She was in the same position from the beginning of their travel, constantly showing how happy she was. Although Arya tried hard, she finally couldn't control her jealousy. Who knows? I feel like someone is eyeing my Ivory all the time. Maybe some elf will lure her away if I don't keep an eye on her. But Sylvia seemed too happy to get offended as she stuck out her tongue at Arya, teasing her. Soren, how about you keep her yourself? Didn't Sylvia say before that she didn't want her? Arya pouted as she looked at Soren begrudgingly. Yeah, maybe I should do that. The beast contract is quite expensive after all. Soren also played along, causing Sylvia to stop smiling abruptly. Soren, you can't do that. Didn't you get her for me in the first place? Besides, Sylvia bit her red lips, anxious, thoughts racing in her mind, and whispered a bit shyly, It isn't like I want to pay you back. How about I allow you to do it, again? She stuttered at last, going completely red to the tips of her ears, his heart getting clenched out of nowhere. Although he had let go of his feelings already, he wasn't ready to hear such intimate things between them. In fact, he felt like a third wheel. And the funny thing was, he couldn't even get away from here, and could only turn around and act oblivious. Shameless. Arya finally spoke after a brief silence, a bit flushed. Cough. Okay, I am just joking. Don't need to get so worked up. You can make a contract with Ivory once we reach the academy. Even Soren was a bit surprised by Sylvia's words, although he couldn't say he wasn't tempted. Anyway, he could always use her words later on. For now, though, by the way, forget this issue and let us talk about the D-rank dungeon, Howling Chasm, instead. It would be better if you all knew a bit about it, so you can prepare yourselves. Soren abruptly changed the topic since he couldn't withstand the intense gaze coming from Aurelia. She had been beefing with him for a few days already. The capital of Arden Country was Fiona City, home to the renowned Elite Hunter Academy, the #1 academy in the nation. To its north stretched the Whiteleaf Forest, one of the designated hunting grounds used for training students. It was from this very forest that Soren was returning at the moment. Arden Country was structured around a strict hierarchy of training zones and controlled dungeons, with Fiona City at its center. Surrounding regions were carefully regulated, each serving as a testing ground for aspiring hunters. Among them, Whiteleaf Forest was considered a relatively safe but essential training area. Just nobody in the entire country thought that someone would dare to open a demon gate right inside this forest. Not only was this a direct provocation to the Elite Hunter Academy, but also to Arden itself. After all, such a thing happened right outside its capital. In an instant, the #1 academy was thrust into the cusp of a storm. Although Lyra did her best to close the gate immediately, and even managed to suppress news of Ruther's death, she couldn't hide it completely. After all, the capital wasn't just home to the academy. It also housed the headquarters of several major guilds across the country, not to mention the government. So, it has been confirmed that Ruther was a demon servant all along? Principal Logan asked with a solemn expression, a deep frown on his face. These days, He had been extremely busy due to the Demon Gate's appearance. The moment the abyss descended, every powerful person near the capital detected its presence immediately. Hiding it was a near impossible endeavor. To be honest, he was truly thankful to Lyra. If not for her, the situation would have turned into something even he couldn't handle. But still, getting confirmation that Ruther had truly been involved with a demon lord from the abyss did not improve his mood. Yeah, I've already cross-checked it. He seems to have been contracted by an archdemon lord related to the sin of lust. Maybe that's why he managed to avoid the Academy's detection all this time. Lysandrin sipped the tea from her hand and spoke softly. Archdemon? Huh. No wonder. The burly man didn't mind Lysandra's casualness, but frowned even more deeply. If an archdemon was involved, then it wasn't all that surprising. After all, such demons were above level 500 existences. In fact, he could even understand why Ruther had died so suddenly. Maybe the demon decided Ruther was no longer useful and simply blew his head apart. It wasn't unusual for a demon lord to have sudden mood swings, after all. What about this crucible? Have you managed to find any other information? Logan asked again, not at all ashamed that he was seeking information from a healer. No, besides that Night Fellow's warning to you, nothing else. They seem to have suddenly disappeared after that day. At least, I can confirm that they aren't in the capital right now. Lysandra remained casual, replying lightly. By the way, what is this inheritance dungeon all about? They seemed quite hell-bent on getting the chance to enter it. She suddenly asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes.